We will spend a couple of minutes in introductions and let allow people to join because it's a first session. So they will take a minute or two to join. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, uh, Global Supply Chain Excellence Summit Edition 7. It's a virtual and free for all. Before we go into the session, I would like to give a quick round of introduction about the program. Global Supply Chain Excellence Summit is intended to connect experts in the industry, consultants, senior managers, practitioners across the globe to the organizations who are uh, looking for optimization of their supply chains. So this is a fantastic of a platform to hear views, sharing of knowledge, and also connect to the right consultant or a company with whom you can take help. That is one part, and it's a in the change in the developments in AI. So every industry is undergoing a tremendous impact. So a supply chain is definitely is not an exception. So there is a tremendous opportunity for technology in supply chain. That is something which we would like to hear from the experts, whatever we talk about today. So, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Just to a quick round of note is you have a note, a link for. Make sure you have a link for YouTube channel. That will be an uninterrupted for up to 5 o'clock Indian IST, 5 p.m. Okay, so make sure that you have the link. And if you have any questions in the YouTube, you have a message box. You can just send a message. We will directly get the message here, and then we will discuss about it. If you would like to speak yourself, please post the question in the YouTube. We will do the needful for that. Okay. So with that, we will start our first session with Mr. Sunil Bhardwaj. Uh, just a quick introduction is FRUCI is a fruition of supply chain excellence. FRUCI is a suit for complete supply chain excellence suit. The program sponsor is FRUCI today. So FRUCI has manufacturing execution system, warehouse management, and fleet and transportation management. It's a complete supply chain excellence suite, including planning and optimization. We talk more in the session, dedicated session for this. So, welcome, Sunilji. Thank you for joining the session today. You are the opening session speaker. So, thank you for joining and sharing your knowledge today. So, let me give a quick round of introduction to Mr. Sunil Bhardwaj. The topic today is embedding risk management in sales and operations planning and more. Sunilji is a senior supply chain executive with over 22 plus years of global experience in driving end-to-end supply chain strategy, transformation, and operational excellence. Okay. So he is expert in sales and operations planning, logistics optimization, ERP systems, and continuous improvement. He's a speaker, writer, and mentor, contributing to leading forums, journals, and academic institutions. Apart from his consulting engagements across the globe. So, welcome, Sunilji. Thank you for joining, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Abdulji, for the opportunity. Glad to be back on this platform after 2.5, 3 months, I guess. So there's no better way to spend a Saturday morning, I would say. I think this is the most productive start to a weekend that you can possibly have. And I think this is a wonderful concept. And I think this helps a lot of professionals, learners, practitioners, etc., to actually learn, engage, critique, dialogue, and share their own experiences and journeys on the various topics that you have laid out for the summit. So very happy to start proceedings today, right? And to be the opening batsman, right? Since the ICC T20 World Cup is on. I hope we beat West Indies tomorrow at Kolkata and qualify for the semi-finals. So being cricket buffs, it's always I'm happy to play on the front foot and be the opening batsman for today. So glad to be opening proceedings today. And thank you very much for the wonderful introduction as well. So over the next 45, 50 minutes or so, what I intend to do is I will throw some light on the topic of how risk management sits into the S&OP framework. What are certain things that we need to keep in mind? And I will also try to focus on what is risk, why it is important, and how we can embed risk management into the sales and operations planning process. Now, many of you may also extend this to IBP, which is integrated business planning, where the finance function also has a critical role to play. Okay, so depending on which way you look at it, I think risk is today extremely important given the current context. Okay, so without much ado, what I will do, I have a few slides to share. So let me just share my screen. And you can just check whether one of you can just tell me whether you can see the slides. Yes, let me share. So
Yeah, we can see the slide.
you can see the slides. Great.
Yeah, please proceed.
So, my dear ladies and gentlemen, and boys and girls, youngsters, people from different backgrounds, levels of experience, very, very experienced, knowledgeable, erudite audience. Once again, welcome to the seventh edition of the Global Supply Chain Excellence Summit. And the topic that I will be speaking on is embedding risk management into S&OP. I'm Sunil Bhardwaj, managing partner with Impact is a consulting. And of course, sir has already introduced me, so I will not talk much about myself. I will jump in directly to the points and what I need to discuss right today. Okay. Just let me know when I toggle. Can you see the next slide? Or
Yeah.
you can see
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
right? Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much. So, friends, I think this is the new normal today. Okay. This is part of life. We live in a world which is highly volatile, uncertain, complex, very ambiguous. Okay. And VUCA has been around for quite some time. I also came across BANI, which most of you know, right? Which is brittle, anxious, non-linear, incomprehensible. I think these are variables we should be comfortable with, and this truth is not going to change. Okay, this background and setting is going to exist in times to come, and we need to get comfortable with this background and with this context. That is why I call it the new normal. And my sense is even when we talk about logistics and supply chain or different facets of planning, we need to understand that a forecast accuracy can never be 100%. Okay, supplier service level or customer service level cannot reach 100%. Okay, spending extra time, resources, money for that 2% from 98 to 100 or 97 to 100 is not going to really yield benefits. We need to think more practically. Okay, and try to correlate risk management into our day-to-day operations. So when we say supply chain planning, in general, I would be alluding to all aspects of supply chain planning. Okay, so be it, although here the focus would be on S&OP, of course, but we must keep in mind that when we say supply chain planning, it will involve supply planning, demand planning, sales and operations planning, production and manufacturing planning. Okay, it will involve distribution planning, fulfillment planning, okay, logistics planning, right, raw material planning, packaging planning. So different aspects of supply chain across plan, source, make, deliver, return. Okay, the entire cycle, including enable, is what the planning spectrum is all about. But we should be aware that we live in a world which is non-linear, where the distribution of different supply chain variables is no longer normal. Okay, and we live in a world where things are non-linear, where the variables and their distributions also are exhibiting very different behaviors. Okay, and we must get comfortable with uncertainty, supply chain complexity, and ambiguity, because it's happening every other day, every other week. Okay, and therefore I thought it will be befitting to start my discussion with this background and context in mind. Okay, moving on. Now let me also set the context in terms of some key macro developments that have impacted global supply chains, not only in India but across the world. So geopolitics continues to affect all of us. Okay, day by day we see countries that are fighting over resources. They are creating tariff barriers and tariff walls. Okay, and just now the Supreme Court of the US has completely overturned, okay, Trump's tariffs. So we will have to wait and see what impact that will have in terms of exim operations and the way we plan and source materials. Okay, so different sectors will have different levels of impact, but of course everybody is going to be impacted in some way. But we will need to wait and see how the trade deal unfolds. And he has, of course, imposed a blanket 10% tariff thereafter. But we will have to wait and see the implications and the actual outcomes and impact on the day-to-day functioning of planning teams, global supply chain planning teams. Okay, climate and weather. I think there is a lot being spoken about this today. Okay, we talk about sustainability, we talk about conserving resources, but day in and day out, there are increasing risky climate events and global weather events that have impacted all of us. Okay, recently, North America has been badly impacted by blizzards and by winter snow. Okay, and port operations have been affected. Okay, so in this context, we should also understand that this is also going to be a rule, and some of these inputs will have to be incorporated into our planning process because there will be an impact on pricing. Okay, tariffs will impact what we need to export, import, when, from where, and how. Okay, the fourth point particularly I want to draw your attention to is water stress, because increasingly we are talking about the AI summit just concluded in New Delhi last week, right? And you will hear a lot about computing resources, the surge and growth of data centers in India. Okay, increasingly there is a focus on the semiconductor and the chips industry. Okay, and rare earths and critical minerals. Now all these sectors will need a lot of water. Okay, the semiconductor industry in particular needs a lot of clean water for processing and for manufacturing. Okay, but increasingly we must know that there is a huge risk to our water table, water sources, water resources, and in general India is already red flagging something called as an hydrological imbalance with regard to how we use, conserve, and distribute these resources. Okay, so as supply chain practitioners, I think possibly the next war or the next fight is going to be over the use and control of water resources. Okay, at our plants, at our warehouses, at our distribution centers, in our factories, in our offices, etc., and all the physical infrastructure that we are a part of. How are we going to actually use, conserve, and distribute water effectively and efficiently so that we are able to conserve this very vital resource as we go along? And these discussions should also be part of the S&OP and IBP meetings going forward, because any meeting today should start with a macro picture and discussions around global trade, geopolitics, tariff walls, exchange rates, inflation, macroeconomy, okay, resource stress, sustainability and its impact. I think these are things that now, should not be left only to annual reports and shareholder meets, etc. Okay, these have to become part of mainstream logistics and supply chain discussions across all the five phases of S&OP. Okay, and I did mention AI, data centers, semiconductors, and rare earths because these industries are very, very energy intensive, water intensive. Okay, and they consume tremendous amount of resources which are depleting soon. So therefore, we need to be very mindful when we do any sort of planning, or for those of you that are part of these industries, I'm sure you know that risk management directly or indirectly has already been embedded as part of your own planning and operation cycle. Okay, moving on. Now I want to come to certain articles. I have just picked up certain articles uh, from my list, because every fortnight I post supply chain and logistics news and articles on LinkedIn. So those of you that connect with me will have access to the slides and the article links. So I welcome you to connect with me and join. I've just listed a few snippets here. Okay, just to give you a flavor of global risk and what is happening around us. Of course, I had about 80-90 articles to choose from, but I have just put about 8 articles, okay, randomly picked up from my current compilation for the month of February, and I will be soon posting the summary of news and articles tomorrow. Generally, okay, that's what I do. So this being a short month, so as you can see, global shipping's return to the Suez Canal is in jeopardy again. Okay, huge risk event. Now again, whether companies need to route their shipments through the Cape of Good Hope, through South Africa, and what will be the implications for insurance, for lead times, etc. Okay, so planning can go for a toss. Okay, and products may reach the consignees later than planned. So these are things that need to be incorporated. Now the government has mandated hardtop trucks to carry loose loads. Now this is a recent introduction, and I'm sure most of the trucking companies and companies that manufacture LCVs, HCVs, and other forms of trucks will have to follow this guideline, because there is a lot of breakage and pilferage and wastage of loose articles that are carried, okay, and related materials from plants to various distribution centers, which is why possibly the government has decided, okay, and this is the cause of a lot of accidents also on important junctions and highways. So hard top trucks would soon be introduced specifically for companies that are not packing their loads, okay, either on pallets or in cartons, etc., but carrying loose loads. Right? Cargo theft globally, I must tell you, it has reached the level of $725 million as criminals continue to target costly goods. Okay, when we talk of exim international trade, transportation, shipping, okay, irrespective of the mode, I think cargo theft has become the norm now. Okay, more than the exception. I did, touch upon climate risk and weather events. So whether it is nuclear events or tornadoes or earthquakes or blizzards or snowstorms or heat waves, I think they have an impact on supply chain planning and distribution as well. From Pakistan floods to California drought, climate risks have shaken the cotton industry. Okay, so this has affected the textile and garment industry as well, and our exim trade too. Okay, so I just wanted to throw a light on one industry. Okay, then blizzard shuts down container terminals in the northeastern ports of the US. I'm sure those of you that have planned imports and containers that either are moving in or moving out from the US ports will need to completely go back to the drawing board and go back to your logistics, distribution, transportation planning, and look back at your operations and try and factor in what will be the impact on critical component and material availability, and therefore what will be the impact on downstream sales operations. Okay, so all this will have an effect across the entire spectrum of operations. Okay, so the idea is, through these examples of a few articles that I've listed here, what I'm trying to say is that these cannot be kept aside anymore. They will have to be an integral component of our sales and operations meetings, sales and operations planning, and the activities that we carry out based on a planned calendar every month across the 5 phases. So be it data gathering, the product phase, the demand phase, the supply phase, the pre-meeting phase, or the actual meeting with the senior officials. Okay, so at every stage we need to understand how these events are directly or indirectly impacting our function, department, and role, and our sector and our company, and we need to incorporate these into our planning decisions and assumptions that we are going to make for the subsequent planning cycle. Okay, because we need to factor in VUCA and BANI into our planning cycles, so that all the stakeholders, not only internal but also external, understand that things can go wrong. There could be delays, there could be potential losses, there could be shortage of materials. Okay, so these are practical issues that need to be discussed with proper logic, data, and facts with all the stakeholders. Let there be no surprises and no blame game. Okay, and we live in this world. Okay, I could have shared another 50, 60 articles here, but I just stuck to about 7 or 8 here just to set the context. Now the last point here, the last article: what's in store as emergency tariffs end, and how should executives respond? Well, let's wait and watch, because we'll have to see how things unfold. And Mr. Piyush Goyal has been talking to officials. US officials have come visiting yesterday. Okay, and we'll need to understand the contours based on specific product categories and their impacts on specific industries and sectors. But I think we'll have to still wait and watch. Okay, and there are many companies that have also started asking for tariff refunds. Okay, from Mr. Trump. Okay, that runs into hundreds of billions of dollars. Okay, and we'll have to wait and see how that unfolds, because many companies have paid tariffs upfront. So we really don't know what will be the impact on the bills that we will all need to foot. Okay, when we talk of export and import operations, right? So with this, with a snapshot of few articles, I will further proceed, and let me move on to the next slide. Now, these are typical operational challenges that all of us face. Okay, as planners, as supply chain operational experts and practitioners, we face these choices: what to order, how many to order, okay, when to order, okay, which product SKU needs to be replenished, how many and when, okay, should certain orders be expedited or should they be kept on hold, what is the reason, right? When we talk of supply planning, can my supplier send me materials as and when I need them, okay, at the desired place in the desired quantities? Is my current logistics resource capacity in line with expected market speed and throughput? So what is going to be the impact on logistics planning? Do I have enough space in my warehouse? Am I running out of space? Okay. Do I have a single view of inventories and customers? Actually, this is something that has been discussed for quite a few years now. Okay, and there are many service providers who claim and who can help us with getting a single view of inventories and customers across our extended supply chain. Okay, so that I can ship from anywhere, anytime. Okay, we talk about omni-channel distribution today. Okay, same experience for the customer, whether it is the physical world or the online world, right? Are my WMS, WES, TMS, and APS, okay, warehouse management system, warehouse execution system, transportation management system, and advanced planning and scheduling system, are these systems capable of providing decision support and recommendations? I have not added the word real time today because can they do it near real time? Okay, can I really use a control tower which is connected to all these systems? And can I take decisions on the fly so that I can reduce the impact of risk? Okay. And the last but not the least, the point that I've highlighted in red, how can I optimally choose from a plethora of decision variables? Because the game of modern supply chain is all about making the right choice among so many decisions that I can take. I have so many choices that I can make. They all seem to be equally important and equally alluring. But what is that one choice that I need to make so that I can link my operational inputs to financial goals and outcomes? Am I generating economic value and profits for the company? Am I helping the top line and the bottom line grow? So therefore, any decision that I take will have some ramifications downstream. Okay. And therefore, today, all CSEOs today are very, very comfortable talking to CFOs and having discussions with the finance heads. Because we also realize that it is also our endeavor to make sure that the company grows economically, and any decision that we take will have some economic rationale and impact. Okay, so plenty of choices I have, okay, as a practitioner daily. Now, am I able to make the most optimal choice given the external background, given all these questions that I need to answer, given the VUCA and Bani world? Okay, given constrained capacities, and given the various decision variables that I need to optimize from day to day. So many questions we need to answer on the fly. Okay, when we look at supply chain and logistics operations. And as you can see, the three V's are known to all of you on the top right. And supply chain also continues to work on these principles of visibility, variability, and velocity. It has been my endeavor also over the last 2 decades to basically enhance system wide visibility and increase the velocity and throughput and flow of materials and items. But at the same time, I realized that any supply chain system and planning system by by nature has got inherent variability which we cannot nullify, we can only control. Okay, but our endeavor is to bring down variability and try to increase visibility and velocity along the same way, because these are like counterbalancing forces. Okay, one will bring down the other. Okay, so but the idea is that we need to live in a world with these three V's. They will continue to exist, and we need to try and do our best to find that sweet spot where we can optimally plan schedule so that maximum materials are available at the right place and the customer and the consumer is able to buy them. Okay, there is adequate balance between variety and volume, that is width and depth, so that we are also able to offer variety but also look at availability of standard products in the market so that they can be pushed through quickly. Okay, and I'm sure all of you work in the push pull frontier of planning where constantly the boundary keeps moving. Okay, so when do you do purely pull, when do you do push planning, when do you do push pull based planning? These are things that we need to constantly discuss. But at the end of the day, I think it is about working with intelligent systems and using AI tools smartly, effectively, even as a pilot to start with, so that it helps us to make optimal choices. Okay, given the VUCA and Bani world that we live in. Okay, moving on. Let me quickly bring to you a functional perspective of what I have been saying. And this is our world. Okay, so when we talk of functions, processes, etc., it is planning, sourcing, making, delivering, returning, and enabling. And the corresponding boxes will also give you certain key points under each of the function and under each of the department. Okay, so focus of course today is more on the planning piece, but which will also cut across sourcing, making, delivering, and returning. Okay, because any planning decision will cut across all the other aspects also. Okay, and needless to say, supply chain strategy and execution is what eventually wins the day, because till the rubber hits the road, we will not know whether we are doing well. So, needless to say that all of us are actually, or our success is determined by execution excellence at the end of the day. But just to give you a flavor in a nutshell of what the scope of this topic covers, it essentially covers all aspects of supply chain. So, plan, source, make, deliver, return, and enable also. Okay, which talks about knowledge management, center of excellence, supply chain excellence, operations excellence. Okay, continuous improvement projects. Okay, role of suppliers and logistics service providers that enable all the other functions to happen. Okay, so in a nutshell, all of us are grappling with decisions that we need to take in each of these functions or processes, okay, or roles. So in a nutshell, this is what will be the scope of coverage even for the S&OP and the IBP meetings. Okay, essentially aspects related to each of these boxes, plan, source, make, deliver, return, enable, are the ones that get discussed, highlighted. And the simple point I'm making is that in addition to the assumptions you make, the data points you present, the analysis you do, we should bring in the element of supply chain risk management also to all these discussions, so that we are able to be more proactive in our planning. Okay, we don't need to raise red flags later. Let us do it proactively. If something is going to go wrong, let us preempt and let us spread the word, let us highlight to the team, so that we know the impact on midstream and downstream operations. Let it not be too late, because any post facto discussion is not going to help. Okay, moving on. Now, my definition of risk management, which I put together a few years back. Okay, what is risk management? Essentially, we should discuss what, why, and how. So, what is risk management? So, this is a definition that I put together in the context of supply chain management. Any unplanned, unexpected, sudden event that has the potential to disturb, destabilize, interrupt, derail, or disrupt the normal steady state functioning of interconnected assets, processes, and systems across the end-to-end network could be termed as a risk. Okay, and this concept can be, of course, extended to supply chain risk. This is a definition that I have put together, and I have underlined the keywords there. Okay, unplanned, unexpected, sudden, which has the potential to disturb, destabilize, interrupt, derail, okay, or disrupt the normal steady state functioning, okay, of interconnected assets, processes, and systems across the end-to-end network. This is what is meant by supply chain risk management, and which is why it becomes so important to embed this thinking and concept across the end-to-end planning and value chain. It becomes very, very important. Now, you may be part of supply planning, you may be doing demand planning and forecasting, you may be heading the sales and operations planning meeting across the different phases. Okay, you may be doing distribution and fulfillment planning. Please extend this thought and definition to end-to-end logistics and supply chain planning across the entire spectrum. Okay, upstream, midstream, and downstream. Right. Moving on. Now, no discussion on this topic will be complete without a quick focus on enterprise risk management. Okay, so my sense is, when different functions have their own risk management modules, why doesn't the logistics and supply chain department have its own integrated ERM software or tool which connects with all your functional modules, ERP modules? So, be it Oracle, be it on SAP, be it a standalone supply chain functional planning system, it is fine. No matter what IT infrastructure or database you have, or what tool or software you're using, the idea is that the enterprise risk management has to be the central piece and the core fulcrum, okay, that sits at the center of plan, source, make, deliver, return decisions and operations. Okay, and essentially this should be integrated with the other supply chain modules, and any data flow or data mapping that we do should be interfaced with the ERM module too, so that we are able to create and develop thought provoking and meaningful linkages across the end-to-end value chain. Okay, and let us also think of systems like supply chain event management, where we have timely warnings, alerts, and red flags about impending risk events and things that can go wrong. I've also included certain keywords here from a risk management perspective and a supply chain risk management perspective, where I've spoken about certain key terms: enterprise wide, the ability to carry out risk mapping, the ability to categorize risks into different homogeneous groups, to break down functional and departmental risks, to be able to carry out risk evaluation and arrive at a risk score. I will discuss a few methods as we go along, because when I talk about what and why, the how is also important. I will be coming to the how. But in a nutshell, the point here is that don't treat enterprise risk management as something that only the finance team does, or the commercial team does, or the IT team does, or some other departments do. No, it has to be integral to day-to-day supply chain and logistics operations planning and execution. Okay, the integrated connected ERM platform at the core will prove to be very decisive if we need competitive advantage, and we need to think sooner and act faster than our competitors, so that we are able to identify, monitor, measure, and preempt any potential risk event that could destabilize or derail our operations. Okay, so ERM has to become the core thinking and the fulcrum of everything that we do, and it should be interfaced and integrated with all our other supply chain functional systems. Okay, so you may use any architecture, you may use a connector, you may use a middleware, etc., etc. Okay, there are IT experts who can do it, right? So the idea is that ensure that this becomes a core part of our S&OP cycle, right? Now, moving on, I just want to give you an example of the how. This is a sample of a risk register that I have put together. Just an example. Okay, it is now talks about the function. It talks about the layer, whether it is upstream, midstream, downstream. It also correlates with the erstwhile fundamental score model step, which is the supply chain operations reference model. Plan, source, make, deliver, enable, return. Then the potential risk event has been described here. And there are two further variables here called as the probability of occurrence and the severity of impact. Now, when you multiply the probability of occurrence and the severity of impact, you get what is called as a risk score. Okay, that is what is called as a risk score, where you multiply the probability of occurrence in percentage with the severity of impact, say on a scale of 1 to 5, and accordingly you can arrive at a suitable color. Okay, yellow color, amber color, red color, or green color, to indicate the severity of impact and the actions that you need to take. Okay, so the risk score actually tells us or gives us an idea of how crucial and how sensitive a particular risk event is, and whether it falls in the green, yellow, amber, or dark green zone. And any color that is, say, amber, yellow, or moving towards red will need immediate attention. When I say that, I mean that it implies that that particular function and risk event has got a high risk score based on internal discussions and deliberations, and looking at the external market based on pestle factors. Okay, which is political, economic, social, technological, legal, and environmental. So when we say risks, we need to segregate internal as well as external risks and model them into this risk register and arrive at a comprehensive score, which will then dovetail into an action plan with timelines and tasks, which then will need to be monitored and reviewed periodically. So this is an example of a very simple risk register, but it has a profound impact on how risk principles and risk management can be embedded into the S&OP operations. This is, I've just taken a few examples here. You can look at your own function and develop this very simple format and simple structure and arrive at a score. Okay, this is what is called as a risk register. Now moving on to certain maturity models across the plan, source, make, deliver, return. Okay, which will cut across all functions and processes. It is important to understand your own risk maturity model on a scale of 1 to 5. Where are we today? So that we can improve and then plug the gaps. So do we have a very optimized, mature risk management model, or do we have a basic defined model and everything is on paper but there is no operational execution? Okay, we are not using any systems tools or any intelligence. We don't have any specific method to basically segregate, monitor, and measure our risks. Okay, and that is not in any way connected to our planning operations. So somewhere there is a disconnect. You could possibly be between 1 and 2 or level 3. But companies that are into level 4 and 5, which I have seen, are actually integrating risk management into their operations. They have already done it. Okay, so that is the risk maturity model that you see on the right. And of course, the diagram on the left also talks about your own risk and resiliency maturity with regard to competitive advantage. Okay, because I told you this can be a leading source of competitive advantage if it can be done well. So the more visible you are, the more predictable your supply chain is, the more resilient you become. Okay, because risk cannot be discussed without resiliency. So any discussion that I've had on this topic in the past also, I talk about risk as well as resiliency management. I will come to resiliency in a bit, but the idea here is that we need to understand whether we are talking about R&D, new product development, or demand planning, or sourcing, production, logistics, customer service. Any function, process, or operation will have to inherently have a certain amount of risk factors and elements embedded into these processes. Okay, so that they become important decision variables and decision drivers. Now they could be qualitative in nature, they could be quantitative in nature, but if it is going to adversely impact the customer order, if it is going to adversely impact product availability, if it is going to adversely impact sales, if it is going to adversely impact market share and market growth, definitely it has to form part of a slide or your discussion agenda point for your S&OP and IBP meetings. Okay, we can't hide or ignore. If we know something is going to happen, if a risk event is going to occur, it is better to discuss it with the concerned teams, officials, and the department heads, so that it doesn't become a post facto post-mortem activity. Let this serve as a leading indicator to enable us to plan and execute better. Okay, and let them play the role of decision drivers. Okay, not laggards, right? Now this is a very simple supplier assessment scorecard. Okay, where again you see a risk score. Okay, which is based on two variables: the probability or the likelihood of occurrence and the severity of impact. Okay, and if you multiply these two, you get a scorecard, and those scores can be then mapped into different colors like you see here. Okay, so a simple supplier assessment scorecard from a financial risk point of view can be done for your leading suppliers, strategic suppliers, your segmented suppliers as an example. And one can look at different areas, okay, in terms of contractual risk, the supplier's financial insolvency risk, okay, cost of poor quality, and the potential risks, okay, currency fluctuations. Many companies and their treasury teams go for what is called as hedging, because they want to protect the exchange rate payment that we do in that currency, so that we don't become, possibly, I would say, uh, become exposed to currency fluctuations, okay, depreciation or appreciation. And therefore the treasury management teams work very closely with the commercial teams in many companies, and then this comprehensive scorecard is prepared, and all the risk factors are modeled, and the scores are arrived at based on the probability or likelihood of occurrence and the severity of impact. Now, just to give you an example, in 2020, what happened? We saw a black swan event, which is the COVID-19. Okay, now if you were to model the COVID-19 and arrive at a risk score for it, I would say that the likelihood of occurrence was extremely low. The probability of occurrence was very low, but the severity of impact was extremely high. It was devastating. Okay, so classic case where if you do your XY graph and model the COVID-19, the likelihood of occurrence very low, say 8%, 9%, 5%, 3% when it first started. But since the event occurred, the severity of impact was in the red zone. The likelihood of occurrence was in the yellow zone. Sorry, in the green zone rather. If you multiply the two, you may possibly again arrive at the orange zone or the red zone, okay, or the amber zone. Okay, which is why, because the severity of impact was extremely high, right? That is why it is called a black swan event. Very difficult to predict, but once the event happens, the consequences and the impact can be absolutely disastrous. Okay. Now, certain visual tools that you can see here, which many software companies like for example Resilink and many other leading software providers today offer. Okay, now there are many companies which have actually invested in risk management intelligence and software tools, where you can do geospatial mapping of your suppliers. Okay, you can know which country is actually expecting some natural disaster, and therefore what is going to be the impact on your on supply lead time and material availability. Okay, is that a sole source supplier or a critical supplier? What is going to be the impact on material availability and production and downstream management? So these are things that today company can do. Scenario planning can be done, what if analysis can be done through various intelligent spatial visual management tools. These tools can be linked with your own supply chain control tower, so that they serve as red flags, and they can be integrated into your supply chain event management systems also, so that timely alerts and warning signals and signs can be given to the concerned department, so that you can think of some alternative action, or at least tell the superior or the concerned team downstream that there is going to be a potential sale loss in this particular region, city, district, and this particular pin code within India, and therefore we anticipate a sale loss of xy rupees, so many lakhs, so many millions, so that it is done in a very scientific, logical, and interconnected way, and there are no surprises. Okay, which is why all these visual tools are available, heat maps are available. Okay, different risk matrices are available, where you can at once geospatially monitor and map your, not only your local suppliers, but your global supplier footprint also, and you can take meaningful decisions in terms of your inventory planning, supply planning, and downstream management. Okay, so I've just listed a few here. Okay, now coming to resilience, which is very very closely related to risk. The Association for Supply Chain Management basically defines resilience as the ability to return to a position of equilibrium after experiencing some sort of an external deviation. Okay, and as you can see, there are many methods to improve resilience. Okay, you can bring in more flexibility, you can create more options. Okay, and you can try to have practices where you increase flexibility and agility, etc. But I want to throw light on three important metrics which are related to resilience, which again was propounded by Professor David Simchi Levy, who is now part of Purdue. He was earlier part of the of MIT. Okay, and an analytics guru in his own right. He's written so many textbooks, and he propounded these three metrics: time to recover, time to survive, and performance impact. Okay, as you can see, these are measured in days and weeks. The performance impact is measured in terms of monetary value on sales loss, impact on higher costs, and profitability. As you can see, TTR and TTS were used by many companies during COVID. Some companies survived, some couldn't survive. Okay, so as you can see, the definitions are very clear. Now, TTR says the time taken by a node in the supply chain to return to full functionality after a disruption. Okay, that means that node was devoid of inventory, it could not function, the cost escalated, there were working capital issues, your planning cycle went for a toss. Time to recover. For some companies, it is days, for weeks. For other companies that could not survive, it ran into months, and they had to close shop. Time to survive. Now, how many companies followed JIT, and how many just kept sufficient inventory in their system? Okay, they had some buffers which were strategically placed. They kept safety stocks of certain items. That is why they could survive possibly, because they had that extra 7 to 8 to 9 days of inventory on hand, due to which they were able to produce and service the market. Okay, and they were quickly able to place an order and get their materials back, right? But the idea is many companies even could not survive. Okay, because this is a function of the inventory that you have, right? The maximum duration of time that the supply chain can match supply with demand. Okay, you have demand for X units, but okay, but you don't have adequate supply, but you are just fulfilling from your buffer or safety inventory for a few days. That is fine, but after that, what do you do? Okay, so many companies face this, and today I believe that so many companies have incorporated this into their risk metrics framework, and their KPIs. Okay, time to recover, time to survive, and performance impact, right? Now I want to put this all together. Okay, all that I've been discussing, if I were to sum it up and wrap it up and put it all together in a framework, what would that framework look like? It is here in front of you. Okay, so everything that I discussed in the previous 10-11 slides, I've put together in a framework here, which is the risk S&OP framework, where we all know the monthly S&OP steps of data gathering, demand review planning, supply planning, pre S&OP, and the final executive meeting, right? Now, the four diagonal arrows that you see in blue are people, process, systems, and infrastructure. Okay, you need to plan for this. You need to keep this in mind, right? In addition to all the other visuals that I shared with you. So, do you have a risk register in place? Do you have a risk maturity model? Do you have some method whereby you can create a risk matrix, arrive at a risk score? Are you using visual tools and intelligence to monitor risk? Do you have your core enterprise risk management system, which is embedded across the end-to-end S&OP planning cycles, so that at every phase you can see what elements are or can be incorporated into your decision cycle, so that when you go to the executive meeting, there are one or two slides on assumptions, on risk elements, on red flags, orange flags, and things that can potentially go wrong, so that one can fine tune the planning parameters, and accordingly the supply planning team is also kept in the loop and in the picture, and the logistics team is also kept in the loop, the manufacturing team is also kept in the loop, so that any downside or any potential risk event has been modeled into the entire decision making framework and process. So this in a nutshell is the risk S&OP framework that I am proposing to all of you, where I have incorporated people related aspects, process, system, infrastructure, in addition to all the other visuals that you will see here. Okay. So visual tools, ERM, risk register, risk maturity models. Right. So this is how, if you have to sum it up and summarize, we should follow this. Before I close, I want to focus on 10 key areas that every team and organization should do, so that they are able to embed risk management into their larger planning thinking. Okay. So first is create a risk management office structure and a governance framework. Very important. We should ally closely with the chief risk officer and the departmental heads, so that there is a clear risk governance framework and structure. Number two, we should constantly review and update the business continuity planning document that we have. In the event a risk happens, what is it that the departments need to do? What will be the impact on planning operations? The business continuity plan document should be well read and understood by everyone. Periodic assessments and audits of supply chain processes, systems, and assets need to be carried out from time to time, solely from a risk prism. Okay. Identify and document potential risks from time to time, including both operational as well as tactical risks. Okay. Short term, medium term, long term, internal versus external. All this can be modeled in the risk register. Implement supply chain event management systems in your company. Select and deploy an ERM system, which I have spoken about. Point number 6. Point number 7. Develop, measure, and track and monitor risk and resilience performance metrics. I did discuss 3 important resilience metrics in the previous slide. Point number 8, to my mind, is the most important. Okay. Communicate and collaborate. Make the risk module training mandatory for all joinees at the time of induction. Make sure that we constantly collaborate with risk experts, use cutting edge tools, so that we are able to develop internal learning and development modules and incorporate them to all the departmental heads and their teams. So communicating, collaborating, and people excellence in risk management becomes important. We need to develop sense and respond capabilities, since we work in a VUCA and BANI world and an extended supply chain, which is very complex. And finally, last but not the least, point number 10, marked in blue, build a risk management culture and continuously create awareness across the firm. This is an ongoing activity, and these 10 points, okay, will be critical focus areas when we talk about embedding risk management into the overall S&OP piece. Okay. With this, I come to a close of my session. Thank you very much, and we can always connect. I am available at these mail addresses. My mobile number is also given here, and you can also connect on LinkedIn with me to get the latest access to all supply chain news and articles. I try to post them every fortnight, every 15 days. Sometimes I do it once a month. Once a month, of course, I do it, but normally I do it every fortnight. Okay. So I guess with this, I will stop sharing. Let
Yeah.
me. Yeah, I think, yeah. Yes. Yeah. So that's it. So
Wonderful session, Sunilji. Wonderful session. I really
so
enjoyed
thank you, sir.
the morning
Thank
session.
you for the opportunity again, and I hope I
You
was.
bring some very interesting and very important topics together to illustrate supply chain risk management. Basically, I like the way you bring the strategy execution, the importance of strategy execution in an overall perspective very nicely. Okay, organizations, yes, they focus more onto the sales and marketing part because it generates revenues kind of thing, and then they focus more onto accounting kind of thing where they talk about the outcome. Okay, they forget the middle part where you have the supply chain, manufacturing, and the
Yes.
execution takes
Yes.
place. They measure the inputs and they measure the outputs, but they forget the middle part. Okay, they think that it will happen by itself. No, You very nicely explained that if you want to achieve the visibility, velocity, and variability, okay, to manage very nicely. Okay, so one question, maybe we will take some few questions in that. Okay, so it's not something very simple, very easy to do. So they need a very structured discipline to have the supply chain, the comprehensive supply chain management, which includes risk management and also the sales and operations planning. So it's very important to establish that capability within the organization. That brings that proper strategy execution process should be there. That fortunately we are talking about this topic maybe in the session today. So maybe the risk management, the measuring the risk, reporting it properly is there. Okay, so I would like to talk about you when you have a classical sales and operations planning meeting. So how does that take up? So usually the sales and operations start with the demand part, then it comes to supply part. Okay, so where do we think that supply chain risk should be highlighted in the whole process of S&OP? Yeah.
Good question. I think if you ask me, it should be a part of every phase of the S&OP cycle. Now, many teams have S&OP calendars. So where typically these meetings start on say 18, 19, 20th of the current month for the M+1 period. Okay. And where you have specific dates, meetings, and durations for each of the phase, right? From product review, data gathering to the demand review, supply review, pre-meeting, and the executive meeting, right? Now, my sense is any functional team member who is part of any of the five phases of the S&OP phase or the IBP process, for own his or her own area and sphere of influence, should start developing a simple risk register. So if I am responsible for supply planning, if I am responsible for data gathering and data modeling, there could be risks coming out from there as well, in terms of data quality, data availability, okay, missing data elements, outliers. No, these are risks actually to the modeling activity. So your risk register is ready. Now, from a supply point of view, now I know for sure that there are some containers supposed to be coming from China. Now we are in the middle of the Chinese Lunar New Year. So have I modeled that risk? Because inherently there will be a shortage of certain items, critical items, and there could be a delay in the lead time of certain containers that I need to receive at my port. Now, have I modeled this into my planning process? Because I know anything that erstwhile used to take a lead time of 25 to 28 days may end up taking 40 to 45 days. So was this risk modeled, or was it a part of my risk register? And therefore, did I take preemptive action to order additional containers in advance of these critical items? Now, may seem commonsensical. See, people are experts. They will do it like brushing their teeth, muscle memory. People do it. They say, why do I need a risk register? I've been doing it for so many years. No, but this is a structured way of planning. Now, demand planning. Now, you're going to launch a new product. Okay, you do associative forecasting, you do like to like forecasting, you use some advanced statistical method, etc., etc. But there are limits because qualitative factors will come in. Now you're going to launch a new product in a new market, for example. Okay, in the festive month of Holi, for example. Now Holi is upon us, March 4th, 5th. Now this week, the go-to market has to happen in about 3-4 days. The product has to be launched both online and offline. Now, what does the demand planner do? Now, there could be upside risk, there could be downside risk. Either you could run out of inventories or stocks, or you could end up with all the wrong inventories in the wrong place. Now, have you modeled these risks? In the event you run out of inventory, what is going to happen potentially? I may lose X dollars or X rupees in this market. In the event I have excess inventory and unsold inventory, what is going to be my future strategy to get rid of these stocks? Now, these are the classical day-to-day phase-wise meetings that happen. And therefore, inherently, these risk elements should be modeled into the risk register and create a simple score, like I told you. Simple.
Yeah.
Probability, likelihood
Yeah.
of occurrence versus severity of impact. You multiply the two factors and arrive at a mathematical score. And based on that score, you model it. Does it need attention? Okay, green area, don't worry. Yellow to amber needs some attention. Red area, top priority, P1. And therefore, this will serve as an input to the subsequent S&OP meeting. I hope these examples help you, sir.
Yeah, yeah, it's a good because I have been like S&OP process owner for quite
Correct.
some time in my early
Same
part
here.
of
I used
management
to,
career.
conduct S&OP meetings, and there used to be boxing matches, literally. Blame games and
Yeah.
departments,
So
blaming one another. So this will be a more
yeah,
logical, authentic and a very, very clear, transparent approach. We know something is going to happen, let us red flag. Let us measure the impact on downstream operations. We know this container from China, I'm expecting 100 containers on Feb 28. No, it will now land up on 15 March. No, 15 days of sales loss is going to happen in March. So which market, which product, which key account manager has to know, the CEO has to know, the different teams have to know. So let us proactively give them these signals.
Correct,
And
correct.
not
I think
okay. Oh,
very nice.
yes,
Sunilji, I have one input. Okay, so I have one input here. See, when we take about sales and operations planning, okay, instead of talking all the risks in one shot,
phase wise.
so when you're talking about demand
Phase
planning
wise.
part, you talk about all the
Yes.
demand risks. Make sure that all
Group
the
all of
demand
them,
risks are
supply
covered.
risks, you group all of them. Then you
Yeah.
integrate and
So
match
when you
demand
talk
supply.
about
Yes.
supply, yeah, when you talk about supply, you talk about capacities, you talk
Production,
about the executions
supplier
and all.
capacity.
So
Yes.
you make sure that all the risks should be covered in the whole
Correct.
process without leaving
Yes.
it. Okay, that's
Make
good
a
idea.
comprehensive
That's good.
register. Then you segregate, then you classify, and those few risks which you need to showcase in the meetings with the concerned
Yeah.
department head. Do your homework before that. Because in the executive meeting, you will not get more than 10-15 minutes to make your
10
case.
minutes to discuss.
But in the previous four phases, you have more time to prepare and plan.
Exactly. And most important, Sunilji, is the actions required.
100%.
Okay, so
100%.
yeah, so you identify the actions required to address
Yes.
those risks, and then make sure that these actions you get
Yes.
approval in the
Yes. And
executive
then you
S&OP.
continuously have a
That's
cycle of monitoring. Measure, monitor,
yeah.
control,
So
improve. Plan to check and cycle.
then I
Yeah.
think
Correct.
then you can manage your supply chain in a
Yes, and
much
this is an
much
iterative
better way.
process. It is an ongoing journey.
Yeah.
As you said, it is very complex. Like I said, see the real success is in execution. Okay, if the business sees that this structure helped me to grow, there was an impact on top line, bottom line, there was an impact on inventory turnover. Now that is where the operational metrics can be tied up to the financial metrics. And as modern supply chain practitioners, it is important to understand supply chain finance. We cannot say I don't understand balance sheet and P&L accounts and working capital and the different ratios. We need to understand because that is the language that CFOs like. So if you're able to connect these
Correct.
dots and create a very compelling narrative, I think that is what will make it positive for everyone instead of just blaming and departments quarreling with one another. The S&OP meeting can be more productive, actually.
More
Yes.
productive. And I think I have 2 points. One is you said very nicely about how these supply chain execution systems like warehouse management, transportation, and then
Hmm.
all
Yes.
other
Yes.
order fulfillment, ERP,
Yes.
whatever. So how these things are connected, maybe to a control tower or whatever you
Yes.
call it, and then generating a single point of
Correct.
truth. Okay, this is one part, technology
Yeah.
part. Okay. The second thing is the understanding of the whole supply
Yes.
chain. So this is what I see that the supply chain, even the supply chain managers, pay attention to the burning areas, the firefighting areas where management pay attention. Okay. So instead of that, they should be having a holistic view. Make sure that organization manage their supply chain, irrespective of their urgency or whatever. Okay. So without missing any critical thing. Otherwise, what happens? Today's normal thing could be a very emergency situation. Next one. Okay. So that is something which is very important from the supply chain practitioner point of view. So in this whole exercise, what is your advice for the senior leaders who want to embed the whole supply chain risk and risk management process, S&OP, the strategy execution? So, what is like top three takeaways for the senior executives and the professionals from your side,
In
Sunil?
simple, what I would do is to summarize in a nutshell, I would allude to the my last slide, penultimate slide, where I spoke about 10 focus areas, right? So where I actually talk about specific areas. The first being building the risk governance, and incorporating a risk culture in the company across departments. I think this is what all leaders need to do, including me, because it's very important. And secondly, make risk management learning something that is enjoyable and fun right from the induction stage, so that the person sitting in the last mile, in the shop floor, in the distribution center, also understands the importance and merits of using risk management, till the person sitting in the regional office or the regional head. So across the entire people spectrum, it is important to constantly upgrade our knowledge, to train and to work with experts, and to make sure that this becomes a part of the learning and development and induction system. It should not be some standalone module that you need to take as a compulsion because you need to tick a box. Okay, HR told you, learning development told you, just do this module. No, it should be a very integrative process which becomes a part and parcel of your day-to-day working. So that just like brushing our teeth, or just like waking up in the morning, we do certain things, right? We go for a jog, we go for a walk, we read, okay, we do pranayama, we whatever it is, but it becomes a integral part of your end-to-end holistic thinking. Okay, and it should be naturally embedded over a period of time. Okay, risk management discussion should be normal practice, not something because my boss told me, because somebody told me, which is where, in addition to the other points I made, okay, like for example, deploying integrating with the supply chain functional modules, okay, having a risk governance structure where the chief supply chain officer who will talk with the chief risk officer and the chief sustainability officer, this becomes part of boardroom discussions, because in any annual report you will read today, there are separate modules and separate areas and pages on risk management, okay, on ESG, on governance and sustainability, and they cut across supply chain. So the idea is today it has to be woven into our practices and at least have one KPI to start with, at least one risk management related KPI, so that
KPI you need
automatically,
to
we become aware, we become cautious, we start talking to our teams about it during field visits, and we say that this is going to impact our operations and also the overall strategic intent of the company. It is going to impact the top line, bottom line. So we have to connect the dots. Okay, and that is how I think gradually this culture has to be built up. I will use only one word: culture. Easier said than done. Change management
Yeah,
and culture. There are enough experts
I totally
who know what to do, how to do, why to do. Everyone in the audience knows it, including you, sir. Okay, and you may have tools for it
I
also.
think
But the idea is to have that intent. Okay, mindset.
content. And one more point, one more point is the culture is not only for the employees and middle manager; it's also for the
Yes,
leadership.
across the board,
Okay,
across
if
the board.
if anybody is bringing identifying any risks, whether it could be strategic or
Talk about
operational or
it,
whatever,
discuss it. Yes,
encourage
yes,
them,
encourage them,
encourage them.
exactly.
Okay, let
Yes,
them
and
bring
don't
it.
hide it under the
So that is
carpet.
the step, first
Yeah,
step.
encourage them to come forward,
Don't hide
because
it.
we are scared
Yeah,
generally.
I think
Oh,
that
what
is
will my boss say? We are going to lose sales this month. Product may not be available. Okay, let us talk about it in a structured way. Let everybody know. We know this is going to
no
happen. Okay, we have foreseen that this event may happen. Let us talk about it in a structured way across the
correct.
5 phases of S&OP. Why wait only for the executive meeting? Executive meeting
Exactly.
will have one or two slides of summary points only, but do all the spade work and homework in the preceding steps, so that everybody is excited to talk about it, and let us all acknowledge it collectively. Why blame logistics team or commercial team, or blame the supply and demand planner or the transporter, etc.? Let everybody know this is going to impact you, and therefore we are going to propose this alternative course of action, and this action will yield this benefit, but still our scenario tells us that we may still end up losing X% or Y% of sales. Now that is the language people like. Okay, and that should be
Correct.
encouraged, if you ask me. Why not talk
Correct.
about it,
Correct.
as you rightly said, sir? So that is what I
Correct.
propose.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. So basically, just to summarize, the strategy execution should cover the majority of the manufacturing and supply chain part very
Absolutely.
nicely. Okay,
Absolutely.
it's not only the KPI definition, measure
That
it,
is the outcome.
no,
KPI is the
it is an
outcome.
outcome.
Yes.
Okay, so make sure that the culture of strategy execution is prevailing in the organization,
Yes.
and make sure that the risk part of the organization is covered
Yes.
in general and in an integrated way.
Correct. From a people,
The whole
process, system, and infrastructure point of view. People, process, system, infrastructure.
very
The
nicely.
four things that I showed in my diagram, they should all be inculcated so that this becomes commonplace. People are comfortable talking about risk management. It is not only the role of the chief risk officer. I'm sorry. CRO is a new a new position that has been created. A chief sustainability officer is a new position, but they work closely with
They
the
need to be
different
work
functional
together.
departments.
It is
They
not a
work together.
silo again.
It's a family,
It's
It's
a
not I
silo.
versus the CSO or I versus him or I versus them. We are all working together to play in the external market and win. Actually, correct.
Correct,
So
correct.
that's how it is.
Very nicely. One more point is in your plan source,
Make, deliver, return,
make,
enable. Yeah.
deliver, and enable. I like that enable part. Okay, so
Yes.
that is very important. You
Yes. The
nicely added
standard
that part,
erstwhile score
and
framework. Yes. Yes.
I really liked it.
Thank you,
Okay,
sir. Thank you.
so that's great. That's great. Okay, so thank you, Sunil ji. Any final thoughts? Any final thoughts to audience? If you'd
Yes,
like
I
to say.
just I just hope I saw a lot of encouraging messages from the audience, at least 15 or 20.
Yeah,
So thank you so much again for participating, and this gives me lot of positive vibes and encouragement. And I told you, there could not have been a better way to start my Sunday morning and to join Abdulji and his fantastic team.
Yeah,
Okay, thanks to Praveen as well. Always good to be a part of these discussions and good to be a part of such platforms where we actually critique, we share, and we learn and share from each other. Okay, and I do feel that these forums have a big role to play to bring in a larger fraternity of interested practitioners
correct.
on a Saturday morning, so that people like me get a chance also to share,
Yeah, yeah,
and to learn
wonderful,
as well. And
wonderful.
I'm once again so grateful to your entire team, sir. And I look forward to future discussions as well.
Sure, sure, definitely,
Thank you
definitely.
so much to my extremely knowledgeable, erudite, and experienced audience as well. Your words have been very forthcoming and encouraging, and I look forward to interacting again in the future on this platform.
Excellent,
Okay, thank you
excellent.
very much, sir.
Thank you, thank you.
Have a great day.
Great
Thank you.
insights,
Thank you.
Sunilji. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Uh, Thank you very much
Thank you to
for
my.
a wonderful session. Ladies and gentlemen, keep posting your questions, and we make sure that Sunilji answer your queries. And we need to maintain the track of the schedule today. Just to before we start next session, so Frusi suit has some answers for the questions raised, and also we talk about Fru strategy where we basically automate or manage the strategy execution process. We have a session for that. So make sure you attend that. Okay. So we welcome our next guest speaker, Praveen. If you are, you can allow Miss Anita.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, sir.
Hi, hi, hi. Good morning. Hi. So welcome Anita to the show. So Anita, just a quick round of introduction. So Miss Anita will be talking about introduction of supply chain systems. So as just to get connected to what Sunilji was talking about, she is a supply chain manager, and also she has a decade of experience in designing, developing, and implementing supply chain solutions. Okay, so she have in a wide variety of industries, which includes three PL operations, manufacturing, and other food and beverages industry. Okay, so she's a bachelor's in technology and also master's in business administration. Okay, so Anita, yeah, you can give a brief introduction from your side and start the session. We would like to have an engaging session today.
Okay. Thank you for the introduction, sir. So let me just brief like what I will be talking today. Okay. Okay. I just share the screen. Please just confirm it.
Yeah,
Yeah, Pin.
yeah,
Can you
it's
confirm that,
visible.
please?
It's
Okay,
visible.
fine. So
Yes, it is
like
visible. Uh,
yeah,
you put it you would like to put it in a power presentation mode or
sure, sure.
it's up
Yeah,
to
yeah,
you.
I will put that. Okay.
Okay, it's quite visible. Please go ahead.
Okay, fine. So I will be talking about like how the supply chain planning, optimization, and execution. All these know like how it will be connected, and I will be briefing like how what are the pain points and how we need to resolve based on the planning and optimization and the execution systems it will help. Okay, and all three together know how it will be connected and resolve the pain points of supply chain and manufacturing processes. Okay, let me just, this is the agenda. Let me just go. Okay. So here, let me talk like how the supply chain and the manufacturing pain points, in, it's like real time scenarios, no? There will be like demand, like old will be challenges in that. Like there will be like most of the supplier wise may is most of the 75% of the companies, and I have mentioned the company names also in just in case and we can see like a last mile cost it depends like for the all the supply chain, no, there are like a more challenges. So I have mentioned few of them, and if we see in the manufacturing also there will be like a unplanned downtimes, quality defects, labor shortages. So to cover all these things, no, how the AI? powered solution will help. So if we see in the supply chain point of view, as I told, like for the forecasting, so we have like a demand predictive and demand sensing. Okay, so it will reduce the costing errors. Okay, in terms of like a logistic part, we will be having the dynamic routing. Okay, and if we have like a risk mitigations, no, it will help the disruption signals. No, these AI will monitor and it will reduce the disruption signals. Okay, in terms of manufacturing, we can see, like I have mentioned, like unplanned downtime and the quality, all these things. We have like a AI powered tools, like it will help to reduce the downtimes and reducing in the quality defects. Okay, and for this particular point of view, no, we can see like a overall based on this AI powered solution, it will help in reducing the cost uh, and reduction in the recovery time due to the down times. Okay, it will help through this AI. Okay, if we go for the IoT devices, no, sorry, if we go for the IoT device, so individually, we will be having to trace the logistics, like vehicle, all these things, no, in the supply chain. It will be very difficult, like to trace. Okay, and for the inventory part also, we have like RFIDs. All these things, no, it will help like to trace the inventory and the shipments where it is the vehicle where is it is placed.
Mhm.
This way we have like a challenges in that, so IoT devices will help in that. Okay, in the same way, like in the manufacturing point of view, the we were the missions will be like we need to monitor the missions, basically what is the health and what is like a downtimes, or if it is required the maintenance, and how it will how the energy consumption then in the missions. To track all these things, no, like we will be connecting the IoT, and there will be like protocols to connect and to trace them, to and this will help us to like optimize the challenges of these particular processes, like to for the inventory point of view or logistic, or to control the missions at the time of processing, no, in the manufacturing executions. So we can evaluate from this. So here we can see like AI has individual benefits, and IoT also have the individual benefits. Okay, like how to reduce. I have mentioned few of them only. Like there are multiple. Okay, let me go for the optimization. Like so we will be having like optimization techniques to solve, like we have like a forecasting, production scheduling, all these things. We need to do the optimization techniques. Without that, no, it will be like a very huge to plan the schedules, and it will be like a more cost to plan the
Anita,
inventory.
there is a question if you would like to just,
Yeah,
what is
yeah.
IoT? So it's an Internet of Things.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, it is Internet of Things. Yes.
And IIoT is like industrial Internet of Things. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. Okay, so I just trying to tell like optimization part, like how we use the optimization techniques. Okay, so it will be like in point of view in the in the manufacturing point of view or the supply chain, it requires the planning and optimization techniques for that. Okay, so if we plan with the random data or like manual human intervention, no, it will be very difficult. Okay, we have like planning techniques and the optimization techniques. Okay, if we go for the planning technique, no, like in terms of the manufacturing, we require the production scheduling, like how what are the raw materials we required, and based on the customer demand, how we need to schedule, and the purchasing of the materials. So to avoid the I mean that to avoid the slowness, no, like in sending the data, sending the products to the customers, no. So we require to the planning is required before that. To reduce that part, no, we require all these things. In the supply chain point of view, like only the production not will be the main thing. We need to deliver the customer in a particular lead time as well. Okay, to reduce that too, like we require the dynamic routing and the network design also, like where we get correct raw materials and with the low cost, and delivering the customer in the shortest distance. So this way, like the optimization and the planning, no, it will help us. Okay. So I just brief like AI how it will help, and IoT and the optimization, like how it will be helping the supply chain and the manufacturing. If we try to combine all these things, okay. So there will be like a individual has benefits. If we combine all these things, no, we will be having like the solutions for the problems like unitedly, because we are talking in point of view manufacturing and supply chain only. If we put together all these things, there will be like a good result, tangible result for that. So here you can see we can the AI point of view and the IoT and the optimization. It will solve all the complex problems. Okay, it will predict what will be the early demand, and how can we track the real time traceabilities of the machine, vehicle, or the inventory. All these like it will be helpful together. Okay, for the manufacturing and the supply chain operations. Okay. So like this, like I will, so I just briefed all these three things apart. Okay. So how we need to put together. Okay. Only these three things, it won't help. It should be connected with the execution systems as well. Okay. Before connecting the execution systems, we have to enable what are the business system required for the organization, and we need to define what is the data architecture, because based on the company, the organization, what is the vision of that, no, we need to def- define it, and we need to be redesigned if there is any business processes, existing business processes, to be redesigned to align all these things. And we need to train the people, and it should be aligned to the business strategy. This way we need to do. So here we define some of the execution systems, like ERP, manufacturing execution, warehouse management, the transportation management. Individual application has will help the organization, like a ERP. It will help in the order fulfillment, financial, maintaining the stock, and the costing for that. MES will help the execution part, like operation executions, okay, to track all the production tracking, all these things. Okay, and warehouse management and fleet management. So it will help to manage the inventory levels and delivering, I mean the shipment tracking, all these things will be taken care by the transportation management. Okay. So the for these systems we need to, if we connect, okay, if you see here, like we have let me just, okay, if you see here, like if we connect with the MES, the IIoT, as I told, like IIoT will help to get the traceability of the machines in terms of the maintenance and the quality. So MES has all the production tracking here. So when we connect with the IIoT here, so there will be like a feasibility, where we can easily track the maintenance and the quality control. In terms of TMS, if we use the optimization techniques here, okay, so it will help the the routing plan and the network optimization also. It will reduces the cost, and there will be like a the short time the deliveries, and the travel things, no, it will get reduced, the costing and the wastage, all these things. Okay. So here are the few key integration points with the AI, IIoT, and optimization techniques. Hope it is clear for you. I'm just try moving to the applications. I will show few of the applications here, the planning, optimization, and the execution systems. Let me just try to brief that.
So you would like to take up some questions because there's some questions are coming up. Okay, so please feel free whenever you are ready. Then.
Fine, fine. Okay. Okay, I just log into the supply chain planning. Here you can see we have the demand forecasting here. Okay, so this is like a planning solution. Okay, here we have the forecasting methods. Okay, by default, usually system will take up the best fit method, and we have other techniques also, like forecasting techniques. Okay, and there is like a standard parameters will be defined. If we want to configure certain parameter our side also, we can do that. Okay, sorry. Okay, this one.
So in the
So here,
demand forecasting, so in the demand forecasting, can you just go back?
okay,
So here you have like historical data. The moment we give you all the historical data, so it uses AI to generate the forecast for coming periods.
okay,
All those different forecasting approaches,
okay,
and then the system also give the uh, average of all. Okay,
correct,
so the
correct.
best fit. Okay, so this is like a system generated AI supported forecasting method. Automatically the system give you the forecast, right?
Yes, yes, correct. Here we have like if we use all these techniques now here, so it will consider the historical data, and it will give us the forecasting data based on the periods what we mention. Okay, if we want to consider the external factors also, okay, we have a separate like the pestle. So with this technique, no, we can also consider the external factors, and it will generate the forecast for that.
Okay.
Okay, and it is like included with the AI, like because if we need to consider the external factors, means it should be like taking up all the parameters outside, and we need to predict it, because there are like based on the seasonality, like seasons, there will be for different products different demand. So that's why like what is the best techniques we require, no, we will be taking up the forecasting technique. Otherwise, like if we choose the best fit, it will take the averages of all the techniques, and it will provide us that is like it's like safe side kind of thing. Okay, I will just show you like as I told, like we will be
Can you
having
show an example of demand forecasting just to with
sure,
sample?
sure, sure. One second, let me just
Maybe you can download it here.
yeah, yeah. So here you can see like I just downloaded some sample input data. We have in both the ways, like a horizontal and the vertical data.
It's okay. You can read it here.
So this is like a periods, all the periods like I have mentioned, like have given only one product. We can give multiple.
Read that
Okay,
file.
so I'm just trying to upload from here. I just selected the file. So here you can see like all the data whatever I have uploaded. When I click on run,
No, you
okay,
need to give
sorry,
the period
I
right.
need to input the. Let me just go back and come. Okay, so I can select something.
No, you can just run it. Yeah.
Yeah, 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 yeah. So it will take just a few seconds. Okay. So below you can see the data. So this is like a forecasted data, and this is like a historical data, whatever I uploaded. Okay, and we can see the trends below, and the parameters, like what it has taken the parameters alpha, beta, and the gamma values for generating this forecasting.
Okay.
Okay,
So when you have the historical data of any time bucket, so you give that, the system generates AI generated forecast for all the models, and then you
correct,
also
correct. In the same way, we need to do for.
and this is API based connectivity. You can connect to any system.
Yes, yes. So whatever now, like we have the applications like a user friendly for the API integration, and we have other integration points also.
Maybe you need to close your teams. You keep getting messages.
Sorry, sorry.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, please.
okay. So So and okay, let me. I think in the same way, like we will be having the pestals also, as I told,
So
like we
any
will be
any
giving.
external constraints, political, economical kind of thing. So this is from World Bank Library, where you can consider that into your forecast also. The AI generated forecast
Correct, correct.
will be optimized to do that. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, okay, and yeah, as I told, like we will be having the parameters also here. Like if we define the parameters, no, it will take up the parameters from the whatever we define. Otherwise, system will take automatically. Okay, so okay, let me go for the logistic plan. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I think the here we have the mainly the demand forecast only. I will show this later. Let me go for the optimization, supply chain optimization application here. Let me
I
just
think you need to unmute that.
okay. So yeah, here we have the so it will help like how we need to arrange the and use the vehicle in a efficient way. Okay, so let me just show you the sample data how it will be. So you can see like all the packages here. Okay, and what is the length, the width, and height, weight of this. Okay, so and we will be having the vehicle capacities also. It is already defined. So it will take up all the packages weight and it will check with the vehicle and it will give the optimized arranging of the packages. Okay, let me just upload this. So this is the
So
data
this is
whatever.
like a loading container loading optimization.
Yes, yes. This is like a loading optimization. The vehicle we need to load the packages. No, that so how they want to organize. Like there will be the weight, different dimensions like the volume wise and the weight wise. No, it will consider all these things and it will container optimization will provide the optimized way of arranging the packages in the vehicle. Okay, so here you can see like the container length, width, and weight. Okay, so when we click on run, yeah, it will show like this is the fitted items means like we can place all these packages and we can see the dimensions here like in which position we need to place. Okay, and horizontal, vertical, all these things we get the information for that. Okay, and like a non-fitted and below are the non-fitted items. Okay, here you can see like we have like space left, all this information also we get.
Yep.
Okay, these are like a standalone application like
Yes.
and it will be integrated with the execution systems.
Cubic
Okay.
meter volume, yes, calculated.
Yes, yes, yes. So
Very
and
good.
the UOM we can define like how we need to do it like in
There is
terms
a
of like how
question: Is
we
CBM
want to measure
calculated
it.
in vehicle
That's
optimization?
our choice. Like based on the data, it will
Yes. Yes.
give us the optimized. Okay, and let me go for the inventory management. So like inventory management, like it will be like main pain point for the manufacturers, like how they want to buy the raw material based on all these, considering all the parameters like costing and lead times, all these things. So let me just show you like the how it will plan.
No, don't show.
Okay, this is like the products and when how much it is required stock, and here you can see like a cost and what is the retail price also, and how much quantity we require, and the lead times also. Okay, So let me just try to, and this will be like the parameters we can define like in the Excel itself. So um, it will evaluate the based on the data only. Okay, here let me just upload this. Okay, okay.
So this, if you
Here
based on
you
the
can see.
historical data, you calculate the inventory parameters like safety stocks, reorder
Yes,
levels.
yes, 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 yes. So we have multiple parameters here, like what is the economic order quantity, all these things. Okay, quantity on hand, available stock already, EOQ, all these things. Okay, we need to define the parameters. Based on that, it will get generated.
Okay.
Okay, and we have the network design here. Okay, so the as I told, like this will help, like what will be the shortest route for to pick the material. Okay, and how much the lead time, all these things also here also it will be considered. Okay, let me just show. It will help for the fleet management and the logistic organizations. Okay, here you can see like I have defined what are the distribution centers and the locations and the products. Okay, what is like a demand. Okay, and what we are going to supply and the costing details. Okay, so let me just upload this. Okay, here I just loaded the data. Trying to run this.
It's running.
Okay, it is in few seconds.
Yeah, while it is running, there are some questions like is
Okay,
CBM calibrated in vehicle optimization as per payload capacity? Yeah,
okay.
that is, and also based on the volume, and it also has algorithm to keep the heavy items on the first layer, and then
Yes, yes, it will basically no. It will be based on the we will be arranging the packages in terms of levels only. Like the weighted products, it will be placed on the bottom. Okay, and the it will consider the volume also, and not only this, it will consider the deliveries also. Like based on the locations, we need to deliver it. No, we need to consider that constraint as well,
yeah.
like which product will be moved first. I mean from the container, no, we need to deliver it. Okay, and there will be based on that also it will be arranged,
Mhm.
all these three parameters.
Yeah. Due to time constraint, Anita, would you like to cover your warehousing and manufacturing? Yes.
Okay, okay. I just want to show one more thing, like regarding to IoT. Let me just try to show that. So we will be, so we have like a
Mhm.
integration part here. Like we will be integrating the. Okay, sorry. Hmm. We have like a configuration connectors like OPC, UA, MQTT. Like we will be connecting with this, and we have some sample data also. I just want to brief this. Okay, so we will be connecting the machine, all these things from this. Okay, and we can see like some reporting data, how we are going to take up from the. So here you can see the machine and the all these data we will be capturing from the missions. Okay, uh, from the, let me just brief this as well. Okay, okay. This is the configuration part. So how we are connecting these CC cameras, all these things, no, we I just want to brief that. Okay, here we have like we if we connect the machine, no, let me just select the. Okay, okay. So this is like a in organization, industry, sub-industry, and the plant. If you want to see like a work center wise the machine data from here,
You can give the data.
yeah, it will just generate the based on the period.
You need to give the data. I think.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just
Okay.
given here
So
we
you
can see
have
like a
like
work.
a plant level or machine level, work center level, plant level.
Correct. This is plant level and this is work center wise and this is the mission wise and the period basis. And if we have like a branches in between, no, in the same organization, that also we can do that. And if you want to go with the mission wise as well, we can see the mission wise data. Okay, this is the mission wise. Earlier it was work center wise.
Perfect.
Okay, this is one thing. And one second. Okay, I just want to show this. Sorry. Okay. Okay. So here, so we will be capturing the gate entry like in and out with using the CC cameras. Okay. So we connected the, we can see the, okay, we just enable the camera there and we are capturing all the objects in and out. It will help the
Yes.
warehousing, transportation, at the time of gate in, gate out, and how many packages are moved in, moved out. So we will be capturing that, and we will be measuring the dimensions of the objects, all these things. No, it will capture the data, so we can verify it. Let me just show you the output here. So here we can see like how many gate in, gate out when it was. There are multiple scenarios in this, but I just want to show you
Yeah.
like how we are doing it.
Very
Okay.
nice, Anita. You shown all the enablers. Now can you show the core part,
Correct.
which is your warehousing?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Let me. I just showed. So how we are connecting the execution systems. I just want to brief that. Okay, this is like a warehouse management. So here we can define multiple warehouses. Okay, so as I told, we have the inventory optimizers and the planning route, all these things. No, it will be connected to this. The gate in, gate out, so we have like a gate in, gate out processes, like we will be connecting with the supply chain techniques here. Okay, so let me just brief this execution system, like how we are processing. In the inbound, it is like inward operations we are doing, like here you can see like a purchase order creations, goods receiving. Okay, let me just try to show the sample data. Okay, so here you can see like it has multiple approvals. We can upload the data and we can also integrate with the other applications as well. Okay, there are, and it is like all the applications whatever I'm showing it, it is like already integrated. Okay, with the API based already, and it is like individual execution systems are integrated and the planning system optimization, all these are connected actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there is a question, Anita, from Sanket Patil. How these machine data will be integrated and how the OE and
So
runtime, downtime.
okay, so
If you want with machine, yeah, machine data, yeah, you can do that. Anita.
okay. So, in the machine, like we will be capturing the production data there. Like production data means like what are the units they were going to produce. All this information we will be entering. This is the production point of view, and individual machine has a protocol where it will give the information to the system where we can capture it. Okay. Uh, and if it is like a wi-fi based, or the it will get connected, no, it will be easy to connect. Otherwise, like there will be like external devices also where we can take the data from it. Okay, As I told, the production data, they will be the operators who are working at the mission. No, they will be entering this information. Entry means it is only like how many parts to be produced. The produced actual production, it will be generated from the machine itself.
automatically.
Okay, and runtime, all these things, it will system will add the data against that particular production. Okay, and these information we will be taking with the protocol or like the devices external to the execution systems. This way we can
So
capture.
if I add it, there are machines which support some standard protocols like
Yes,
OPC
yes,
in general, or maybe MQTT or maybe Modbus kind of thing. So this will be connected automatically. In case if there is a possibility to directly connect these machine data to the solution directly, that is possible. In case if they don't support that direct connection, then there could be a local edge device which can
yes,
connect through some kind of edge device. We have our edge device solution that can be connected and directly transferred to the machine integration through
yeah.
proper security protocols.
Yes, yes. If the as like you told, sir, like if we don't have like a system, we have the capability of connecting the system. Okay, the internally we developed it, and it can easily capture the data into the system, and it will be passed to the wherever it. I mean, the if we require in the manufacturing execution system, it will pass the data to that directly.
Can you show the warehouse layout? How does that look like? Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, sure, sure. Okay, this is the warehouse layout, sample warehouse layout we
it's alive,
designed.
right? It's alive.
It's live, yes. So here, this is like it is like based on the design. No, we can easily modify. We have like a drag and drop options, all these things as well. It can be easily done, and we can see here overall stock information. Okay, and we can also see the is related information in this. Okay, and we can define the floor areas, rack areas, information also. This is like a rack, no? Here we can see the column, and in that we have the levels like this is like A location name. This is A is the level, and this is location name. We can see the products in that. And in the same way, this is B level, C level. Like this, we can see the information. Okay, and individual stock like zone wise, rack wise, all the information will be available.
So
And
you can
we
see
have
that bin position data also if you hover it. Yeah.
correct, correct. So when we click on this is like a levels. This is the bin location.
Okay. So
In
you
that,
can
like
see the
we can, if we
complete
have multiple,
visibility. You have a complete visibility of your warehouse in real time. By bin position, it's like a top view, it seems.
correct.
And then you can also actually see the overall change. Can you see the volume also?
Yes,
What is
yes.
the
We can see like a volume. This is like a warehouse wise. Okay, we can see what are the complete locations, and this is like a space wise, like whatever we
volume?
define the unit. That way we can see. And we can also see by zone, rack level, and individual location wise also we can see the data.
So if you have multiple warehouses, you can see the complete stock of all your warehouses in one location.
Yes, so this is like a one warehouse as I told. Okay, we can see individual warehouse wise like if we have access, no, we can navigate to that and we can see. Suppose if you want to see all together, no, we have a report where we can see like a overall inventory in one place. So here we can see multiple organizations, multiple warehouses. Okay, we can select the warehouses here, and we can if we generate this. Let me just. Okay, I think they here. I think there. I need to check this. So here, what we can see is like we can see overall all the warehouses inventory here.
Inventory.
Yes, yes. So we will be. Let me just show you one thing. So here, this is like individual warehouse wise inventory. In the same way, we get the all the warehouses inventory product wise, category wise there.
So you can manage all multiple warehouses operations from single app in a
Correct.
real time.
Correct, correct. So, individual warehouse wise, like there will be supervisors, no, like we will be giving the access and the executives also. given access to that particular warehouse, so they can only see that warehouse only. If they want to see other warehouses like the only the data part, no, we can give the permission like a read only, so they can have the access also. And the in terms of access point of view, in a 3PL case, if you want to provide the warehouse management to have their visibility of the orders, stock, and how much space they were utilizing their the billing, there will be the billing, no, for that, the space utilized. If you want to track, the customer also want to track, no, they will be also having the access to the system, so they can see their order information, stock information in this, to that particular warehouse, that too. This will be managed by the warehouse team. Okay, so like this, like we have like a cross docking process. Okay, the delivery part. Okay, the sales order delivery. These sales orders, like we can easily manage like based on the picking strategies. Okay, where we need to pick, and like we need to follow the picking direction, no, like FIFO, LIFO, or expiry wise, batch wise. All these, no, it will be configured in the item level, so that based on that it will generate. And we have like a planning part, like the orders inward outward planning, workforce, like where we can schedule the employee, the task to the employees, all these things we can see the information here. Like all, it is connected with the barcode as well. Instead of manual entry, no, we can avoid the manual entry, and they can use the barcode, QR code, all these things. Okay, and we have like billing for the 3PL part. These are value added services, integrations, configurations. There are multiple configuration parameters. It is actually very easy. Like we are going to configure it based on the customer requirement, no, and it will be enabled, because all will don't have the same process. There will be changes, uh, customer to customer. Okay, this is like a warehouse management, and like we have all the dashboards, plenty of dashboard, customer wise, sales, purchase, stock related, all the dashboards are available. Okay, so let me go for the manufacturing execution.
There is a question in fleet management. Maybe you can answer that later.
Okay, so this is the manufacturing execution system. So here like we will be handling the organization plant wise the operations, and we have the master data configuration, all these things. Okay, in the production, like we have all the production processing. Okay, production information here we can schedule like based on the forward and backward planning, we can do it. Okay, we have like a to record the timestamps, no, like the operation timestamps. We have various ways, like here you can see like a production order also have the barcode, and stages also have the barcode. Well, the production, no, like we can have like a production lines as well, like where we need to do this production. Okay, and work center wise also we can define that. Okay, I just selected the production order here. We can see all the operations in that, like, and we will be capturing all the information here to record the employee, the timestamps. No, here you can see. Okay, what are the employees active, and how we are capturing the information. Okay, this is like if we have the quality part also for this particular product, no, we have a quality module where we can have the, like we have all the quality, multiple uh, processes wise quality processing. Here you can see the report operations, like uh, so where we can do quality for that as well. So all the operations, and we are tracking the NC also, the non-conformity. If there is any failed test case, no, we can capture the non-conformity form as well. Like what is the issue, and we can upload the pictures here, and how we are approving, how we are regenerating the again for this particular. No, we need to reconfirm the test, like it is like passed or something. We can add up new test from here directly. Okay, and we can send the mail information to the production team also, like this particular test is failed, and this to be rework, or how they want to do, no, like they will be sending the production team the QC people. Okay, and we have employee view, all these the processes. And if you want to do the production process work center wise also, we have these process like we can do work center wise material issues, report operations, all these things we can do by work center wise, production line wise, how the way we want. And we have the costing part also. So if you want to manage the costing, okay, we can define the operational wise costing, so where we can track all the planned cost, actual cost, all this information in this. Okay, and let me just show you the OEE here. Okay, so here the OEE we can evaluate day wise, day basis OEE, and we can also do by work center wise, mission wise. Okay, and for this like we have the dashboards as well. Okay, I will show that. So and we have the inventory module, like if they want to use standalone inventory management, no, like they can use this. And planning, like that is the manage the production schedule, all these things, no, we can do here. We have like MPS, MRP, so we can run the schedule from here. And we have energy module here, where we can connect the machines. And this is like a electricity tariff, where we can define the costing for the consumptions. Okay, this is energy consumption. So here you can see the machine wise, hour wise, the estimated cost and consumption actuals also. Okay, and the energy by production is like operation wise, like what is the actual consumption information. And and this
So
will
you
be
have
like a,
full
energy billing,
energy
where we
management.
taking yes, yes.
So you
So
have a full
here we will
energy
be taking the
management
electricity
module.
bill as yes.
Sorry, please
So we
continue.
will be capturing the okay. So we will be capturing the actual estimated on the hours, like the operation we define that too, and the actually the mission run, and the mission data, and the electricity, like bills, actual electricity bill. That will be like a comparison, and where we can have a visibility of all these things, and we can get to know where is the, if there is any problem, no, it will be easy to identify. Quality module, I just briefed it. And this is like a workforce module, where we can have the visibility of all the employee, all this information, like this, all the task details, operation details. Okay, and mission tasks, like we can have the visibility of the missions. Okay, these are the missions, like what is the task assigned to it, we can see that. And like upcoming, like what employees availability and their schedule, all this information we can see here employee wise. And sorry, mission schedules also here. Okay, and we have the maintenance module also, like where we can have a maintenance schedule for the machines. We have two ways, like we will be scheduling the mission wise, and the tools also, like we can do the maintenance. We have like a both meter and period basis, it will trigger the schedules, and there will be like a frequency of notifications also for that. And if you want to track the work order, no, like if you want to create directly the work order without the schedule also, we can do that. That process is there. Okay, and tooling is like it is like a major problem for managing the tool. So we can track the tools, like where it is utilized, and when it's check out from the stock, all this information, no, we can track here. And we can see the tool availability. Okay, and this is the integration modules. So we have like we can integrate the not only with the mission, we can integrate the PLC. From the PLC we can capture the data. Okay, and we have the Weybridge integration also. Okay, and we have the attendance integration, and this can be integrated with the SAP and ERP. Okay, we can transfer the data as required in a required format. And we have standard operating procedures, where we can have all the catalog information in this. So it will be easy for the operators, instead of maintaining hard copy, they can maintain here. Okay, and we have some manufacturing analytics. So this is like a plan dashboard. Let me just select. So this is like a plant dashboard. Here you can see like a active employees, resource utilized, work in progress, this one, and this is resource utilized, and this is hold operations. So here we have some status information, and here we can see what are particular production line, okay, and what is current and past week. So this way we can have multiple production lines like this. So if you want to see in detail, no, we have production grid, and here also we can see like overall active hold operations, like this is production line wise, and this is like overall. And at the top you can see some number like how many operations currently running, assigned likewise. And these are the finished products in that particular production line, in this particular that's whatever I have selected the date, no, that based on that it will show. And this is production grid. And the here, no, it is like a detailed one, where we can see like this particular order wise. Here we can see order wise all the planned information, okay. If there is any notes defined, no, we can see from here. This is order wise. We have order status, production graphs, mission graphs, okay, actual utilization, consumption, actual consumption cost, all these scheduled maintenance for the missions, okay, inventory graphs. And we have energy dashboard also. So where we can see like let me just,
Yep.
yeah, energy related dashboard as well. Okay, maybe it is taking time. So this is energy. This is like order wise, and we have the energy costing like we have the period, no, based on that it will show. And we have work center wise also. Work center wise we can see plant wise, and this is like a OEE. We can see the OEE. This is like a high level dashboard, and we have detailed report as earlier shown. Okay. Okay. Maintenance dashboards. What is the maintenance planned and scheduled total work orders? You can see
Can you
here.
show fleet, Anita? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm showing that, sir.
Because we have some questions related to the fleet management. What
Fine, fine.
about temperature logger in transit in AI? And
Okay,
also one more question is, can this system support shipping documentation? So that is especially for global trade and transportation.
okay, okay. Let me just. Okay, this is the fleet management. Okay, so so here too, like we can maintain the multiple organization branches, all these. Okay, we can separately maintain that. Okay, master data report configurations in this. So let me just go for the load. Okay. Okay, so here we can see like all the loads defined here. Okay, let me just click on this. So here you can see all the load information like what is the source and destination. Okay, and we have all the shipper information, the customer information. What are the packages we just need to deliver in that particular load. And we have the vehicle allocation part. Either we can select manually or we can allocate based on the plan. Okay, and this will be connected to the billing like for the customer wise and the transporter wise, we will be connecting these orders. Okay, so in the load like so we will be for individual load, we will be maintaining the LR information. Okay, and all the signatures, all these things we are going to e-signs, we will be taking up. Okay, and we will be sending the mails based on that trigger basis. Okay, and we have the LR copy from here, and also the invoice. Okay, and here we can maintain the documents individual load wise. Okay, and so this is like a, so all these like we have a vehicle plan where we can do the vehicle plan based on some constraints, like based on the route basis, like a region basis, weight, volumes, how many like multiple loads it will be converted, all these no like we can do the plan from here. Okay, and it will be converted to the trip. So here we can see all the trip information. Okay, so let me just select the okay, just this is like I'm selecting here. So here we can see this is like a complete trip journey. We have multiple steps here. Okay, based on the uses no we can enable and we can disable if there is any step is not required. Okay, so here we can see all the load pickup and delivery points, and the loads and how much vehicle occupied and what is the free space, all this information we can see here. Okay, so and this is the allocation part. So here when we convert the loads to the trip no automatically system will allocate the vehicle driver. Okay, so if there is any change no we can change from here before the trip start. So when we confirm this no if there is any, it will verify the all the documentation part for the vehicle driver cleaner. We have a statutory module. Okay, it will verify if there is any documentation is not correct no for the vehicle or driver. So it will, before confirming the trip, it will check for the all the documents, and it will show us the pop-up is this okay to continue or not, something. Okay, that way. And the next is like a route. Okay, this is like a route for all the loads, what is the first we need to deliver, so we can see all the information from here. Okay, and if we want to change any route no we can change the route also from here. Okay, and we can save it, and we can, when we confirm this when we update this no so this route and all the trip, how many orders are there, all this information no it will be sent to the driver. This is the route plan and what are the packages to be delivered no it will be sent to the uh, client, sorry, driver. Okay, it is taking time. Let me just go back. Okay. So and here we have the advance. So in this no if you want to give advance to the driver no we can define what are the expenses required. Let me just select so that I can show. And we have we, if we want to do the settlement at the time of execution no we can put as yes, otherwise it is we can mention no. And what are the planned, all these advances we can define here in terms of cash or a petro code, all these we can add here. And we have a trip sheet. Okay, so before this no let me just show this shipment execution. Here we can see all the loads listed. Okay, against individual load no when they start the loading they will be taking the pictures of the vehicle. Okay, in all the ways. Okay, and we will be triggering all the timestamps at the time of place, loading starting, ended, and when it is gate out. Okay, and before unloading we have we, we will be unloading timestamps also. Okay, when it was started unloading and ended and completed, all this information we will be feeding up. And while handovering the vehicle also we have all the, we can take the pictures. And if there is any reference documents also we can add the documents individual load wise. Okay, for this we will be recording all the timestamps here here we can see when it is loaded, in transit, delivered. So these information no we will be taking up. And trip wise if you want to define any documents no we can add up all the documents. Okay, let me just show you the expenses. Let me just go back and show you the expense here. Mm, okay, okay, here you can see the expenses fuel expenses, toll charges, taxes, expenses no we can define in this. Okay, and it will be we can take up reports based on the trip wise, vehicle wise, there are multiple reports for that. For the billing purpose we can evaluate. Okay, here we have vehicle module. Okay, so where we can see all the vehicle list here. So here you can see all the the vehicle wise statutory status, maintenance, claim, trip. If it is in trip no we can see it is open, I mean it is in trip busy. So individual vehicle wise we can see the vehicle analytics in this. So the all the historical data, maintenance, all this information. Okay, and vehicle availability is like what are the vehicles available by considering all these parameters, no? It should be closed, then only the vehicle will be available in state. Okay, and it will be integrated with the GPS odometer things. Okay, and we have the driver module. We can see all the drivers listed here, and the documentary part, it is okay or not, and the behavior, like we will be evaluating the behavior of the driver also based on his trip journey, how he did, and the trip status as well in this. Okay, in the same way, like we have the co-driver as well. One second. Okay, so and we have the availability of the driver and the co-driver in this. We can see all the information. Okay, and if you want to transfer the driver from one branch to other branch, no, we can do from here with certain reason and the transfer period. Okay, and we have the behavior here. We can see like let me just show the behavior of the driver. So here we can see like the driver behavior at the time trip, and there are like certain parameters here. He delivered on time, or if there is any overspeed something, we will be tracking this information. Okay, and we have fuel management. So we have all the historical, like based on the trip basis. No, we are recording the expenses, all the history, fuel history we can see from here. Or if we have any manual, like we have captured, we did not add it in the trip, we can add from here as well. Okay, and we have fuel expenses. There are like multiple expenses here. Directly we can add from here instead of in the trip. We can upload the documents also from here, and we can integrate with the fuel sensors, so we can capture the data. And we have the maintenance module for the vehicle. Okay, so where we can okay, let me just show you the data.
Anita,
Okay.
you talk about warehousing, you talk about manufacturing, you talk about transportation, you also talk about optimization. Okay, there are some questions also there. So you have
Okay.
something like control tower where you connect all of this.
Yes,
Uh,
yes. So that is the final one, like where we'll be projecting the data. It is mainly for the main key members in the organization. They can see in that like what is the performance and how it is planned. Where so all these optimization planning, and it is connected to the execution system. From the execution system, no, we will be capturing into the control tower. So where we can see the output, this is the like we can see there the performance, all these things in that particular application.
So one question, Anita, will it optimize the route based on delivery priority, time constraints, and faster route from Amir?
Yes, yes, it will consider that also. As I told, not only the like the region and what is the priority of the but that particular delivery order, no, that will be also taken as a constraint along with the distance to one place to another place.
Can you just talk about control tower for a few minutes because you know it's already a little delayed.
Okay, okay, fine.
If you have access. Yeah.
Okay, okay, fine. Let me just. Okay, this is our supply chain control tower. As I shown, like all the connecting, planning, optimization, and execution system. No, so from the execution system, we will be taking up all the information here. So here we can see, like let me just go to here. So here we have like a inventory, like a dashboards. What is the inventory visibility? What are the return orders? What is the accuracy? And the delivery, inward outward deliveries, like is it in on time or delayed? So all the, it's like a final output we will be seeing here, and
So
it
you
will
can
be
also collaborate from here. So
correct.
even the user can send messages to take actions.
Correct, correct.
It's not
So
only
here,
this.
this is like a, we will be taking up the data into all the uh, like transportation point of view, manufacturing point of view, sales. Okay, all these information we will be taking up the data from the execution systems, and so here we have like a action, like the managers where they can take the like suppose no, here we have all the notifications like water, like it is high, the product performance is lower than the. So if we select here, okay, so here we can see the that particular information here, and it will be taken action.
Action.
Okay, okay. It will be taken. If you want to see detail, we can see from here. If you want to take the action, no, let me just select once again. Okay, and I just need to select. Here we have the action. From the MES point of view, we can send the data for that particular user, like to take the action from here. Okay. Otherwise, we can also create a custom alert. Also, we have seen the dashboard. If you want to send, irrespective of the notification, if you want to send, we can send a custom alert from here as well. Okay, so we have all these, these are the notifications. Okay, all the alerts, sorry. So when we select this like module wise, we can see that particular related information only.
So now
Okay.
this AI can play a major role here in sending alerts and also
Yes.
action items automatically. Yeah.
Yes, yes. So what we can do is based on the alerts, like we have no, if it is delayed or if there is an efficiency delayed, so automatically we can trigger the data and what action to be taken. That can be suggested by AI and it will be sent to the respective person automatically. Okay, this
Yeah,
can be done from here.
Anita, just we have time. So you can you share the one pager where you have all the solutions because we talk about so
Sure,
many
sure,
things.
sure, sure. I will do that. Okay, let me just reshare this. Sorry.
Yeah, we can see the your PPT, but
I think I just need to open it. One second. Let me just reshare
yeah,
that.
you can just, yeah.
Sorry. One second. Share it. One second.
Okay, no problem. So we ran out of time, Anita. Just can we need to conclude. Okay, so any final questions? Yeah, there are some questions. Those questions can be answered offline.
Okay. Let me just put on PowerPoint. I just here is whatever I have covered. No, all the planning, optimization, okay, and the execution systems. Okay, and all the order fulfillment, control tower. How all the solutions are here, products. Okay. So these are
We
the
are not able
connected,
to
and
see.
it will be integrated.
We are not, screen is not visible.
Screen is not visible. Sorry.
You want me to share it by any chance?
Uh, Actually, I just shared it. Let me just reshare. Sorry.
The question is, does the AI take into account the sudden changes in the geopolitical scenario to affect the supply chain system around the world? Mhm. That is very nice question, Gautam Ghosh.
Okay.
Raji, thank you very
Yeah.
much. Yeah.
Uh,
So it's a bits and pieces in the demand forecasting part. No, not yet. Yeah, now it can see. It's gone
oh,
again.
sorry, sorry. I just stopped again. Okay. I think it is visible. No, I just
Yeah,
shared. No.
yeah, it's visible.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe the small.
Here you can see. Sorry.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Okay. I think when I put on the PowerPoint, no, I think it is going. It is stopping. I think. Okay, so here are the products whatever I discussed. I'm just trying to summarize this. Like we have
Yeah.
all the planning and optimization, all the applications defined here, and the ERP control tower. These are the execution systems. Okay, and here we have
Fine.
implementation
Fine, Anita.
services, and it,
Sorry,
it is like all the points now
we ran out of time, Anita. Sorry, there is a question. The service calendar schedule not listed in vehicles. So in the vehicles, you can have a maintenance service calendar. Yeah, that's what the question is
Yes,
actually.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. We can add up that based on that only it will plan accordingly. If there is any change
Then,
also, we can rerun it. So based on the constraints, no, we it will take the again it will replan it. So how we are doing for the exact plan, no, the vehicle plan. Currently we have that in the system. So based on the holiday, all the week offs, all these things, no, it will consider and it will plan the vehicle the orders, the deliveries, all these things, no, pickup and deliveries that will be planned accordingly.
so thank you, Anita. We ran out of
Okay.
time.
Thank
So
you
yeah,
so much.
so we need to start second session. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Anita, for a wonderful session. And I think Anita could answer them offline due to time constraint. She has to take a break. So welcome, Pallavi ji. So thank you for joining the session. Hope you are able to hear.
Yes, thank you so much, Sheikh for inviting me. I'm really happy to be here.
Let me give a quick round of introduction to Pallavi ji. Ms. Pallavi Nigam is talking about digital projects to digital advantage, orchestrating end-to-end supply chain transformation. Just a quick introduction is Pallavi ji is a global digital supply chain transformation leader with over 19 plus years of experience in IT, manufacturing, AI solutions, end-to-end supply chain, and procurement transformations. X, she worked with larger organizations like Unilever and others, and currently she is leading the supply chain programs in Mondelez. With a deep expertise in SAP, S4HANA, IBP, and AI and ML, digital twins, and smart manufacturing. A doctoral researcher with certification from MIT and ISB, focused on building future-ready, resilient solutions. So, welcome, Pallavi ji, for your session. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Sheikh and really humbled to hear the introduction that you gave. Uh, I have shared my presentation. If Praveen or someone you could start
We can
sharing.
see. We can see.
I can hear some echo.
Can you? Maybe you have another mic. You opened it
No, I
in.
don't know. I don't have. I
Maybe
have just
maybe you're
one,
leaving.
just one still. Just connected with my one laptop.
Usually it happens
Uh,
when you connect. Can
yeah,
you try
it's still
again?
happening. I can hear my back.
There is an echo. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
You connected with a laptop.
Yeah, I'm joining from my laptop.
Okay. Okay. So by any chance your or YouTube are open? Because I can hear my voice.
No,
Yeah, yeah.
this even I can't hear it properly. I just have one laptop connected, nothing else. Even my phone is switched off.
I think now
So,
it is okay. Now it is okay. Can
is
you?
it better now?
Yeah, it's okay. Please go ahead.
All right. Okay, thank you so much, Sheikh Ji. So, good afternoon, everyone. and on the topic which is very close to my heart, from digital projects to digital advantage, how supply chain, or rather say the smart companies are orchestrating end-to-end supply chain in their day-to-day operational efforts. So maybe sorry, let me start with a simple question. How many of you have invested in digital transformation over the last 5 years? I suppose almost everyone, right? They would have cloud migrations or AI control tower. I was just hearing the conversation from Anita. And of course, a lot of shiny dashboards that make the supply chain look like a NASA's command center, right? So these are all the fancy words going with almost all options currently, right? Now, let me ask a more uncomfortable question here. The trend starts somewhere at 9 a.m. today. Take your factory to respond to it, because that is where is the real test, right? We are no longer competing on the technology adoption, which was, of course, the problem with almost all the organizations few years back, or some of the companies are still struggling with that. But we are competing on the decision velocity right now. If you could move to the next slide, please. Am I on?
You should like the screen, right? You can just manage it.
No, I'm not able to control.
Yeah, yeah. Now we can see the new screen, new slide.
Yeah. Sorry. So I was talking about that viral trend. Let's say if it starts somewhere in the morning, how long does your family do it? Because that is where the real test, the real test happens. We are no longer competing on that technology adoption. Rather, we are competing on the speed of the decisions that we make. So let me give you a real example. A global snack company, I would not like to call out their name, but recently saw a specific spicy flavor, exploding on social media. And search interest spiked by over 300% in less than 24 hours, let's say. Retailers have reacted, consumers reacted. The only thing that did not react immediately was the factory. Why? Because they were using was not connected to their production scheduling system. Digital project, this was, right? And the digital advantage are they getting? No. Now let's consider another case. A MNC company, a personal care brand, integrated their promotion planning directly into their supply chain synchronization, let's say. So when a promotional order, the system automatically recalculated somewhere the ingredient availability or let's say the margins within few seconds or within few minutes, not days. I'm talking about minutes. So now that production has shifted before the stockouts are actually going to occur. The same industry, same volatility, right? But different operating model. And here is the truth about 2026. Customer patience right now is near zero. Retailers expect perfect service. Volatility is somewhere structural, and the energy prices definitely are fluctuating almost on a weekly basis, right? So climate events even disrupt your first mile sourcing without even warning, right? In this environment, in this ecosystem, planning once a month is like checking yesterday's weather before deciding what. So it makes you feel prepared, no doubt, but it does not make you adaptive. And most CPG companies today are digitally enabled, but they are not digitally synchronized somewhere. And that is the gap which is, in most of the industries that I am seeing. I've seen multiple companies. I have worked with multiple companies, including very good CPG companies as well. And I'm not saying that we are perfect. We are also, into the same loop. So I was talking about the decision velocity. It is not about reacting faster. It is about intent, your operational capability, and somewhere your financial impact in real time. In the next 40 or 45 odd minutes, I want to show you how these leading CPG organizations are moving from fragmented digital tools to a well orchestrated somewhere decision ecosystems. because in this economy, the ultimate competitive mode, right, is not scale. It's going to be a connected, well synced, intelligent system you are using. The competitive mode, if I tell you, it's more about sustainable competitive advantage that protect a business from the competition which is there in the ecosystem. If you could move to the next slide, please. Yeah. So over the last decade, as I told you, we have invested heavily in all the digital transformations, new planning platforms, controllers, cloud migrations. If investment alone would have created advantage, most of us would have already be ahead, right? But here is what experience has taught me. From CPG ecosystem, we rarely lose because we lack data. We lose because decisions are not synced end to end in your ecosystem or in your entire value chain. I have, while the service still getting deteriorated, right? I've also seen production efficiency is at the highest peak, right? But margins are somewhere getting eroded. And I've seen beautiful, absolutely beautiful dashboards while planners were still somewhere reconciling in their spreadsheets during the time when a disruption happens. So why is this happening? Because we optimize functions, but we did not redesign how decisions flow across the your value chain, across the enterprise. And when a promotion commercial reacts immediately. Let's supplier delay occurs, operation somewhere reacts immediately, but finance they see the impact quite later. Procurement feels the constraint quite at a later stage. Logistics absorb the cost at a later stage. The system moves, but not together. And in today's environment, that delay is quite all your cost savings and all factors do come in picture. Right? Demand volatility, I was telling you, has accelerated. Your energy and your freight fluctuate quite structurally. Your multi-tier supplier risk is no longer theoretical somewhere. And one more a point, the carbon constraints. So carbon constraints are also moving from reporting to somewhere enforcement. And in this context, if we are talking digital transformation, is no longer about deploying your, more about indeed of the decision, which means we have to become somewhere from proactive supply chain to react. We have to become proactive from the reactive supply chain. Not the faster meetings, not better dashboards, but the ability for a commercial intent, your operational capability, consequence somewhere to move as one end-to-end connect well synchronized system. And that is where the real competitive shift. If we can move to the next slide. So if I tell you where is the problem, fragmentation is where the real cost happens. Let me make this slightly uncomfortable. So more today are not struggling because they lack technology. They're struggling because their technology does not talk to itself. Let me illustrate this, although I did. I've seen one example while I was working with a SaaS-based company. I was implementing S2P, source to pay system with a global beverage company, and they have invested heavily in a state-of-the-art, demand forecasting platform. Accuracy improved by 8 percentage points, right? But when a midly doubled a promotion order, the demand system update, the factory did not. Why? Because their production scheduling system was still logged for the next 10 days. Result? Emergency, production changeovers, expedited freight, and margin, of course, eroded. So digitally, capability, somewhere existed, but orchestration between this technology was not happening. Let me give you another example. During the 2025, there was a resin shortage. Several, brands discovered too late in the, ecosystem or the value chain. That three, different tier one packaging suppliers were dependent on the same, tier two refinery, and procurement believed they were diversified. Actually, they were not. That blind spot caused weeks of reactive, negotiations and lost at the tier one gave a very false sense of control. And this is the pattern we see somewhere repeatedly, right? A multinational snack manufacturer ran a brilliant trade promotion campaign. Marketing hit every metric that they can, but because the promotion calendar was not somewhere, dynamically syncing with your ingredient constraints, with factories, were forced to somewhere into short-term overtime and costly changeovers. So the campaign drove volume, but margin somewhere tiny. Why? Again, because commercial excellence and operational excellence were optimizing in different directions. And this is what we call fragmentation. So now maybe let me talk about more interesting, spreadsheet reality, which by the way is still the most reliable tool adopted very well by ground teams across the supply chain ecosystem, all sorts of domain in all the companies, right? Somewhere spreadsheet is the most loved tool of this decade, I would say, or last 2 decades. So in most large enterprises, when a disruption happens, let's say a port strike or a plant shutdown, or let's say a sudden spike in demand, what actually happens? Sales extracts their data, supply extracts their data, finance validates these numbers, and somewhere in the middle, someone creates a master spreadsheet. Right? If your organization still relies on manual reconciliation during disruption, the transformation is actually incomplete. Right? So while Industry 4.0 gave us smart factories, the Industry 5.0, which is coming up, or some companies have already started adopting, that is going to demand syncing between these fragmented ecosystems, because a control tower that shows a red alert is not intelligent. An announcement that time has already been lost somewhere. And that is where I was talking about. You need to be proactive rather than being a reactive supply chain. The real cost in modern supply chain is not about disruption itself. It is the latency in the decision caused by this fragmentation. And until we move from functional optimization to, let's say, system orchestration, we will continue to invest in $1 billion in technology without actually converting it into the competitive advantage that most of the companies are seeking today. If we can move to the next slide, please. So in previous slide, while I was talking about the fragmentation, if fragmentation is somewhere the structural weakness, this is the structural shift. Let's start with a simple truth. Most CPG organizations still plan in layers. Strategy annually, IBP might be maybe monthly. Production scheduling, your PPDS systems of the world might be scheduling it weekly, but execution always happens daily, right? Each layer believes it is syncing very well. It's just the normal assumption made by entire value chain that they are syncing very well. In reality, each of these layers run on a different clock, right? And volatility does not wait for monthly reviews. Here's a ground reality. In many global FMCG networks, right, schedules are logged 10 to 14 days in advance. But consumer demand signals, especially digital and modern trade, right, that is actually shifting from 24 to 72 hours, right? That is the time span. And that mismatch is where your margin leakage is happening. Now, let me give you a more practical scenario. A global, let's a sudden surge in demand when a specific flavor went, viral somewhere regionally. So retail sell-through data spiked within 48 hours. The demand sensing tool detected it, but the production schedule had already been frozen for the next 2 weeks. By the time the factory responded, the peak had already passed. They did not lose demand because of forecasting, right? They lost it because of the synchronization delay which was happening. And this is what is the main problem that I'm seeing across all the organizations these days. Best, O9s of the world or Kinaxis of the world, but still somewhere their production schedules are not, talking, their factory schedules are not directly talking to the planning systems they are using. Now consider promotions. Consumer or CPG companies spend anywhere between, somewhere around 11 to 27% of revenue on the trade promotions. Yet, in many organizations, commercial teams finalize your promotion calendars without real time capacity validation. Factories, somewhere absorbs the shock very much later in the value chain. And what is the problem that it causes is overtime increases, your changeovers also multiply, and your logistics cost somewhere spike heavily. The promotion may look very successful on your volume, but the net margin somewhere tells a very different story. Failure, I would say, that is a concurrency failure that is happening. Let me talk also about factory disruptions. So in 2025, several dairy and these beverage networks, they faced unexpected plant shutdowns due to maintenance or due to regulatory issues. This multi-trigger, multi-day coordination calls. Sales want commitment protected, operations want your feasibility schedules, while finance still wants your margin clarity. In very well coordinated and synced architecture, the system does not wait for alignment meetings. It simulates somewhere your alternative production loads across the network instantly. It recalculates your cost to serve. It prioritizes your customers based on the strategy. It somewhere surfaces financial trade-offs in real time, and this is not theoretical. Several FMCG players have already adopted and operating on digital twins that already have simulated thousands of network scenarios daily before even disruption is actually going to happen, right? Here is the most planning system still reconcile somewhere the final decisions in spreadsheets during disruption, not because systems do not exist, but because the systems are not connected, as I was telling you earlier. The shift we are talking about is not adding another layer of technology stack or another tool. It is somewhere collapsing those time horizons into one, very well end-to-end holistically synchronized model. 24-month strategic intent, 6-month financial targets, 30-day operational plans window, all operating in one digital spine. So while Industry 4.0 we made factories quite efficient, Industry 5.0 will always connect your commercial ambition, your operational executional capability, or your financial exposure and sustainability constraints somewhere down the line, in one synced value chain. And when planning becomes a living system rather than a calendar ritual, something very powerful happens. You eliminate that gap between signal and the response. And in today's market, that gap is the difference between capturing that volatility and being damaged with it. Yeah. Uh, I think I've talked enough. If someone had any questions, I'm happy to respond to that. I can't see any questions, but in that slide. Okay, so by now we already understand the architecture, but architecture somewhere without that intelligence is just the infrastructure where we are spending billions. And the real shift is happening here in somewhere in the engine that you can see here. For years, we celebrated visibility, control towers, we celebrated heat maps, dashboards with all those red, green alerts. And ask you something honestly, has visibility somewhere reduce your firefighting mode in the supply chain? If somewhere who is actually working, let's say in operational supply chain, I don't see that happening anywhere, right? Or has that simply made firefighting more visually appealing somewhere in your dashboards? No, right? So in most CPG companies, planners somewhere still 60 to 70% of their time reacting to those firefighting modes, expediting shipments, somewhere reconciling your entire data into your spreadsheets or reprioritizing it manually, somewhere. And that is not orchestration, that is organized somewhere chaos. So the intelligence engine, if you see the end-to-end architecture here, it operates as a very continuous loop. It starts with sense, it goes to simulate, sorry, it goes to decide, execute, and then finally learn. So let's start with sensing. Let's say in 2026, sensing is no longer just historical sales. A leading beverage and snack companies ingest real-time retail sell-through with the help of demand sensing, of course, the weather volatility, the port congestion feeds as well, even the regional social media signals that is also getting sensed these days. So, in my company, if I tell you when cocoa prices spike or heat waves increase, the beverage demand, the system detects it immediately. And now, right? And if we move to FMCG or personal care leaders, now around 1,000 supply network scenarios daily using these digital twins that I was talking about. So before committing to a production plan, they ask, what if fuel surcharges, rise 5% tomorrow? Or what if a key ingredient shipment is delayed 3 days? What if a retailer is advancing your promotion timing? Instead of debating these questions, in meetings, they test it digitally. And then comes your decision. And of course, that decision latency I was talking about is complete, say, but more than 50% it is mitigated. And this is where your, NAIs of the world becomes powerful, not as a novelty, but as an interface, right? A planner can ask if this supplier disruption continues for 5 days, which top margin consumers or customers are at risk, and it will receive a ranked response based on the financial impact, based on the service exposure, or even the carbon footprint. All that is digitally tracked in a typical digital twin that is running multiple scenarios these days, right? So no spreadsheet reconciliation is required, right? Then comes the another one, execution. So here's a critical ground reality. High maturity FMCG networks have automated up to 80% of their routine disruptions. It could be dock conflict, it could be short haul, truck delays, which are happening. These are no longer, escalating into crisis calls. The system somewhere adjust autonomously. And let me be very clear, technology alone does not create this digital advantage. Three additional factors determine its success. First, your data structure alignment. So if your master data across your commercial, your supply, or your finance is inconsistent, intelligence is definitely going to collapse. Okay? Many organizations, including in my organization, I see we are so SQ, hierarchies that differ across various systems. And without one harmonized planning model, orchestration is definitely failing. Right? The second aspect, which is equally important, is the change management. That is the biggest resistance I have seen, and that is not technical at all. It is not related to technology, it is more behavioral, and that is more linked to the ground teams who are actually working, right? Simulations which are, coming up with the help of all those twins of the world. So leaders somewhere must allow systems to execute those low complexity decisions. Organizations must shift from that hero culture, to somewhere system culture, right? And the third aspect that I would like to the governance discipline. Somewhere autonomy works only within the guardrails. The engine must know the rules of the business, right? While I was talking about industry 4.0, optimize all your machines and plants, although a lot of companies are still to reach to that level of industry 4.0. But if you're talking about the future in industry 5.0, that is going to augment your human judgment, and it's going to connect the entire ecosystem supply chain, right? The planner will evolve from that firefighting mode to somewhere the financial orchestrator, from somewhere that reactive problem solver to portfolio manager of all the trade-offs which are happening. And when intelligence operates in loops rather than those reports, your the speed of the decision which I was that obviously compounds, and that is where all your digital advantage becomes structural and not experimental. Yeah. So if we can move to next slide, I think that should be the last slide. Yeah. So now let's talk about what really matters. So profit, because digital maturity is irrelevant if it is not translating somewhere into your economic superiority, if it is not touching your bottom line. Yeah? Here are every CPG leader in this room will recognize. Uh, the number one is freight and energy volatility is structural. Freight rates do not move quarterly anymore, they move almost weekly. Energy surcharges are shifting unpredictably, right? And the carbon pricing is tightening globally, right? In prices, standard cost assumptions are updated almost monthly or quarterly, which means by the time a shipment leaves the warehouse, your real landed margin may already be eroded, right? If I can tell you an example, one beverage company discovered that certain East Coast routes had turned margin negative due to combined fuel spikes and last mile congestion. So their enterprise system will still be showing them as profitable. What is the solution? That time landed cost to serve directly into your planning logic. That is where your O9 system should directly talk to the control tower that you might have built for your logistics, right? It should definitely reflect those uncertainties which are going to come. And now before shipment release, the system somewhere should be recalculating your contribution margin, and it should. So when the margin turns negative, allocation logic, that should somewhere adjust automatically, and algorithm should be foolproof. And that is not cost control, that is the capital discipline that we need to build. If I may talk about the next ground reality, not all volume is equal, right? In a constrained environment, let's say, most companies try to save everything, right? But every stock keeping unit or SKU does not carry equal strategic weight, right? There are definitions, A class. So I can give you an example. A global beauty manufacturer faced a 20% shortage of a critical active ingredient. And the traditional logic would have spread the shortage even across all the products, right? Instead, what they did, they applied margin at risk prioritization. So high margin, high loyalty products were protected, and the low margin tail products, they were temporarily deprioritized. So volume declined 10%, of course, but their EBITDA that improved by 4%. Why? Because they optimize their portfolio mix, not the mass throughput, right? Uh, I think I can talk about one more customer prioritization if it is political, unless it is systemized. So during your constrained environment, during shortages, decisions about which retailer to prioritize often become emotional or sometimes even become political. And this I've seen. They have their priority customers, they have their own set of norms to prioritize them. So in orchestrated models, customer tiering is embedded into your allocation logic, right? And the strategic partners along with your long term contracts are protected automatically. And this is not done by a human, this is automatically happening within your algorithm that you have set in your system. So transactional buyers flex, right? Move your human bias also, and protects the overall long term value chain. And this is where your supply chain shifts identity from cost center to portfolio manager, from let's say from operational executor to somewhere a capital allocator, right? And your industry 4.0, where it optimize your throughput, industry 5.0 will obviously optimize your return. Yeah. So when your allocation, let's say, decisions dynamically balance your margin, your customer lifetime value, your carbon exposure, or your capacity constraints, you stop reacting to volatility, right? You become more proactive. You try to monetize And that is the financial proof of all that talking about. I think that ends. If you could just move, is there another slide? I forgot. Oh yeah. Okay, so let me close by being very specific about how the future will actually operate, in my view, because none of this happens without digital architecture. By the end of 2020, 2030, leading CPG, supply chains will not run on static planning cycles. They will run on, of course, the AI driven demand sensing engine that ingests retail sell through, your weather patterns, or your commodity shifts or social signals, right? That is already has started happening somewhere. And planners will adjust continuously, not monthly. Enterprise wide, the digital twins will simulate your entire network, be it factory or supplier, your distribution cost, carbon supply. Before a promotion launches, before a reroute is approved, before financial and the service impact will already be tested somewhere virtually with the help of all these digital twins. Right? And the autonomous control towers will handle the majority of low complexity disruptions, right? Be it dog delays, be it a short haul trucking gaps which are happening, or minor inventory imbalances also. So system will resolve them within the predefined financial guardrails, right? So human escalation will become the exception, not the rule. That is where humans will still be required, because a lot of hype is being created these days that AI is actually going to take your job and all. It's not going to take your job. Of course, the monotonous part might be going, but the human escalation will still be handling the exception area, and which is what to bring your intelligence, the human intelligence, which is actually going to manage all your exceptions, right? uh, Somewhere real time margin engines will I would say embed the freight volatility, the energy cost, and the carbon exposure directly into your allocation logic, which is happening. And when a supply is constrained, system will automatically protect your high margin, high strategic customers. This is already happening, right? A phone call, but because the algorithm understands, your system understands the enterprise value of that customer. The other thing that can happen is multi-tier digital network, right? Those grab your entire supplier ecosystem, not only once a year while audits are happening, but dynamically through your data feeds. That will overall, risk will be detected before it is getting, and that is where your entire structural shift is going to happen. So digital will no longer be a layer sitting beside the business; it will become the decision infrastructure of the business. Right? Uh, we keep hearing digital is actually sitting at the strategy and all that. Although that is again a buzzword, a lot of businesses are still somewhere operating with their spreadsheets, while they keep talking that digital is the most important priority and all. And somewhere also I see that it will operate as a one synced digital spine, and this is how your decision velocity somewhere will become engineered, not the aspirational, but engineered, right? Yeah, that is how I see the future. So if I have to summarize, could you move to the next slide? Yeah, so if I have to just summarize the whole discussion that we had from last 45 minutes, uh, transitioning from digital projects to digital advantage, right, requires moving away from isolated technology stacks that you have built in your organization, for example, a WMS system or TMS system or any other system per se, any planning system, axis of the world, towards an orchestration. This strategic, holistic approach is going to connect every node from right from raw material sourcing to the final customer delivery, the last mile, using integrated digital platforms, be it AI, be it IoT, be it cloud technologies, to create a resilient, and in my view, key drivers for shifting from from project to advantage will be beyond silos. Somewhere your traditional functional silos prevent a full view of the supply chain, right? Digital orchestration is going to integrate data from procurement, from production, and logistics into a single unified system, right? The next will be proactive over reactive, which I have talked through entire of my slides. A digitally transformed supply chain historical data to utilizing all this AI powered real time analytics to predict the risk, such as supply delays or demand fluctuations, and taking those decisions proactively. So the decision velocity need to be improved with the help of all your the orchestrated system that you are building. This is actually going to boost your decision velocity. The another point is, of course, strong strategic focus. Transformation must be aligned with your business goals somewhere, not just adopting tools for their own sake. If you ask what are the core components of end-to-end orchestration, first a centralized control tower, which Anita was already talking about. A digital control tower offers real-time comprehensive visibility across your value chain that will, of course, enable data-driven decisions across the entire network. But it the decisions or things which have already happened, it should somewhere reflect your future, what is going to happen, right? So that you can take the proactive decisions. Second, your integrated data layer, so bridging those legacy systems with modern tools, let's say with all your ERPs, TMS, WMS of the world, ensures a single source of truth, eliminating all those data silos which are happening, right? Your AI and ML, of course, these technologies enable your predictive demand forecasting, your optimal route planning, or your automated intelligent decision making, right? The third aspect is going to be the digital twin, which I've already talked about, creating those virtual replicas of physical assets. Allows for somewhere, simulating your scenarios to test strategies. And uh, okay, so the transformation roadmap that I see is, first you need to assess and strategize, evaluate your existing gaps, be it manual processes, be it low visibility, and align on a 15 to 30 month transformation strategy led by the top level management. That is most important, because going to happen unless only ground involved, or unless only top management is involved, the entire committee should be investing their time and efforts to adopt the system. So to find that digital advantage, you need to have a very clear measurable goals, the smart goals. For example, let's say 25% reduction in my cost, or 64% increase, 65% increase in my customer experience. So all these smart goals you need to have it as per your defined in your KPIs. The third aspect will let project always do not go in a elephant mode to build or implement a system altogether with all your plans. Go in a small pilot mode. Uh, Test technologies like AI in a specific area, and then scale it once improvements are really validated in a pilot testing. Does shifting corporate culture towards digital fluency, upskilling your employees to work with new intelligent tools. That is really going to play a huge major role while Industry 5.0 will be in place, right? And the benefits of true digital advantage, I don't need to explain that. Increase agility, of course, right? Rapidly reconfigure supplier networks to adapt to your disruptions. Improved efficiency, cost optimization as well. It is going to definitely lower your logistics cost, asset utilization, or with the help of reducing your overall inventory levels, right? So these are my views. What will be shifting your digital projects towards getting that competitive advantage or digital advantage that you're seeking to get it from your digital implementations. So thank you so much. And any questions, I'm happy to answer.
So thank you, Pallavi ji. Wonderful session. I think I was just keep thinking how you are connecting the dots. Very nicely explained. I really liked your word that the engineering the speed of decision making. That's what the leadership should do. I think that's really makes sense because now everybody is talking about technology and people are forgetting about the people in
Yes.
the role of people,
Yeah.
the people readiness. I think the core bottleneck will be the people now, not the technology anymore.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
so there is a couple of
And
questions.
5.0
Uh,
definitely is going to focus more on. I was saying, sorry to cut you, Sheikh Ji. I was talking that Industry 5.0 will be focusing, the effort will be shifting from technology to altogether again on human. Right? We are seeing
Correct.
a little bit disruption right now, going to soon change, in my view.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And Industry 5.0, it also talks heavily about sustainability.
exactly.
Yeah, let us see. I think there could be some change in the Industry 5.0 expectations also because of this AI revolution.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. So there is a question: does velocity enhancement help in reducing lead times
Of
in
course,
FMCG or other verticals?
all the businesses, if your decision is happening at a faster pace, obviously you are going to reduce the disruption, increase or lower the lead times as well. The faster you are making a decision, you are going to reduce the lead times, and your control towers of the world are actually going to help you in terms of reducing the overall lead times. I've seen this even in the company that I'm working right now. We have our control tower actually doing wonders for us in reducing the overall the lead time coming in from the suppliers, or be it the lead time which experiencing in the towards the last mile of our logistics. Faster decision will
Fantastic.
always help
Fantastic.
you in terms of reducing your overall lead times.
Yeah. So one question, madam, what is your recommendations who don't have complete data solutions in place, like their basic warehousing or manufacturing kind of things? What is your advice for them to take up this
So
digital
that
journey?
is where I was talking about. Do not go with a very heavy systems. Go with a system which is going to give you a competitive advantage. Let's say even if it could be AI, but AI should touch upon all your levers, all be it let's say planning, be it your order to cash transformation, or be it your. It's not that only a top end or higher cost intensive tools are available. There are tools available for mid scale or small scale industries as well, that are very well orchestrated, end to end integrated. You need to choose the right technology, but make sure all your dots are getting connected, your end to end value chain is talking to each other. It should not happen somewhere in silos. Let's say you have a very a big bang project that you have invested heavily on your planning system, but your entire logistics, your order to carrying on the spreadsheets, that is going to not give you the advantage.
Yeah.
Your entire end-to-end value chain should be connected. And there are absolutely low cost intensive systems are also available in market. A lot of SaaS
Excellent.
players, a lot of these days AI agents, they are able to do at a very cheap scale, so you can obviously leverage that.
Fantastic. Fantastic. So what are the one or two key takeaways for the audience from your side, Pallavi ji?
From the audience, I can't see anything, any of the questions and all.
No, there
But
is.
I told you, yeah. I think I already told you that, the overall orchestration, if I tell you, first is you need to have all your dots connected. You have to have your systems talking to each other. The other aspect is your data, your master data of the world, your data cleanly to and integrated data is quite important. The third aspect is change management, where definitely if you have invested billions in your technology system, but if your ground teams are not adopting the system, the entire digital transformation is going to fail. So change management plays a very important role, and you have to focus there as well. So these are the me, which is really going to play a huge role. And I've seen this, in my entire 20 years of career, I've seen multiple digital transformations happening. We are implementing a lot of bigger ERPs, S4 HANAs of the world, but somewhere down the line, your ground team is not adopting that system because that training issues, the behavioral issues, that is something which we are not targeting. Right? So while you are focusing $1 billion, you are investing in your technology. You should also invest some part in your training so that your ground team is also, chain, which is going to happen at the top.
Fantastic. So thank you, Pallavi ji, for a wonderful session and spending time and giving valuable insights for the topic.
Thank you so much for calling us here
Yeah.
and giving us
Thank
the
you very
opportunity
much.
to talk here.
For,
Thank
for,
you so much. Have a good day. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Pallavi ji and for a wonderful session. If you have any questions to Pallavi ji, please post your questions and we make sure that your questions get answered. Just one important note before we go to the next session from Ms. Jyostna. Uh, uh, Make sure that you have the access to the YouTube link that is live up to 5 p.m. today. Make sure that because LinkedIn is live only for 4 hours, continuous streaming. Okay, so the YouTube link should help you to catch up. Okay, so great. Thank you very much, and we should welcome our next guest speaker, Ms. Jyostna. So thank you, Ms. Jyostna, for joining the session today. Uh, Ms. Jyostna is a master's in business administration, and she talks about she's a strategy management consultant and for Flu Strategy. Jyostna, you can she's talking about the strategy execution and also aligning the operations to the strategy. Okay, so welcome on board, Jyostna. Please introduce yourself and then just please take it up from here. Your voice is in mute, maybe. Yeah, please. Yeah, you can. No, not yet. I cannot hear still. Maybe you would like to
Yeah,
go
I'm
out and
joining.
rejoin. I think now you can hear you. Yeah,
Hello. Is it okay
yeah,
now, sir?
yeah. We can hear you. Yeah,
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
volume is a little low, but we can hear you. Yeah. Yes, Joshna, please. Yeah,
Yes, sir. So, is it okay now, sir?
yeah. It's perfectly okay. And
Okay.
then yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, let me share my screen, sir. Let me know if you are able to see
Yeah, yeah,
me.
yeah. Please share. Yeah, it is visible.
Yeah. So,
So you can put in a slideshow if you want. Yeah, it's up to you.
yeah. Yeah, sir. So, once again, good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to present the topic in today's Global Supply Chain Excellence Summit. And my topic is aligning business process optimization to strategy. So, before going to talk about this, so I would like to start from the XPP, uh, the execution premium approach, which is the balance scorecard approach, inspired by the Kaplan and Norton. So let me put this into the slide share mode. I hope everyone is able to
Yeah, we
see
can
now.
see. Can you just click on a hide and the pop up?
Sure.
You have it?
Is it okay now, sir?
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Okay. So this is the execution premium approach slide. So here we have the number of stages. So I would like to start from this model. From this, next I will explain the aligning the business process to the strategy. So I will talk about that. So here we are seeing the number of stages like strategy analysis. So here we can evaluate our current position. In this stage, we can do the external analysis and then internal analysis. So the analysis part we can do here. So at this stage, we can come up with the strategic choices. So with that, we can do the strategy formulation. So at the formulation stage, so we can for that strategic choices, so we can create some value propositions. So here we can define why customers needs to choose you, why the customers has to choose our products. So that is what we can define here. So to choose that and to give the value to the customers, so what are the capabilities we required, and for the required capabilities, what are the gaps we have, so how we are planning to close that gap. So these core steps we can do at the formulation, the strategy formulation. So with the from here, so you'll get the roadmap for your strategy. The next stage, second stage, we can talk about the translate the strategy. So here whatever the strategy we have, so with that strategy we can translate that strategy into the organizational goals. So let me take yeah. So we can translate our strategy into the organizational goals. So under each goals, we can set up the strategic themes and then strategic objectives. So to measure the performance, to know the performance of the strategic objectives, we need to set up some certain measures, and we have to fix the targets at this stage, and also the initiatives and everything we can do at the stage 2. And the next thing is the align the organization. So this is the topic today we are going to talk. So in this stage, we can align all the business processes, corporate departments, and everything to the our strategy. We have to align that, and also we can align the projects, people, and everything, risk and compliances, everything we can align at this stage. And the next thing is the plan operations. So here we can do the plan operations and everything, and we can execute the strategy. And the next stage, in the fifth stage, we can monitor and learn. So here we can track the performances in month on basis. We can conduct the strategy review meetings and everything. So there we can we will let you know the, I mean, we come to know the performance and everything. So from there we will get some results. So from that results we can learn something like whether our strategy, how our strategy, our targets are achieving, how we are achieving that. So if there is any changes are required or something, so at that from that results we can do the test and adapt. So we can test that changes are required or not, so that we can refresh our strategy, and then we can adapt the new changes and everything. So this is how these are the things we have in XPP. So let me take one step back, like align the organization. So if I go with the D, okay, so
Yeah, please go ahead.
one second, sir.
Any difficulty just now?
No, sir. No. So let us go one step deep at the stage 3, alignment. So in the align the organization, we have the organizational alignment. So whenever we are at the strategy level, okay, usually the corporate organizations, they can set the enterprise strategy. So at the enterprise strategy, that must be cascaded into the SBU strategies, and then functional strategies, and then also the department level. They must be cascaded. So if it is manufacturing related, so they usually they can focus their strategy along with the customers, and then vendors also they can focus. So if their strategy is related, I mean, if they fix the strategy at by considering these also, so that alignment also cascaded at these levels as well. Okay, so like way we have the next alignment is the initiatives. So in the initiatives, usually we can define the initiatives, so which can contribute to achieve our strategic objectives. Okay, and the next thing is, and here we have the portfolio and then program uh, processes also we have, enterprise PMO also we have. So these are also can help us to achieve our strategic objectives. So the main thing here we have is business process alignment. So this is the topic what we are going to talk here. Okay, aligning strategy. Sorry, aligning business process optimization to the strategy. So usually what happens here is, so the most organizations they can set the strategy. Okay, and the strategy they can define at the every annual. Usually the strategy can define annually. But coming to the business processes, so to optimize to these processes they can support to achieve the strategy, right? So when we focus on the processes, these processes can optimize continuously. So the main thing here is the connection between the strategy and then business process. uh, uh, the connection between the strategy and then the business process is always weak. So when the weak the when the lag is happened here, so at the time, so we can see the cost performance gaps and everything. Usually the business processes usually we can see at the shop floor level. So whenever we define the strategy and everything, so the strategy is always aligned to the people. And it focus on the departments and their operations, and also the people and the processes, everything must be aligned to the strategy. Then only we can see the transfer strategy transformation. Okay, so whenever we can talk about this stage, usually the question here is, so whether our do we have the strategy or not, this is not the focusing area. Usually whether or our business processes are aligned to aligned to the strategy or not. So these processes are delivering the working to deliver the strategy or not. So this is what we can focus here usually. So when the business processes is disconnected from the strategy, so we can I mean whenever the disconnection is happen in between the strategy and then business processes, the activities whatever happening in the production level at the shop floor level, the activities are continuously performing and then goes well. But so we don't see the improvements on the outcomes. So this is the area we have to focus on here. Okay, so let me show you the fruit strategy, how we are aligning this business process to the at each strategic objective and then initiative level, how we are aligning, so that we can see in the execution platform. So let me share my screen. So are you able to see my system screen, sir?
Yeah, we are able to see. Yeah, can you talk about that scorecard, how to create scorecard very quickly, and then how to monitor it, and then you can talk about alignment.
Yeah, okay, sure, sir. So usually, so this is the Pro Strategy platform, the execution platform. So here, usually, whenever the businesses and the organizations, okay, start with these kind of execution platforms, so they must start with the organization. Okay, so in the organization, they can set their vision. Okay, for every organization, there must be the vision, right? So that vision they can define at this stage, what is their vision. Okay, so with this vision, so what they can do is, so they can conduct the analysis. Okay, the internal and external analysis as per their strategy requirement. So they can conduct the analysis, and then they can formulate the strategy. Okay, so after that, once they get the roadmap from the strategy formulation, okay, they will define they can create the scorecards here. Okay, so in the scorecard stage, as per our vision and then strategy, so we can name our strategic object. We can name our strategy like a scorecard we can call here, and we can define the certain strategic themes. Okay, the strategic themes whatever we have, so we can define all of them. And next we have the strategic objectives. So from the vision we can define the strategic objectives. So here we can maintain all the responsibilities and everything at this stage. Okay. So we can configure all the details like how what are the objectives we required to achieve our strategy. So the main thing after defining all the objectives and everything, to know the performance, to know the performance of objectives, so we need to define some certain measures to measure the performance of objectives. We have to maintain all the measures, required measures here. Okay, so in this stage we can set the targets for each objectives. So for each objectives, I mean for the each measure, for each objectives what are the measures we required at the each measure level. So what the target you are going to fix here, so that the details and everything we should maintain at this stage. To achieve these strategic objectives, we need to we need to maintain some certain initiatives. So these initiative could be the process oriented or any capex related and opex related or any strategy related initiatives. So we can maintain all of them here. Okay, so here we can see all the initiatives. So what we required to optimize your processes or else to reach your strategy or something. So what are the initiatives we required? So everything we can maintain that. So for each and every initiative, there is some certain milestones, the activities we have to maintain. So here we can maintain all the initiative related activities and milestones and everything here, and also the key deliverables and tasks involved in each stage. So everything we have to define. And we have the one initiative grid, so where you can see which initiative is linked to the which strategic objectives. So the connections and everything we can see here. Usually for one initiative there must be we can link multiple strategic objectives, so that we can able to see here. And the next thing is the Gantt chart also we have. So in this Gantt chart we can see the connect each initiative related connected milestones and activities, how much percentage we have completed, and the start date and end dates when it has started. So whether it is, if it is milestone or an activity, so when it has completed, the details, everything we can see at the Gantt chart level, we can monitor from here. Okay, and we have the task manager here. So usually this task manager, the end user, the project who are involved in the each task, so that people can access this page, so they can update the task completion. So by status wise we can see here the task wise and then milestone wise. So each milestones wise, so what are the tasks we have, and how much percentage it has completed, the progress we can update from here. Okay, if anybody wants to update it, so they can click on it, so they can update the performances of it and everything. So like with this task manager can help. So for whenever we can start any initiative or something, okay, definitely we can expect some benefits from that. So that also we can record. So while during the initiative or after completion of the initiatives, so we definitely face some issues or something. So what are the lessons you have learned from each project, or either the lessons learned అనేది, so it could be project related or any strategy related, whatever it is, risk related and compliance related, so that we can record and everything. Okay, so and this is how we can create the balance scorecard and then the initiatives. So I just want to go back one step at the initiative level. So whenever we
So we have
maintain,
10 minutes, Jyostna, so try to cover as much as possible.
sure. So in this initiatives, we can define to which business process we are going to link. So that information also we can maintain here. So this is how we can define the balanced scorecard and then initiatives and everything. So I would like to show you the one visual strategy map. So where usually the organizations wants to see the overall performances and then their connected objectives, their performances and everything. So let me open one. So this is the strategy map. So where we can see all our strategic objectives and their linkages. So which the objective is linked to the which objective at each organizational goal wise. So if if the if the people wants to see the each measure each objective level measures and their values and then performances and the connected initiatives and then their performances, everything we can see at this stage only. And also we can able to see so which process is linked to the the particular strategic objectives. So that kind of things also we can able to see here. So for each one for single objective, usually the processes and then people both has linked to both can perform to achieve the strategic objective. So whenever these two are aligned, so then only we can see the transformation, the strategic transformation right in right place. Okay. So next thing is the balance. I want to see. I want to show you one more dashboard, the scorecard. So in this scorecard, so we can see all the perspectives. So at the each perspective level, what are the objectives we have and their measures. So what is the target we fixed? How much we achieved at this month? What is the performance status, the trend performances? Everything we can see at here. So usually, when we can review at the corporate level, usually the people wants to see. So usually whenever they set the strategic objectives and everything, so they can define the KPIs at the department level also. So if they want to review the department level KPIs and everything, so they can see how much we achieved at the each plant level, what is the actual we gained at this month, so what is the performances. So this cascade and everything we can see here. The level 1 and level 2 KPIs and everything can be visually we can see at this view. Okay, so this is how the balance scorecard and then the values we can see at the cascade level. And the next thing is the business process, so which is related to our topic. Here I would like to show you the one business process matrix. So where we can see all the connected strategic objectives and everything. Okay, this is how the business process matrix will be. Here we can see all the core and then basic business processes, whatever we have. So which business process is contributing and performing to achieve which strategic objective, that also we can see. And also the impact, how the impact the influence is on it. So everything we can see at this matrix. And also the processes, so which processes we are maintaining and the which methodologies we are linking to each business process and the performances, this science and everything we can see here. And also the each by at the business process level, so how much strategic impact there is, so that also we can see here. How much effort we have to put here. So the details and everything we can see at this matrix level.
Fantastic.
If
Yeah.
so,
Jyostna, can you show that the one pager you talk about all the 6 steps? Is that
so
yes?
Yeah, let me reshare my screen once again, sir. I will open it. One sec. One second.
It is in the same slide. I think. The same presentation you had it already. The same presentation show again. You can find it.
On the image actually. So I will show you the image. Are you able to see my screen, sir?
Not this. Not this one. The six-step approach. The same one. Yeah.
Okay.
The same presentation. The same one. Yes. That one. First step. That one. So basically, what I understand from your say is the full strategy is a solution which help organizations to perform strategy execution by doing all these steps, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So right from strategy analysis, strategy formulation, strategy
Hmm.
translation, then you align the whole organization.
Yeah.
Alignment of the organization includes your projects, your
Hmm.
people, your
People.
business processes, your systems, and
Hmm.
also your budgeting process.
Yeah.
In the first session, Sunilji has very clearly said that strategy execution is one of the most important thing, and there in the strategy execution, manufacturing and supply chain plays a key role.
Yes. Yes,
The
sir.
reason you need to have a robust strategy execution platform. So that's
Hmm.
what strategy does. Okay, and then
Yes.
it can be orchestrated by your monitoring and learning process, your
Hmm.
monthly reviews. So you
Yes.
have also budgeting process in
Yes.
place where
Yes.
you can translate your business plans to budgets,
Hmm.
then from budget to the sales and operations planning. From of course from business plan to sales and
Hmm.
operations planning. So
Yes.
whereas sales and operations planning and then the rest of the supply chain planning like a master schedule
Hmm.
kind of thing focus on operations, balance the business planning, the strategy planning, the business planning, budgeting can link this to the sales and operations planning
Hmm.
to give you the comprehensive
Hmm.
planning process for the whole organization. Yeah,
Yes.
that's good. So you want to talk about the strategy execution, the Office of Strategy Management, very quickly.
Yeah.
You don't have
Sure.
to talk about slide, but you can talk from there.
Yeah. Okay. Um, so usually here we have the OSM process, the officers of strategy management process we have. So from here itself, usually what happened here is the managers who are we have, so who is the take care of all the monthly updates and everything, who are collecting that. So from these modules, so they can collect the all month on month performance information, the performance values from here itself. So usually what we can do here is, so it can send the reminders and alerts to the responsible persons who are taking care of the each objective and then strategic objectives, measures or initiatives, whatever it is. So the responsible persons can receive the mails. So from there they can update the statuses and everything, everything. Okay, in this module, usually actually it can provides the I mean, from here itself you can how many measures are updated, which are not updated. So you want to send the alerts from there itself, so you can use this place to send the alerts and everything. So here you will come to know how many are updated, how many are not updated. And if you want to communicate the responsible persons from here itself, it also helps you to communicate from here itself by click on the sequence
Great.
number and everything. So like
Okay.
way we can
Yeah.
communicate for the
Okay.
measures,
So
objectives, and everything. Yeah.
basically, what you are saying is your all monthly strategy execution process or performance management process will be done through system
Yes,
seamless.
exactly. Yes,
Okay,
exactly.
so
Yeah.
that's a great. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I think any final point would you like to share, Jyostna, because of lack of time? Yeah.
Yeah. So usually, usually whenever we can fix the strategy and everything, so it can usually the strategy can give the directions to the people how we have to achieve our vision. Okay. So but the when we come to the people, so they can execute in daily basis. So but when we come to the processes, so usually it can creates the value to our strategy. So whenever these people and then processes they can align to the strategy, then only we can see the real transformation in the strategy. So this is what I would like to convey here.
So yeah,
So yeah,
great, great. Thank you, Jyostna. So
yeah.
having the right strategy is a good thing, but you need
Mm.
to have an aligned organization,
Yes, exactly.
especially people and business processes,
Yes,
so
yes,
that the real transformation can take place.
yes.
So thank you, Jyostna. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Please
thank
give
you.
a big round of applause to Jyostna. And if there is any question, please post to her. She will be available to take up your questions offline and also answer all of them together. And if you would like to have a demonstration of through strategy, Jyostna will be more than happy to take it up, your questions. So thank you, Jyostna. Thank you very much for a wonderful session. Very
Thank you.
insightful. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for taking up the session today. Uh, so, ladies and gentlemen, we had wonderful sessions so far. I know it's not easy to have continuous sessions, but thank you for having patience and hearing about the presentations. I'd like to welcome Dr. Pramod from Hyderabad, University of Hyderabad, the Business School, uh, School for Management Studies, Hyderabad. Okay, so I would like to introduce Dr. Pramod. His topic is he's talking about applying AI and optimization to real operational challenges. Dr. Pramod is a passionate supply chain scholar and practitioner, currently serving as a professor at the University of Hyderabad. He brings a strong blend of academic rigor and practical insight in supply chain management. Okay. Known for his research driven approach, Dr. Pramod actively engages with industry to translate theory into real world, future ready supply chain practices. Dr. Pramod, over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you.
Hope you are able to see my screen, sir.
Yeah, we are able to see the screen. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, please go ahead.
My voice is clear. My voice is
Very
clear,
clear.
sir.
Very clear. Very
Okay,
clear.
sir.
Please.
Thank you. Yeah. So thank you very much, sir, for the opportunity. And it's like very challenging to talk in half an hour of time. So prediction and the optimization. But anyway, we can probably take the questions or whatever queries afterwards. So let me start my presentation and a little bit of hands-on through the a Jupyter notebook in Python. Welcome everyone to this particular session, and quite a lot of stuff I have thought of for you. But before that, let me give a little bit of orientation for the in couple of minutes. Sir, my screen is full screen. Now it's full screen, sir.
Yes, yes, yes. You can see that.
I'm just changing my
It's a
slide.
full screen. No, no, the slide is not moving. Okay. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. Now
slide.
we can see the AI. Yes.
I think there is some problem.
We can
Let me
see
see, sir.
we can see the slide number 2 now.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I think there is some issue. I'm just trying to change the slide, sir. Just a moment.
Yeah. Is it not moving?
It's not moving, sir, actually. I
Okay.
think you may have to.
No, that can be done also. If Praveen has a slide, he can share in case.
Yeah, I have already shared. I just wanted to change. It's not moving.
Okay. Praveen, if you would like to share the screen with
Yeah,
Praveen.
yes, sir. It is from my end.
Okay.
Sir, is it
What could
okay?
normally it doesn't
Sir, it
happen?
is, can be shared by me.
It's a
No.
yours screen, Praveen.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Can you move to next slide?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it is happening for you, but can
no
I just?
you
Okay, sir. Okay.
you're
It will be a
you're
little
in
inconvenient, actually, sir.
no, you are in restream, right?
I'm in a restream, sir.
Okay.
Praveen ji, can you make me some co-host or something? That will think, sir. It will
No,
be
you can
little
share
inconvenient.
screen.
Sir,
You no, you
sir,
can
you
share
can share.
screen from your side.
You stop sharing your screen, Praveen ji.
Okay, okay, sir.
Please share
Stop.
screen from your side. That's much
Yeah,
better.
because sir, I have certain things. I may have to move from
I
screen
know,
to
I know,
screen.
I know, I know. So
Yeah.
you share your full screen.
So just a moment, sir.
Then click on the share button. Okay, and then go to the last entire screen. Click on
Sir,
the window.
just a moment, sir. I'm not able to see that part, sir, at all. Screen
No, in
sharing
the
is,
in the bottom you see mic, video, and
sir.
screen share.
It is only mic and the video, and nothing else for me, sir.
No, there is
Screen sharing was
no
there.
screen share.
Screen sharing was there. It might have been disabled or
Uh-huh.
something now. Praveen ji, please see once.
Oh.
I'm not able to see the screen sharing, sir.
Okay. I don't know.
Earlier, I was able to see it.
Okay.
A
Can
couple
you
of
just rejoin just in case?
yeah, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes.
Yeah,
That's the
just
right.
rejoin.
Yeah, yeah,
Don't worry of the time. Yeah, we will
yeah.
manage.
Just a moment, sir. Just a moment. Yeah, now I am able to see the screen sharing. Yeah,
Yeah, please click on it.
yeah.
If you click on it, go to the full screen. Click on the window.
Now
You see it. Yeah, now we can see it.
you're able to see it now, sir.
We can see it. Yeah, you can manage your. Yes,
I'm
yes, we
just
can
making
see.
it full screen, sir. I'm making
Yeah,
it
yeah,
full
we can
screen.
see full screen. Yes, we can see it.
Okay, okay. I'm moving
Please
it.
go ahead.
Are you able to see the second slide?
Yeah, yeah, yes, exactly.
Okay. There is some issue. Anyway, so thank you very much, sir, for the opportunity. Without further wasting time, so let us move ahead. So, couple of brief on the developments. There is a lot of hype about the AI, and I wanted to give a few historical perspectives before I actually get into my prediction and the optimization. Time is too short, but I may be a little quick, but people can still afterwards they can watch it, and they can probably come back to us if they have any queries. So started in 1919, 1999, 1919, and 54 up to 54. that was the range when Alan Turing was alive, and there was a test called a
Okay.
Turing that came in the month 1949. And test is basically, there's a machine and there is a human, and the questions were passed to the both of them, and it was not known that who is actually receiving the question, right? That is a Turing test. And 50 more than 50% of the times it was the machine who was responding. So this is one basis. Of course, the Alan Turing could not survive for a long time. He died at the age of 35. Now, second big intervention with respect to AI is in 43.
Sir, you are saying you are sharing the screen. You are moving the slide.
No, sir. I'm on the first screen only. I'm just giving little brief. It is not in the
Okay.
screen. It is not in the presentation. I'm giving little historical perspective.
No problem.
So Warren McCullough and Walter Pitts in 1943, they basically spoke about the mathematical model of artificial neural network. Then we had 1953, Leod Shapley, who basically talked about the you can say integrated with some solution, but later it was integrated with the AI for having the explainability layer in terms of the AI solution. So that was the year 1953. Then 3 years later, John McCarthy in the year 1956 coined the term artificial intelligence, and that was in a conference at Dartmouth in US. So that was actually in 1956. Then we had a few more as a term that was probably coined by Arthur Samuel 1959 at IBM. So these are the few of the interventions that have happened with respect to the AI and the related field. Now the big challenge here is, in the mathematical, in any AI, without mathematics or the statistics, there is hardly any kind of progress. So if you see historically, statistics is a kind of a concept started way back 17. You have the operations research basically came up in during the World War II, 1939 to 1945. So if you see the entire perspective, so AI has relatively its base from 1956 onwards, but several interventions have been taken care of prior to that, and we are using actually a lot of concept in the AI and the machine learning to have the speed increased in the process. So that way, as far as people are comfortable with the related stuff, so I don't think really we should be really worried of, because there's a lot of apprehension that AI can take the jobs, right? So that is why I thought I can give you a little bit of perspective. And so these are the few things that have happened with respect to the AI and the machine learning. Probably you can go to the further historical things and look at the different perspectives. So of course that was not in the presentation, so I just wanted to brief all of you. So what is happening, as I told you, that Turing test, that is the test between the test. I think it happened in 1949. So 1949. Then after 5 years, the Alan Turing actually died. So that is what is the perspective behind the AI, and so a lot of interventions have happened, and now with the AI we are probably increasing our speed. But one critical thing that we all need to remember, that the knowledge should not be replaced by the inputs given by AI, right? So in the sense, replacing it, otherwise it will be a robot. So human will be replaced. So that could probably lead to societal unrest and other things. Anyway, so these are the few briefing. So not necessarily with respect to my presentation. So these are the few prediction and the optimization tools that we have from various companies. And of course, SARS company is also giving a lot of insights with the BSC and the ERP related solutions, and hopefully They also may be integrating certain things with the AI. Prominent players in the market who are basically into AI and machine learning based models, and many of the people in this slide are using some of the software, and some are using, of course, open source softwares like Python. And of course, I have a few things to speak about the Python, that I have it at the background. Now, there are a few libraries, those who are acquainted with Python might have understood. Otherwise, you can probably go to other things and look for a few codes. And of course, the Python has and its AI companion. In case your code is not working, so probably you can look for the solution there. But in any case, the human intervention is needed, and you have to thoroughly monitoring it before you can execute and get your solution, right? It's not like one stop solution, you get everything at one go. You may have to keep trying. And because any you're adding constantly codes, and then it may take time, and probably you have to link to other codes again to get the solution. So then little bit of how things are happening with respect to the traditional AI, and the recent thing that we are basically talking about, the agent based modeling, where we talk about the agents. So the agents are basically can be a forecasting agent, can be a data related agent, can be performance related agent. So any agent that you are really putting in your code, that means that you are adding extra layer to your codes. And they're actually working very efficiently to give you the better solution than actually the one shot kind of solution that we are actually receiving at some point in time. Now we are talking about the layer that is actually Shapley additive explanatory. I told you earlier, this was given by Leod Shapley in the year 1953, 3 years before John McCarthy introduced AI. So this talks about actually you are adding more layer to a particular problem, and you are giving a solution which is more explainable to the client, or to the solution itself, right? So what is really happening actually, this is using a kind of a concept called cooperative based game theory, where you are actually trying to find that every player, you might have heard that 2% zero sum game in the game theory, those who are little bit of acquainted with the game theory. And it's not always 2% zero sum game. It may be the cooperative based game theory, where everybody contributes to something. So similarly, if you translate this to the statistical or the mathematical angle, you can probably see a typical regression model may have different features, right? So now if you see and find out the solution with respect to the step regression, there you can find that stepwise you are keep adding the variables. Actually the case here in this case, so what it is doing is it is giving a prediction that is actually the best prediction, and then later the features are typically added to the prediction to give you either increased prediction or maybe decreased prediction, dependent on the SAP values that are generated by the system, that you have to write the additional code for that. And you can probably check with any AI tool that you are acquainted with. But anyway, it's ending off with again the software engines like maybe Python or something, that you have to solution, you may have to check according to your requirement. So I told you earlier that you can have the agent that is basically deciding the business goal, right? Then you have the data agent, you are probably pulling the data, then cleaning the data. Then forecasting agent, that is actually training, selecting, and validating the model. Then optimization agent, that basically talks about how you can optimize based on the your parameters. Certain times you may have to optimize, right? A little bit of idea I should give you that in the forecasting there are certain times that is a simple exponential smoothing for the prediction, and it doesn't have any trend or the seasonal fluctuation. You can have only the parameter that is alpha. So what is the best alpha for you, right? Those who are acquainted with a little bit of optimization, probably you can minimize the MAPE based on your alpha, right? So this particular alpha, sometimes our students ask, who will be giving this particular alpha? So nobody will be giving you as a researcher or as a kind of industrial professional. You may have to keep working on this to get the best forecast. And please remember that every use your forecasting problem will have some error, and those forecasting error you can only minimize, but you cannot really eliminate. If you can eliminate it, probably it's a coincidence, but I don't think it is a really a true solution that you have received, because nobody can really predict the future, whether it is an optimization problem or a prediction problem. So similarly, you have the reporting agent. You can probably give you the dashboard, the summaries, etc. So these are the layers that you can probably keep adding to your solution to get a more refined solution. So now, with the advent of that in the reference section, probably in your leisure time you can keep exploring those things. So then, with respect to the AI, then we are adding few things with respect to the responsibility, how the AI can or the AI code can behave little responsibly. So sharp, this is what already I have told you, and what it does actually incrementally takes into account the variable and what is the contribution of each of those variables, right? It's not necessarily kind of a regression coefficient or some other parameter that you receive, but is actually it may be fluctuating either on the positive side or it may be on the negative side. Maybe you can keep exploring that. There is a website dedicatedly available for Sharp, and it will give you a better explanatory solution for your problem, where you can probably see that no feature is neglected. It has a minimum bias. It is very very transparent in terms of the solution. Then certain times actually in the explanation you may have to have some intervention, right? The human intervention, looking for human intervention, because you cannot leave everything to the AI. Certain times it may give you a pop-up that your intervention. You give your input, then it will again execute the code. That is called the human intervention with respect to the accountability. Then, of course, you have to factor the privacy and the governance related issues, then safety and the reliability related issues. Then you can say with respect to the inclusiveness, like for an instance, in a typical hospital, a person who is from well-to-do families is coming, and a person from a poor family is coming who has a lot of money or a very rich. That way, it is not inclusive, right? It has a bias, so that has to be controlled in the AI system. Now, how can you actually implement this? You have to define your the principles. Okay, what are the layers that you are actually going to execute? Then it may need to need to be put in place for proper education and the training of the people who are handling it. Right, as I said, people can use for their speed, not necessarily by replacing their knowledge. And you have to integrate in the users should be protected with their privacy, and human intervention is needed time to time. You cannot completely leave it to the machine, because certain times you cannot factor. Let us say you have 1,000 problems, so every 1,000 problem may not have a typical solution in the AI. So there may be a kind of a solution needed, whether it is generative AI or agentic AI. Certain times the human intervention is basically needed. So then the pop-ups would be there for the human control. Then things will move further. Now, let us talk a little bit of supply. It's a typical supply chain. Is basically from it's a kind of end-to-end process. I think Abdul sir might have given you the essence of it. I don't want to take more time on this. So it's a end-to-end process. The starting with the supplier's a supplier to the customer's customer. And those who are more interested in this area, probably you can refer to some of the books that I've cited in the references. Most prominently, the Chopra and Mendel, and the other one is Simsi Levy. So both are extremely good books in terms of their concept and the AI. So you can probably think of the AI in the SCM. You can probably think of demand forecasting, and as you know that forecasting is kind of a lifeblood of the the supply chain, right? So why I'm saying this, because without forecasting, you don't know how many units you are going to produce, right? And you do not know how many people you are going to serve. And having known that no forecasting is correct, then why we are going for the forecast, right? So it will give you some kind of a thrust to move ahead if you are dealing with the product that are basically made to stock kind of product. Then you're called MTO, that is made to order. Then your forecasting may not be that appropriate, but you can still have some kind of a basis for your forecast. So typical aggregate planning problem, that is starting with the sales and operations planning, where a demand forecast is a key. There you are actually talking about again the the linear programming problems, then mixed integer linear programming problems, right? All those kind of stuff you can bring into. You have some objective function, then the can say the constraints, okay, man, machine, power, money, any other input, they cannot be negative, so you bring that particular layer and you try to solve it. So there also you can probably bring some kind of demand forecasting, and then we can optimize, because this is the primary step in the aggregate production planning. I think sir must have given something with respect to the ERP in the last 3.5 hours. I could also see some of the things there. So they may be interlinked. Then you can use it for routing optimization, right? There you can use the reinforcement learning. Then you can use when you can integrate with the again optimization based tools there. The supplier communication may be, of course, a little bit of generative AI. There you can use natural language based processing tools, risk detection, predictive maintenance. Everything can be a part of predictive analytics, but the core is basically the machine learning. And I don't want to get into too much of machine learning here, because I told you that the machine learning was coined by the Arthur Samuel in the year 1959 at IBM. So what actually it is doing is, rather than explicit for a typical problem, you have a code already and you pass the data through it to give you the solution, right? No matter what is your data, but the data you may have to define what is your independent variable, what is your dependent variable, and what is that actually is the technique that you are going to use. Then that way it will give you the solution, right? So let me move a little bit of forecasting the techniques. I don't want to get into too much the details of the mathematical expressions. Those who are interested in this area can probably get into this. So this is a simple moving average exercise in day-to-day lives. Okay, there is nobody that is not using what is average, right? So sum of all the values divided by total number of values. That's a basic concept behind any statistical thing. And as you know, that mean is basically mu, and sigma is another parameter. These two are the very critical parameters in any statistical inferences, right? And statistics is the base, and operations research is the base. So you need to first of all define a forecasting model with respect to the moving average. If you say all these all these weightages are all equal to 1, then the denominator will be translated into n. So then you have the forecast. Now the question comes here, how can you probably get the best forecast? Maybe you can probably give the weightages something, then that weightages can be optimized by using a linear programming problem. And that is simple, that you have the MAP, that MAP can be minimized. Similarly, another algorithm, that there is one parameter called alpha. Then sometimes people ask how to take the best alpha. So you can probably use your heuristic, that is trial and error method, to get the alpha. Otherwise, you can optimize it, optimize your MAP, that is mean absolute percentage error, to get the best of the alpha. Then there is another method called Holt-Winters method. That actually is a little bit of refinement. I think I missed a regression in between. So in between, you can probably keep regression. Regression is basically a method who is basically, many of the world financial, right? So you can say there's a simple logic that you take a big curve and take a small part of it. It's a straight line, right, or a line segment. So majority of the problems can be solved with this, but certain times we may have to take the non-linear or the polynomial based regressions. Then other methods are also available, neural network, right, XGBoost. There are certain lasso regression, ridge regression. There are a lot of techniques available. You can probably experiment with your quality time, right? So spending quality time for understanding all this to change your code and write a better code for that. So Holt-Winters method, actually there is a Holt method. I believe I missed a couple of things here. So Holt-Winters is basically a method that talks about Holt is one mathematician and Winters another mathematician. Both of them have a combined method, and Holt also has a method. So the Holt method basically depends on the regression, and Holt-Winters method also depends on the regression, but there are two different smoothing constant in case of Holt. That is, alpha is a smoothing constant, beta is a smoothing constant. Here actually alpha, beta, gamma, there is the train, and the other one with respect to the seasonal factor. This is another algorithm that you can probably explore. You need not, if you don't want to understand this, maybe you can take the help of one AI tool to you can simply dump your data in the chat GPT or any other co-pilot, whatever, to get the result. That's not a big deal. But if you want to really understand the little bit of domain, this is how you have to proceed. So there is one critical thing that we statistically we talk about the seasonal factor. So the seasonal factors can be calculated this way. If you're comfortable, you can calculate. Otherwise, you can take the help of estimation. Now the other one is OLS. There is ordinary least square, which is the background of the linear regression. There is another one called autoregressive integrated moving average method. This is a Box-Jenkins method of 1979, right? So quite a almost after 23 years of AI was coined by like John McCarthy. So yeah, this is actually standard method in the statistics. If you have no matter what is your trend, what is your seasonal fluctuation, lot of your stock data, lot of your financial related data, lot of your data with this method. A little bit of neural network based model where you have it is not necessarily a statistical model. It is a refinement of you can say the parameters with respect to this kind of solution. And this is a nature inspired algorithm where we are basically taking into consideration the the method with respect to the neural network. Now the performance measure, this is actually is the measure that is very prominently used in the demand forecasting. You can also use RMSE. There are also other things called AICBAs and so on. So let me take you through taken with respect to the regression. And as you see here, I don't know whether you are able to see the font size is small. I'll be sharing, I think, the presentation that you can see afterwards. So it's a simple method. I'll just show you the data actually for this. The data here is a simple problem in the Chopra and Mendel book. You can probably refer. This is simple, data here that is for 12 months of data available, and this is a salt related product here. And what is happening here? If I show you the trend, so you can see there is a lot of fluctuation, right? So that means that the solution may not be lying with the linear regression, so or maybe moving average or exponential smoothing. You may have to bring a little bit of more layers into it. So that layer could be with respect to little bit of explanatory layer where you can see what is happening with respect to the demand fluctuation when it comes to different months. So this data also I'll be sharing with you. So this is what I have done actually, just to have a trial. The entire data set I have given to ChatGPT, but there actually I have just given the data, and I wanted these methods to be executed, right? These methods to be executed. Of course, I didn't execute neural network because the data is very small. And what you are able to see here is basically that the MAP, which is the mean absolute percentage error, which is just 9.32%. So that means it's a very nice forecast that we have got, right? But in contrast, ARIMA and other methods could not give us any better result, right? So similarly, you can also do with respect to, you can also bring the other layers where you can probably try with the Shapley, as I told you, for the other codes. Now let me talk to you because time is too short. So it is actually, I'm giving little high level thing to you. You can probably plan afterwards, and you can probably come through Abdul sir or Pravinci for any other queries. I'll be definitely happy to help you. So I have taken just two models in terms of the optimization. One is the capacitated plant location model, and the other one is the aggregated production planning model, right? So just to know few plant locations, and you have the markets, right? So you have you can say the market, it is like n by n or n by m matrix, and you have the demand in all the markets and the potential capacity of each of the plants. Then you have the fixed cost and the variable cost, right? Now If you want to really frame a typical mixed integer linear programming problem, you can probably divide with respect to the fixed cost, and you can divide with respect to the variable cost. And here actually there is one dichotomous variable integrated with the model. In the model, where you can probably see if you use only one, otherwise it is zero. So now you can solve that particular one with respect to the solver, or maybe you can use Python. There is one software called Gurobi. So that there are a lot of softwares available you can probably use. Or if you are interested to get the ready-made solution by dumping it to any other AI tool like ChatGPT, you can probably explore that. So then another problem with respect to, I think I was watching Sir's presentation. So I believe Sir might have factored some of these things in the ERP solutions, where actually you have the chase strategy. That means when demand is going up, you are actually hiring people, and you are assigning extra time to the people, etc. But when demand is decreasing, then what people do ultimately is they basically for their action the people, they retrench people. That is actually one thing. This is one strategy. So it is a good or bad from the ethics point of view, that we are not talking like AI taking jobs now, maybe some certain cases, but people need to get equipped to learn and to see their speed. Then level operating plan, you are constantly using the employees, the machines capacity, etc., and you keep producing no matter what is your inventory and all that, right? Because when you are constantly producing, mainly to the stock out, and when demand is low, then unnecessary inventory will be definitely piling off. And what we need to do in such a case, actually, you can probably use the heuristic method, or maybe you can use the trial and error method, which basically is a optimum. It can be optimum optimization based method, or it can be a simple trial and error based method in the Excel sheet, or maybe in any other AI tool. You can keep exploring these things. So I'll go to the model. So this is a little complex model in terms of the formulation. You can have more layers of constraint in case you have, but there are very minimum number of constraints that I have figured out here. So you can see the workers, number of workers in a planning horizon, then the capacity that basically you are expecting from the production, then the inventory that actually you are holding at the beginning, and what inventory you are planning to hold it at the end. And if you're planning for any stock out that you're actually planning, so please remember, stock outs actually we don't really take it very positively in the business, because it may lead to the customer dissatisfaction and maybe attrition. Then you have the overtime constraint, where you can probably see that how many hours each worker can work. So that is a little bit of HR ethics here, because people may be interested to work for more time, but the problem is actually not at the cost of their health, right? So that way, maybe HR can come into the intervention and say that this is what is the time that somebody can work with respect to, right? And inventory, if you want to have a little bit to the next planning horizon or the planning forecast, planning period, that is in the future planning period, then probably you can have a fixed value. And of course, there is all the variables should be non-negative. Now, how these theories are actually impacting the society. So we can see that what is happening with respect to the the AI agents. Of course, they are actually in terms of their thinking, their behavior. So you have to bring additional layers there. Then maybe interaction of the AI and the human operator, the human oversight may be essential, especially in the healthcare sector. That is very, very essential. Or maybe high precision cases. There you may need to have some human intervention. Then you cannot completely leave it to the AI code operating it. So you may have to have some kind of the how it is changing with respect to the time, that also you may have to factor.
Fine.
Then importantly, we have to factor the AI and kind of the this thing, the codes there. So then finally, AI aligning with the human moral and societal values, that also should be integrated. Now, I'll just quickly take you through my codes. So I'll not take much time. So I was given 30 minutes. So um, I think I have more or less taken that. But given the overview, please remember that this, the kind of stuff that I've given in the last 30-35 minutes can be a concept for at least 30 hours. But you need to little work on that and proceed. any questions or anything that you can probably see. Now let me quickly show you the code. So here I have taken one data set. That particular data set I'll also show you. This is actually from my own research. This is a prediction data set where I have taken from agriculture. I basically do some agricultural related research and do some forecasting and machine learning based models. So there are three different variables here. So these three things, I just want to have the demand as my prediction variable. So supply and the price, they are actually independent variables. So let me take you through the codes quickly. I may not explain each line, so you can probably go through it, and I just try to little increase the size. Just to bear with me for a moment. A little bit of size I'll increase so that you can see it. Yeah.
So,
So now these are actually the libraries. Then I'm using a model called Sarimax, a little bit of higher order model here. I have shown you in presentation. Those who are from econometrics, mathematics, statistics background maybe will be able to follow. But what it does is basically it takes into account your time, and it takes into account the exogenous variable. So supply and the price, these are the exogenous variable. I'm basically trying to predict the demand. So I have read the data. The data has I can show you how many records that you have. That also you can read in the code itself. 20 observations in this particular case. So now I'm plotting, and you can see how things are looking like. This is actually the basic descriptive, the minimum, maximum, quartile 1, quartile 2, quartile 3, and so on and so forth. And you can see the kind of the fluctuation. The highest fluctuation that you actually see in case of the demand, irrespective of the fluctuation of supply and the price, are not very, very high, right? Then what is that I'm doing? I'm reading my training data and the testing data, right? So that way, training and testing. And this particular model, as you see, is a Sarimax model that talks about the time frame, where the time is basically going to one period back. Okay, so you can go with 2 or 3 period back. Maybe I'll be sharing the code with you. You can just try 2 2 2 1 2 2, any combination, right? That you can try and see how it is actually happening. And there is also ML code available for auto machine learning, right? That is also there. So in this case, what you see here is the Sarimax model that, and as you see here, higher order statistics who are a little familiar, maybe knowing that there is a Jark-Vera test that basically talks about the normality. So normality is basically not here. So, and the logic is basically for the time series data, you cannot really expect a perfect normality. So homoscedasticity is basically available because it's a two-sided test where your p-value is greater than 0.05, and then you have autocorrelation, partial autocorrelation. Those are the things also you can find out.
yeah. So great.
Now
Is it
I'm
open
getting into
source?
the prediction. So these are my predictions. Yes, sir. Open source. It's open source, sir. It is by using Python code. I'll be sharing that entire, what is that, the code with you, and you can probably share with the participants. So I have predicted, and these are the predictions. As you can see, the data is relatively older because I have taken from Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. You can also have the new data there. Anyway, then you can see how perfectly we have generated the prediction, right? But please remember, it may not be the case all the times. So as you can see here, the basically the red color is your forecast, and the very, very close to the actual data, right? Then let us see the MAP. The forecasting error is very, very not very low, I can say, but it is reasonable. That is just a 12%. So 12% of you can say error, or translating into 88% of accuracy, is not a very bad forecast as such, I can say. Then what I'm doing is actually I'm bringing a little bit of additional layer to to explain explanatory layer to use SHAP, that is supply additive. I'm just you just have to use a particular library. So everything, those who are into development side, they can probably get into what is happening in the library itself. but many of the people, they may not be interested in this. So you can simply import the libraries. Then you have to define certain things with respect to the background data, with respect to the layers. So you can keep running the cells to see what is really happening. So what is that we are going to do here? You can see, yeah, you can see here in this case, this is a very good figure here. As you can see, the price, the red color, price has a lot of red color, which is actually adding value to the. So supply is very stagnant, and it is a real data set actually. You can use your own data set to see how things are really happening. But certain times, if your model is correct and you are going against the normal thinking in the society, then you may have to take a call, because if the data is correct and your output is something which is going against the normal thought process, you may have to be a little careful there, because people may say this is what is happening and you are saying something else. So you should have the guts to face the people. So now what happens here, forecasting, there is a baseline forecasting, and this baseline forecasting, every year I have done it for 24 months, 24 observations actually. So that is 24 observations means 24 months, you can say. So then the this is actually the supply, and this is actually your price. So every single month it has taken plus minus wherever required to give you the best forecast. And this best forecast, if you take with the sharp values, then you will get the prediction that is actually driven by your whether it is going up, coming down. If it is going up, why it is coming down. If it is going down, why it is coming down, right? That way it has given you more explanatory power. Then what is that you can do? Then this is what is your average value. You can probably recommend this figure to your company, or maybe depending on the forecast that you actually received in this thing, that you can probably recommend. Month wise you can change, provided your board and your committee
Perfect. Dr. Pramod, we need
permit you,
to
because there are a lot of
yeah.
humanitarian. Yeah. So then
Thank you.
one more, yes sir. So then we checked with the fairness. So it is the code you have to push, right, with some threshold. It is saying that no fairness violations are detected, so you can proceed with your prediction. Then finally, if you want some kind of uncertainty to be figured into the forecasting, then you can probably use some kind of 95% lower confidence limit and upper confidence limit to get the value. So this is another forecast, but I'll be sharing the
Great, sir. Great.
code with respect to the agentic AI, where sharing, maybe you can probably think about it. Now, for another 2-3 minutes,
Yeah.
I'll just talk about, so just spare another 5 minutes, we'll close. Then this is actually with respect to the aggregate production plan. This aggregate production plan I have solved in the solver. Okay, in the solver I have solved it, and I got 4,23,900 is the total cost. And there are a lot of inputs available here that you can also try with any other software that you're familiar with. But now I'll be showing the same thing in the Python, that is to install pulp. So there you are reading it. Then I have given all the kind of inputs that is there in the Excel sheet, and finally I'm getting my solution almost close to my solution that I've received through the solver. You can see exactly I got, I believe, 4,23,900, and these are the month-wise plans. So how many workers that you need, and how many you have to hire, you have to retrench. Normally we don't use fire, actually it is a retrenchment. Then the production, how much of production you can probably expect, whether it is needed for an overproduction. Overproduction normally takes the overtime. Overtime is more costlier. You can probably think of subcontracting as well, but you have to see the standardization related problems. Then how much inventory that you are actually carrying. You can probably bring extra layer there and say that inventory of 2040 is on a higher side, you don't probably need. You can probably control, give additional constraint there. Then you have the stock out. Of course, we said in the algorithm that there is no stock out preferred, because it may lead to the
Perfect.
penalty. Similarly, is for February, then March, and then April, extending for a year or so, depending on your aggregate production plan problem. Now, a little bit of code that we have done for the sensitivity analysis. Okay, in the operations research or the optimization, we bring little bit of sensitivity. So, if the cost increases by 1 unit, then what happens with respect to the total cost? As you can see Here it was the original algorithm that has given us the solution. And this particular solution I have already shown you in this APP with the solver. I've solved with the solver. If I can show you quickly, I don't want to get into all the codes here or the constraints here. So half a dozen code that or the constraint that you have to write. It's a very simple solution, but people often get confused with the intricacies. But you may have to systematically do that. Then if the cost increases by 1 unit, then what happens with respect to the total cost? You can find for 6 months or maybe for 1 year, right? So this is how you can probably keep continuing with your
Very interesting.
solution. And I delivered, but a little bit more time that I've taken. So I believe it has given you
Yeah,
some
it
insights.
needs.
But please remember that
Yeah,
there is no simple way for learning, no matter how best AI that you are actually using. So now maybe with a food for thought, I can leave you that can you integrate your ARIMA with neural network? If I ask some people, those are a little bit of high standard, you can probably think, okay, what is the logic behind you are taking two different methods and integrating them? Maybe I can give you a high level solution. You can integrate
very interesting.
your data with the ARIMA or SARIMA. You find the error. That error you further take neural models. Model and especially people who are please don't use AI for writing papers, right? Will be definitely rejected. So these are the few things I believe um, has given you some. So I can stop sharing my screen.
Yeah.
I think it is
So
already
thank you, Dr. Pramod.
stopped. I think screen share.
I know. The
So
time required for this high-tech session is a little more, but given the time constraint,
sir,
I really enjoyed and I wanted to go through it. If you share me that, I'll try to read myself thoroughly because we are on
yeah,
the same path anyway. So I will be definitely happy to do that. So thank you, Dr. Pramod.
sir. Actually, sir,
Yeah,
just a moment. I have already shared the presentation, and a few more things I'll be sharing with Pravinji.
yeah,
And if needed, we can probably think of bigger time frame
yeah.
for
We
these
will do that.
solutions.
We will do that.
Yeah,
We
we
will
can
have a
probably
one
think
session
of.
for that.
I just wanted to give a very high level thing to your
Thank you.
audience.
Thank
So
you very much.
hopefully there will be some
Thank you.
researchers, some people from industry,
It
so they
gives
can
it gives a
probably.
thought that how to do that
Yes,
this
yes, give a thought, yeah,
sample
just to
session.
give a thought,
Thank,
not necessarily to teach these methods or discuss these
thank you very
methods.
much.
Yeah. So
Thank you,
thank you
sir.
very much,
Thank you
sir,
very
for
much.
the
Thank you.
opportunity.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Praveen.
Any questions to Dr. Pramod? Please post. I know we took a longer time, but it's worth. You can try that. He has shown hands-on. So yeah, I would like to invite next guest speaker, Alex Goma. Uh, Alex, how are you after a long time?
Yeah,
Nice
good
to see you
morning.
again, sir. Sorry,
Yes.
keep you waiting. That we just got delayed by our sessions because it's a back-to-back sessions. Sorry for that, but you will get your time slot, whatever. So welcome, Alex Goma, for the show. So we are talking about integrated business planning, the topic. Just to give a short, brief introduction, Mr. Alex Goma is a seasoned FMCG business leader with multi-country African experience, specialized in commercial strategy, route to market execution, and distribution management, and customer service and logistics. So he's a very senior leader in African continent and African region. And thank you, Alex, for joining the session again all the way from Africa. So thank you very much. Over to you, sir. So if you want to share screen, yeah, you take help from our. Yeah, we can see the screen. Yes. Yeah,
All right.
perfect.
So
Perfect.
thank you, everyone. Well, it's morning here in Nigeria. I guess it's afternoon in India and wherever you are. What I want to
Can
do
you
is
click on the
share.
hide button, hide on the pop-up, so that you can your presentation? Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Please go
All
ahead.
right then. So what I'm going to do is share on integrated business planning, but I'm going to put it more around looking at how you build agility with the process. So it's not just the process, is how you master this in high volatile markets where you have a high level of fragmentation. So I'll just summarize what the process is, and then how do we adapt this to Africa's reality, and what are certain pillars that are critical for you to understand when you're putting this. And I think this is not just about African reality. I think it's also for any other market where you have a high level of fragmentation and volatility. And then I'll share example of case study, which is real life in a former business I was in, and then how do we bring this to life. But basically, what is integrated business planning? It's a process where everything within the business is brought together in an integrated manner to ensure that you deliver your overall business objectives. And usually this will start with the overall company strategic plan, either a 5 or 10 year plan, which is then broken down into the annual plan or the operational plan. And then within this plan, you then have to look at the various processes. How do you plan your commercials from a brand sales perspective? How do you plan your supply planning, either from a manufacturing, delivery, logistics perspective? And how do you make the business decisions, right? How do you optimize the kind of decisions that you have after seeing the impact of the various choices that are available to you? And critically, how do you integrate every part of the business that is not customer facing or supply facing into the business, so you can see the impact? So this allows you to focus on the business priorities rather than looking at functional objectives. And how is IBP different from S&OP? Because sometimes a lot of people will interchange between S&OP and IBP. I think basically S&OP primarily is focused on balancing supply and demand to make sure that you have the right efficiencies and alignment, and therefore you can serve the market better. The difference with IBP is that IBP takes that and then also integrates all the other elements of your strategy, be it your sustainability plan, be it your people plan, be it your IT infrastructure, and all the other business enablers, including change management, to make sure that you can see the holistic impact on your business, and therefore you drive this. Now, IBP requires integration of systems, and in a lot of instances, what you find is, okay, in theory, you have the data, and today with technology, you can integrate all of these things, and therefore, in a lot of markets, you have stability. You know, the levels of variability and change is very, very small, and therefore you can plan using the data. You can plug in systems, and therefore it becomes a self-fulfilling process. The challenge with Africa is that the reality is VUCA is every day. So volatility is not an input. It's not something we consider. You have to consider it as an input. It is not an interruption. It's not something that just happens by accident. Volatility is part of every day. Right? You can have 6 months of where things are stable, and then all of a sudden you have disruption from different areas. It could be currency, it could be finance charges, it could be insurrections, it could be weather, and all of this that drive that. So the key challenge is, how do we take the theory and apply it? And some people will tell you that, look, the 5-year plan doesn't work. Why do you need a 5-year plan when I can't predict the next 3 to 6 months? Why do I need a 2-year or 3-year operational plan? I think you still need that, because that's the spine that will form the spine or the guardrail for your planning. But then you have to bring the ability to be elastic, so you don't miss the principles and the objectives that having the right kind of IBP brings to your business. But then how do you infuse what the reality is? So, and part of what you call the Africa premium is that high fragmentation will lead to high cost. If you look at more matured markets, it's very easy to have your business centered around large stores, chain stores, and where the data from the stores are integrated with your supply system. So it's very easy to do things like just in time, it's very easy for you to say, okay, you can spot the demand, you can see shifts in demand. In Africa, there's a huge level of fragmentation, and usually you have intermediaries to help you manage that. So you see elements of the modern trade in Africa, but this is a small part. I mean, most parts, probably apart from maybe parts of North Africa like Egypt, Morocco, and Southern Africa, most of the other markets are highly fragmented, with the informal sector providing anywhere between 60 to 80% of the business. So traditional IBP is built for stability. What Africa requires is IBP, but that is elastic, and it allows you to look at that. Traditional IBP is predictive. You can plan based on historical data and some of the assumptions that you build into the system, right? For Africa, you need to have that, but you also need to now put in adaptive planning. What are the signals that we can look at and say, with these signals, we have an early warning sign that allows us to trigger what can affect the plan that we have. And for you to do that, there are certain pillars that you need to consider. I know for most supply chain systems, we will plan based on volumes, right? You have to start making a shift. Whilst we look at the volumes, to where you're actually looking at currency, especially given the rate of where you see devaluation. And sometimes you can have 1 or 2 years of stability, and all of a sudden you have sudden devaluation that happens. Second thing that is important is to start looking at how you manage your demand from a buy model perspective. So yes, we have a formal structure that takes into consideration all the data that we have and all the assumptions and everything that we put, but we also have another system that actually looks at what is the informal information that we can gather, what are certain behaviors that serve as triggers that we can then say, okay, if we put this side by side, it allows us to then look at what we need to have for us to execute as far as the system is concerned. You also have to consider infrastructure elasticity, right? Most systems try to find the fastest and the most direct route between your business and your customers. Typically, one route from the company or the factory to the retailer where possible, or through a certain, but the idea is to make sure that we can go as direct as possible. Just in time doesn't work in most parts of Africa, because you have to think about how do we manage for the fragmentation, how do we manage for the unforeseens, and how do we manage for the black box of data that doesn't exist or can't be translated directly, to make sure that we build certain redundancies. Therefore, you need to have certain elasticity, and then there's a framework that you can apply that ensures that you're following the pillars of IBP, but at the same time, you're building in the tools that allow you to be agile and you can make quick decisions. Even in systems where you have linear kind of processes and some stability, one of the critical areas where I found IBP missed the track is in the decision making. Lots of times the systems exist, technology exists, the tools exist, but what I've seen is a failure of leadership to make the calls that they're expected to make, either because we're stuck in what we have always seen as in the past, or certain levels of decision making is not delegated downstairs to ensure that the people who are monitoring and driving the system and the process are the ones who are making the call. So we're just going to take some of these pillars into a slightly more detail and then continue. So when we talk about currency-centric planning, right, it's important to understand that foreign exchange and finance costs can break your business. You could have ordered your raw material today, exchange rate has been stable, but your payment terms means that we're going to pay probably maybe in 30 days or 60 days or 90 days. And when you're paying, you are paying at the cost of the exchange rate at the time of payment. So you've done your plan, you've made your inventory, you've shipped, you've sold, and then 6 months, everything is stable, and then there's a 30% devaluation. That means that your financial plans is already scattered. So what you have to think about is, how do we plan in replacement cost perspectives, not looking at historical cost or what is the cost that I have today. How should we, what are the markers we can see put in place to make sure that we can simulate decisions ahead of time, because you need to be able to make quick decisions, right? There are certain decisions about pricing that can be done immediately, but there are certain decisions about pricing that needs to be taken in steps. If I look at a country like Nigeria, for example, things like coinage and units of currency play a big role in your pricing. A simple example is, okay, the simple unit of Nigerian currency is naira, but you can't plan a price increase from 1 naira to 2 naira or 3 naira. It doesn't exist, because those currencies are hard to find. So your price increases typically will be 1 to 5 or 5 to 10 or 20 or 50 or even 100, because some of those smaller currencies might not even be existing in the market. So when you take price increases, it's not a 1%, 1.5%. It might be in multiples of those currencies that are available, right? So it means you need to understand that. And sometimes pricing decisions are then taken in a balance of, do I increase outright price or do I reduce the quantity of the product that I'm giving, so that I can, therefore, I'm charging the same price, but I'm giving less product, therefore I can make more. So what you see is simply a waterfall chart that shows, okay, my starting margin might have been 30%, and then all of a sudden, because I have a forex devaluation, it's hit me. There's a logistic lag in getting my products in because of some of the challenges of infrastructure. Interest rates have all of a sudden moved, and also some of the working capital costs as a result of this. Just sees what I had as initial 30% gross margin now looking like 5% gross margin. For me to counter that, then I need to have a pricing strategy and policy that is very agile. I need to look at how I source and where I can source quickly and how I move. What are some of the inventory buffers that I have to carry, despite the fact that, okay, there are certain lead times that I established, and then how do I synchronize with finance, especially treasury, to make sure that in our planning we can see that. So in traditional systems, you might not find the treasury person sitting in the room when you're making the decisions, but treasury has to be linked with your planning to make sure that, okay, whilst this is our desired gross margin, we've taken into consideration some of this, so that when we're planning, we can actually bridge the gap between what we have and make sure that we can manage this in advance, so the impact of any sudden changes in finance will not impact us. The second pillar to focus on is on the bimodal demand planning. In SENA well-established systems, there's a lot of data available, and you have systems that can mine this data. But in Africa, there's a gap, and which is a black hole between what you ship. For example, if you use distributors, what you ship to your distributors, you can have that data. You can see the data of their inventory. You can see the linkage. But what happens after it leaves them? Okay, a huge chunk of business goes through the informal market, open markets, and therefore some of those markets you don't have data points, and therefore you can't get the data back. So you have to make certain assumptions when you do that. So how do you integrate your informal sensing mechanisms into your planning? So your 5-year plan, your 18-month operational plan is a guide, your budget is a guide. What then happens is your informal sensors are now giving you pieces of data that you have to integrate. And this is where the big debates with the guys, especially if you're working in a multinational environment where the people sitting in the center who can't understand that the way it happens in their own areas or in most parts of the business is very different from here. And so when you start to put those kind of assumptions, right, it becomes difficult for you to be able to ensure that you have full-time product availability in the market, because you have to think and you have to make certain assumptions that are not necessarily what is standard for the rest part of the world. So you have to plan in replacement cost perspective, not historical cost. And this is where also there will always be a debate between marketing, sales, for example, and finance, because they're looking at the competitors, and the competitors might have different lead times, they might have different models of operating, and they might have situations where there's another party that is carrying some of this cost, and therefore their own speed to pricing is very different from yours. And so you might be a situation where you're pricing higher than the rest of the competitors in the market, but you have to do that if you have to take into consideration the fact that you have to focus on replacement pricing. You have to have very clear Forex triggers. What are the things that show you? Sometimes you don't see these signs. You know, there are instances where, oh, the country for 4 or 5 years, Forex has been more or less stable. You could predict, you know, there's a period where the annual devaluation of the currency was anywhere between 10 to 15%. And this was for over 20, 25 years. And then all of a sudden, in 6 months, the currency goes and basically devalues almost 90% within 6 months. Now, how do you plan for that? Where your history is showing the last 25 years, it's gone. But there are certain triggers. And some of these triggers you start to see when the government is struggling to make certain payments. There's all of a sudden there's a backlog of Forex payments that should have happened that is not happening, right? There's certain spending that is happening. And meanwhile, at the same time, the government, for maybe political reasons, is still saying that, look, we're not going to devalue, we're not going, but every other indicator is telling you that there's devaluation. Some of the foreign equity investors are beginning to pull out their money. So it's showing in some of the stock market indicators or track. But, you know, these things, most people don't link with their business, and therefore they can't see ahead of time that this is happening. And therefore you need to take into consideration when you see this. So how do you get the kind of data from your informal channels that allow you to then plug in and say, okay, we can actually manage the data in such a manner that is complementary, and we can therefore see what the real path is and what the secondary path is that allows us to adjust for that. Having that understanding allows you to then build infrastructure elasticity, because the theoretical model sometimes doesn't hold. In fact, in a lot of instances, and it's therefore good for you to challenge the trade-offs. Okay, what is the cost of me holding extra inventory versus the cost of lost sales? What is the cost of me planning ahead for pricing, and yes, taking a hit because I might struggle from the market and therefore I'm going to get a volume hit, but I am going to be financially efficient, and therefore I'm going to protect the profitability that I have. So just in time is an aspiration and is an ideal that you follow, but it remains a myth in a number of places. So you've got to do some strategic decoupling. You know, it makes sense to ship direct from the factory to a certain location. Why should I have a secondary hub? Why should I have a regional demand center? You know, it is necessary to ensure that I can manage for chaos that happens in certain regions. I can manage for speed to market if there are changes that have happened. I can manage for how I can grow even some of my smaller categories where I don't have scale to be able to build to make sure that I can meet the demand that I have in the market. You've got to be looking at probability of your lead times rather than what seems to be ideal and then one off and trying to push that and trying to force that. So it just becomes a scorecard thing that we're looking at the scorecard and we're trying to measure what we think we would want to have, and in reality we're failing to see that. Sometimes the way some of the measures of efficiency are done are then cooked to make them appear good, right? So and on the scorecard, it looks good, but the reality is that we're not. I've seen demand planning systems where on the operational dashboard, it looks as if they're okay, but in reality they are not. Simple example: oh, we collect cash, so the order has to be backed. And once the order is put in and we don't have stock, okay, we moderate the order to make sure that the order matches with what we have. So guess what? Your demand forecast accuracy then appears, right? Because you're meeting all the orders. No, you're not capturing the original demand, and therefore you're not seeing that I am missing this out. So on paper, on the dashboard, oh, where our order fulfillment is 95%. No, it's not. It's because we're adjusting the orders to cover for what we have, and then the customer makes the payment, and then we ship, and then when we start to track, oh, it says we're fantastic. And one key example was a big player, one of the biggest consumer goods businesses that I was doing some work with. And when you look overall, the business seems to be doing well. But then when you start to break it into the subcategories, you find out that, okay, it's in the categories where they're very big, they're doing well because they could ship direct to some of their customers that have built scale over time. And because these categories are big, they have enough scale to make their shipments efficient straight from the factory into the big customers wherever they are. The challenge is that over the years, they've launched a number of key categories and they're not doing very well. And it is only when you start to disaggregate, you then find out that, okay, the demand for this, the customers for these categories have not been built to the point where they have the skills. Therefore, they're not efficient. And surprisingly, for a business with that kind of scale, they don't have regional hubs or a distribution center where they can integrate some of these demands for the smaller categories and therefore ship to them in a manner that is more efficient, because you're now doing cross-docking and you're able to ship combined loads to some of these distributors, and therefore you can actually start to build the infrastructure. So the data existed, the dashboards are, but because you're mining and matching your orders to what is available, they're losing sight of the opportunity until they started to dig down to say, you know what, maybe we need to create a regional hub. Maybe we need to get more data that is linked at even levels below what our key dealers are, to start to make sure that we can see that. And are there other pieces of data that we're measuring from outside to tell us that this is what is happening? And because they didn't focus on that, they lost a lot of mileage in some of those key areas. And even in the big categories, some efficiencies started to drop because bigger players that could compete and had the financial capital to come and compete in those categories where the big entered the market, and all of a sudden there are certain areas that they were underserving because those areas could not afford a full truckload directly, but they were not catching or seeing that demand was going. And other competitors started entering in those areas because they had more flexible ways of operating, and therefore they were able to start getting critical mass. And all of a sudden they woke up one day and found out that midway into the year, these areas where we thought we had pent-up demand, they were struggling to meet up with supply. All of a sudden they were now struggling to create demand in these particular areas. So important to understand and see the fact that, okay, you might need to build some elasticity in your infrastructure to make sure that you're able to deal with that. And then of course you need to have your framework adapted. So the business planning framework to suit the context of Africa or whichever market you're in, where there's a lot of volatility. So in terms of your intelligence systems, yes, we have the data that comes from ERPs, from all the systems that we put in to integrate the data, but what also do you have that is coming from the informal sector? So are there proxy signals that we can integrate into this to make sure that we can see that, and therefore we can start to act on the basis of this? How do we create physical buffers, right, to make sure that, okay, in our planning we can take into consideration some of the elements that come in, and therefore we are able to build that elasticity into the way we plan and the systems that we have. How do we plan our financial layer? So triggers for forex, triggers for finance costs increasing, right? So that we can manage to do this. Again, simple example is moving from systems like where, yes, you have bank facilities that allow you to cover for urgent working capital needs, but with interest rates rising highly, businesses have seen that, oh, maybe a cheaper way of sourcing funds is to do commercial papers. Now, but one of the challenges is with commercial papers, okay, some of the rates are fixed. And then, like in Nigeria in the recent few months, right, you've entered into a commercial paper, the rates are fixed, but all of a sudden now interest rates are coming down because the exchange rate is coming down a couple of things. Meanwhile, you already locked yourself into a 1-year CP. So again, what kind of terms, or when you're building things like this, how do you ensure that there's some flexibility that allow you to get out as quickly as possible, or you're watching the triggers early enough to say, wait a minute, there are certain changes that are happening, and therefore it doesn't make sense for us to get into a CP, because once we get in there, we're locked and we cannot take advantage of the benefits of lower rates that are coming and are happening in the market. And then, of course, at the top is then what are the kind of decision making, what's the cadence of your meeting structure for alignment, right, and making decisions. You may have the structure in the traditional model. You would probably meet once a month. Your weekly operational meeting has to create room for you to work in a war room kind of scenario. What are the things we look at? And actually, within the week, can we trigger a quick meeting where there's a change in where we can actually look at this and make decisions? Are there certain decision rights that have been delegated downwards? So rather than the exec having to meet, right, is there a framework where, okay, we can trigger something up to 10, 20% additional for inventory because we see the signs, and we don't need to come back together with everyone for us to get in a room to therefore make the decisions. But you have to build the capacity and the capability of the team underneath the executive layer to be able to take this kind of decisions, especially where you're doing business optimization. This is where that kind of decision right comes in. So all the other data that is coming from the infrastructure inequalities, port congestion, bad roads, escalation of insecurity, informal trade moving up and down, different rainfall patterns that affect the earning ability of the consumers, especially where there's a lot of agricultural impact on consumer cash and earning, and therefore affecting other sectors. All of these things have to be factored in to make sure that you adapt your IBP framework to suit the context of your market that is very highly volatile. So, simple example, one of the businesses where I think early on, we started to see currency had been stable for a while, but we started to see some of these external triggers. And the decision was, okay, what are we going to do? And if this thing happens, is it possible? And so we decided to do modeling of the currency if it goes 100% devaluation within a period. What are some of the choices? Okay, what point will we price? What point will we make sizing changes for the product? Now, the sizing changes they're not straightforward, because one of the core components for making size for one of the big categories of the business, which was toilets, is the die sets. The lead times for die sets can take between 6 to 9 months. And if you don't have this already in the market, you're already too late because the currency. Now it's a choice, because this CapEx investment, and how many do we plan for and keep and hold in stock? But scenario was planned, and then we took a decision to say, you know what, let's just make these die sets. If it doesn't work, maybe in 5 years' time, we might require them, right? But for now, we're just going to go ahead and buy them and make sure that they're in market. And then all the plannings, the price points, and whatever we're going to get. So we sourced these materials and parts, kept them in, and then all of a sudden, the crisis just happened. There was a new change in government. New change in government came with a new policy, and some of the policies then accelerated the currency devaluation. And whilst a lot of other businesses made forex induced losses because they didn't price for replacement, we actually started to do replacement pricing. We started to make these certain changes because we had the die sets in-house, so we didn't have a 6-month lead time to do that. And at the end of the year, the outcome was that we had actually, in the year where other businesses were complaining about forex losses, we actually had one of the most profitable years for us as a business. And that became a mindset going forward, that for everything that we have to do, we have to make this plan. So yes, your integrated business plan was there. Every year you review your 5-year plan, but you also have that running where you always manage your scenarios to make sure that it happens. So how do you bring this to life? I think for businesses, this is about bringing the market context into a norm in your business planning. So create the cadence that allows you for quick decision making. Where the gap has always been is in the decision making, is bringing some of that informal insight into the room and making those choices. What matters is winning because you're able to constantly fill market demand despite the constraints of the market and some of the challenges. Identify the volatility triggers that are critical and set those trigger points for decision making. Grant decision rights over parameters like inventories to whoever is leading your business process or the business optimization leads. Pilot and run bimodal planning streams, okay, multiple scenarios. Identify what are some of the key data sources, proxy data that you can, and impute that into your planning process. And this allows you to therefore start looking at how you can plan everything from your infrastructure, some of the areas where you're going to have the buffers, and planning for elasticity, and then looking at the areas where you're going to shift and change, and also see the underlying changes in the patterns for what you see in the environment to ensure that you can make that. Once you start doing this, you can therefore keep the key elements of integrated business planning, but you're ensuring that you're adapting those processes to meet the market context that allows you to deliver against your business objectives. So that's what I wanted to share. Ready to take any questions if there are any.
Fantastic session. I think you elaborated it's much more than IBP. So
Yes.
you talk about complete the business scenario in the volatile environment. Okay. So how practically can be done this? So how the CEO, what is your advice to CEOs? Like
So
in a systematic way. It's a big complicated topic. How
I think the
they
first
can
I think the CEO, first of all, has to see himself as an owner of the entire process. I think one of the things that CEOs do is an assumption that the process is working. And sometimes they don't dig in to just check to see that, okay, what are we missing and what are the gaps? You know, when a business is doing well, a business doesn't look at what have we lost. So a simple example, okay, we've hit our numbers. What sales did we lose, and why did we lose that? Right? Constantly challenging the assumptions that we put into our business process and see, okay, how do we bring the informal in? I think if CEOs start to do that, you're now forcing because if you just focus on the overall result, you can be doing well, but it doesn't hide that you're missing opportunities, or it doesn't hide that this thing is coming to bite you in future if you don't. So I think for me, that's the first step, is deciding and owning and maybe asking the questions and saying, okay, the linkages, that belongs to you. Now, who manages the process underneath is not yours, but you take ownership to challenge and ask the right questions. I've seen CEOs just want to see the dashboard that looks good for reporting sake, and therefore they don't challenge why it's not. You know, I've been in sessions where where I'm supporting. So I'm observing as I'm asking questions, they're uncomfortable because the questions is forcing them to look at, oh, our business looks good. But I'm saying, yes, your business looks good because you're delivering, but your business has a lot of gaps that you're not answering, you're not facing. You're not willing to say, look, we're not as good as we are, but we're getting by because if somebody else comes into the market that sees where we have a soft under actually take us up. That's what I think that needs to happen. Look at the systems that you have. So yes, I think the system that FTSE has, they're fantastic systems, right? If you focus only on the system, use the nuances of how do we bring the informal on in the behavioral patterns that we bring. So some of the qualitative factors, you can be too logical and you miss some of the informal linkages that show you that, look, there's something that is coming in the background. I'll give a simple example, right? Okay, in the last couple of months, food inflation is coming down in Nigeria, is driving inflation, overall inflation down, which seems fantastic. But it's great now. How has this food inflation arrived? Government has allowed the importation of foodstuff into the market, but it's creating a challenge, which means that the farmer today is basically saying that I can't compete if I farm locally. So I can't compete if I farm locally means that I can buy food cheaper, but I'm not creating income because I'm not farming. Now, the action, you're going to start seeing the feedback around September, October, November, when you expect the harvest to start coming and the people have not planted enough because the input costs and whatever is not matching with what they see as the price of the commodity in the market today. So you might be in a different business and you're planning an upsurge in your demand. You have nothing to do with food. But the person who is planning, which is a huge part of the population, is not planting right now. And this is a planting season because the person doesn't trust that will I be able to sell and make money when it's time to sell. So all of a sudden, yes, food prices is coming down, inflation is coming down, you're thinking that I'll have an. But meanwhile, there might be 30, 40, 50% of your population that is rural, depending on farming, that is not generating, they're not making the input to ensure that you can get money. So when you see during the peak period for your demand, you would have built inventory because you want to cash in on the demand during that period. All of a sudden, it doesn't materialize. And it's because you're not seeing something that is not directly linked to your business, but that you should be looking at. So that's a simple example.
I think that's perfect. I think that's the single most important thing every CEO should pay attention to it. Okay, so yeah, take the ownership and don't look at the fancy things. Look
Yes.
on the things which make sense for the business.
Yes.
Don't go behind fancy things and lose the key ingredient which makes you successful. Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Thank you very much for joining the session on beautiful lecture. Very, very aggressive and very insightful. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have there is any key thoughts if you want to share, Alex, before uh, closing the session, so please feel free. Any recommendation for the people? Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Alex Goma. So thank you very much, sir, for insightful lecture from all the way from Nigeria. So thank you. So we are running late by 15 minutes, so bear with us. So I would like to invite our next guest speaker, Subrata Kumar. So thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Subrata Kumar, for joining the session. We are running late. Apologies for that because it's a back-to-back sessions. Yeah, but you can speak your mind in your time. No problem.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sheikh. Absolutely fine. I understand for the delay. Absolutely fine. Thanks for giving this opportunity. Who are there in this conference?
Yeah, let me give a quick introduction.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Subrata Kumar is talking on data to decisions, fixing the forecast, sales and sales and operations planning disconnect. So he's talking about this topic today. Subrata Kumar, Mr. Subrata Kumar is a seasoned business leader and supply chain strategist with 17 plus years of experience across consulting, digital transformation, and enterprise analytics. He had led high impact supply chain and planning initiatives across EV, automotive, FMCG, pharma, food and beverages, e-commerce, and energy sectors. So thank you, Subrata ji, for the session. Welcome, and please take off.
Thanks for the introduction. Let me share my screen before. Please confirm if my screen is visible. Praveen, if you can confirm, or anybody else who can confirm if
Yeah,
my
we
screen
can
is
see the
visible.
screen. Yes, yes, it is visible. It
Okay.
is visible.
All the thanks all the panelists and the organizer, and of course the participants also. Today we'll discuss about a topic not much into the operational or the technical aspects of sales and operation planning or supply chain. I'll talk more about the governance aspect, more logic side, and the reason for many of the S&OP transformation fail. Where is the disconnect? Basically, that's the part we are talking today. Not into technical or not into the operational aspects of supply chain. Um, what happened? The supply chain that if you have very good forecast accuracy, then your S&OP is good or your supply chain is good. Today we are challenging that common belief that better forecast accuracy is, but in reality, digital information fail not because of bad forecast model, but because of weak governance. I have seen organizations they spend millions of in their forecasting tool, but still they carry excess inventory. Still there is a month end expiration. Increase their forecast accuracy. Even with spending a lot of money, they improve their forecast accuracy with 10 to 12%. But that is not actually the business want. Business doesn't really care about forecast accuracy. They care about the actual outcome of the business. Because the real problem was not forecast, it was the decision. Places, if you see, is they feel that forecasting is a mathematical exercise. S&OP is basically a monthly meeting, and digital transformation is treated as a technology upgrade. But actually, doesn't your S&OP meeting. It failed because of bad algorithm. They fail because demand, supply, and finance are not aligned around a single committed plan. Today we are not share a, Today we'll share a practical perspective basically from the field. Why great first still fail in S&OP, where digital transformation goes wrong, and what actually makes S&OP drive business outcome, not just better metrics. Sometimes we often celebrate improved forecast accuracy, but if inventory volatility still persists and month-end expediting is still continuing and there are revenue surprises, then we have optimized only our metrics but not actual the business, right? So your accuracy is basically talks about a local optimization, a mathematical number. We say that, oh, okay, we improved our accuracy and we achieved from 60% accuracy to 72% or 75% accuracy with the help of the new tool. But if alignment across sales, supply chain, and finance is weak, higher accuracy won't translate into financial performance. So I'll give practical example also. Let's say you have you have the past sales history, and based on the past sales history, the data is great, and you which is which is used to forecast your future sales, and accordingly what happen, your purchase orders are arrived. But in organization, purchase order, just simply arriving purchase order doesn't matter. How much purchase orders are converted into sales order, and how much sales orders are converted, or sales orders are converted into actual invoices, and how much invoices are translated into delivering the material at the site. That is important. Simply, if your forecast accuracy is improved because you have got some purchase orders, that really doesn't help. Organization invest in AI, advanced planning systems, but rarely redesign decision rights. Technology automates the math, but it doesn't fix accountability. Your AI model deployed, you have lot of dashboards everywhere, starting from your demand planner till the functional heads. You have lot of dashboards everywhere visible, but what about your decisions? Who is taking that decision? Is it still clear? I think that is important question, needs to be answered. Today will many of the organization, they will tell that, oh okay, consensus forecast is done, and people are following that number. Beyond that, who is talking about the accountability? Who is talking about the responsibility? Many S&OP meetings end in consensus, but consensus does not equal commitment. Without one enterprise number and clear ownership, the business continue to operate in silos. The sales team doesn't talk to the marketing team, or the finance team doesn't talk to the operation team. So they have their own KPIs and own numbers, but nobody talks to each other. Supply team, they protects about stability of the supply. Finance talks about only margin, but no one owns the enterprise number, which is basically the problem. The real constraint is basic governance, not actually the algorithm. So who owns the demand number? Who approves the risk trade-offs? Basically, if at all there is a risk, have you ever simulate any risks involved? If it is not done, then there is nothing. We cannot say that, oh, these numbers are realistic number. Who signs up the financial exposures? How much will be the revenue? How much will be my EBITDA? How much will be my net margin? Who actually what will be my working capital requirement? All these sign offs, who does that? So basically, all these aspects are not clear in the regular S&OP meeting. This needs to be a clear answer. This needs to be answered clearly. The biggest concern in S&OP is not predictive capability. It's actually the governance clarity. So, so if governance is not there, only algorithm will not help, in improving your forecast performance or forecast accuracy, or ultimately the business numbers. If you review one plan, you are just simply, what you are doing is hoping that, okay, this is what we are expecting, and it will happen. But simply having a base case is basically, it's a reactive management according to me. No upside downside modeling, no disruption simulation, no quantified financial scenario. Today's situation, you can see a lot of geopolitical tension, and n number of things can happen. If you are not prepared for that, if you are not simulating your system for those kind of unforeseen incidents, then Simply giving a number is of no use, because anything can happen and we should be prepared. Our business should be prepared for that kind of uncertainty. A single base case plan is not a planning, it's simply an optimism. Mature S&OP organization run structured scenarios with quantified financial implication. So run multiple implication scenarios and see the financial implication, and do simulation, and see what are the numbers coming in various scenarios. That's very much important. So best in class company, they do, along with S&OP, they do decision architecture. A single demand ownership will not have bias transparency. It will not have structured escalation rules and executive level trade-off discipline. So a company which is performing very high in their supply chain excellence, they don't just improve process flows, they design decision architecture, they design clear ownership and fix the accountability. They have feasible bias and disciplined trade-off management. So here I'll not go about these slides, but I'll simply talk about this is basically more of a operational slide. I don't want to go details about that, but I'll just explain what happened in a real business case. There was an organization, they had very clear S&OP model. So initially they will have statistical forecast. Demand planner who used to generate the statistical forecast to into an operational forecast by enriching the statistical forecast. Then the statistical forecast will be moved to the collaborative demand portal, where the sales and marketing team will give their numbers, and once the sales team and marketing team they give their numbers, then there will be a consensus forecast. But what happened after the consensus forecast, the numbers are released and it is just published to everywhere, but there is neither not any responsibility, nothing was fixed. And the role of S&O executives in S&O is also not, S&OP is not fixed. It was simply numbers, and maximum the functional heads, they used to just see the dashboards and just close it. But what to actually, on top of that, they had done this is they had done this cadence, like first to second they have forecasting, the forecast, consensus planning and demand review. Up to here it was good, but on top of that we add another layer. Look at this, they have key users. Sorry, they had key users, but the responsibility, they had not fixed the accountability, and beyond demand review they have not fixed the role of the executives. That is the key points. And look at the governance model we prepared for them. What is the role of the demand owner? Who is the supply owner? What is the role of the finance controller and executive sponsorer? Everything is clearly defined on top of the existing S&OP model they had. So this is not about meetings, it is about a RASI clarity. Who, what are the responsibility, accountability, consultant and information clarity. When demand, supply, and finance and executive sponsor have defined roles, and S&OP become a decision engine. That's how your S&OP model will work if there is a clear-cut governance model. This is something I talk about the pyramid. Most organizations try to implement AI at the top of the pyramid. That is natural, but maturity must be built bottom up, starting with ownership and governance. Look at this pyramid. You have clear ownership and accountability. Then you have the structured cross-functional reviews. You have the integrated financial alignment, and finally the predictive AI and scenario simulation. This is how a matured S&OP model looks like. we talk about process flow in supply chain. Process flow basically describes the steps. However, decision architecture defines accountability. So here we are talking about the decision architecture versus flow. Transformation fail when processes but ignore decision design. If you look at, I'm making it very simple. Who even if who is accountable? The responsibility may be for day-to-day activity, but he may not be the accountable person. The accountable person may be the functional head. So we have to clearly define that who owns demand, what are the escalation rules in case there is any escalation, where to reach, and what are the difference level, what trade-offs are. Let's say today you think that okay, we need to change this product mix because of certain demand change. So can you do that? If it all we need to do that, who is the person who can take that decision? And lastly, who signs the financial risks? So the risk part is very important. Basically, since we are running organization in an, every time we should add the risk element and understand how much risks we are carrying. If the supply is stopped because of certain reason, or if the demand is not coming because of certain reason, certain changes, what are the financial risks we are carrying? So everything needs to be documented and signed off, and there should be accountability for each and every step. So I'll talk about basically that case, what happened as we fix the governance and accountability. uh, what happened earlier, simply there were political overrides and firefightings. After implementation of the decision governance, there were clear ownership and financial. Inventory was down, service was up, and this is so. After all, I am not telling anything about that. Current, if you are implementing um, a sophisticated algorithm, that will not help. That will definitely help in improving your accuracy, improving your forecast performance. But on top of that, if you have a model, that will help a lot in ultimately achieving the ultimate business goal. So in this transformation, performance improved not because of new algorithm, but because ownership and escalations were clarified at the beginning. So lastly, as I mentioned, that digital accelerate maturity, but it doesn't create it. AI's artificial intelligence basically scales your clarity, dashboard scales visibility, but leadership scales accountability. AI and dashboards amplify whatever maturity already exists. If governance is weak, technologies also create confusion, and ultimate goal is not able you will not able to achieve your ultimate goal. But if you have a very good governance model on top of your decisions model or artificial intelligence model, that will give you better business numbers rather than simply having your better algorithm. Since supply chain excellence basic discipline, supply chain is a leadership, involvement, alignment, and it is a governance mechanism which drives alignment. Alignment drives performance, and your performance drives ultimately your enterprise value. So that's how you should run your supply chain, and it will definitely add value to your organization. And finally, a question for food for thought. Are you simply improving your prediction, or improving your decisions, or improving both of these, like prediction and decision. With this, I'm kind of closing it and keeping for question and answer.
Excellent presentation and discussion. Subrata ji, you actually make it very, very simple. And you
Go ahead. I'm not
Hello,
able to
sir.
hear. Is that
Sorry, your mic is on.
sorry.
yeah,
Yeah. Subrata Kumar ji, fantastic points. You really touch some very simple, very key points in sales and operations planning, which people try to avoid discussing in the technology jargon. It's very important. I was
yeah.
echoing when I was a sales and operations planning owner way back in 2008. Okay, so I was just echoing what you're saying. We are talking about the same thing, you know, fixing accountability for demand planning, for demand plan, and then have a supply plan owner. That's really a fantastic thing, especially in the supply side. You know, there will be 3 4 people. Like you have a warehousing, logistics, materials management, you have manufacturing. So nobody is there as a single owner. So having a good owner will solve a majority of the problems, especially in that's very nice point what you said. And then you also said risk can be added in each part of
Why?
the sales. Mhm.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
is very fantastic point. That's actually correct. We had one more session in the morning. The same thing point said. Risk it should be a part of S&OP process, and especially it could be a financial risk or it could be demand and supply risks also. You very nicely said that. And another point I like is you talk about AI at the top. Okay, that's very true because it's not only just simulations. It has to evolve from bottom up. Everywhere it should take its own part. Okay, that's fantastic. And finally, I really like supply chain excellence is a discipline. Okay, it's a really a great insightful presentation, Subrata ji. Now, in all these technology evolutions, in all these fancy things, AI, everybody is now thinking that AI will do everything. Okay, yeah, all it will solve every
Yes,
problem,
yes,
and maybe it will take up everything from your side. Whatever it could happen both sides. Now, what is your
yes,
advice
yes.
for larger? Of course, larger organizations have the bandwidth, expertise, teams to do that. What about the mid-tier companies, like mid-sized companies of 200, 500 crore companies? What is your advice for the CEOs and the leaders? Okay, what is your top 3 recommendations in this volatility?
Very valid questions. People usually thinks this AI bubble is going. Oh, AI will do every task, but yes, AI will do repetitive tasks or certain techniques. What I discussed, keeping that in mind, how even if AI is there, what mechanism is required to make that AI successful, and where that leadership decisions are important. That insight to the entire audience that okay, simply AI will solve the purpose, or this is basically, see, earlier you used to, now we have that very fancy, very highly automated, technology savvy phones. But thing is that somebody has to listen it, somebody has to receive it, otherwise that phone is so. Similarly, see
Correct.
the same
Hmm.
case with computer. So advice for the CEOs that uh, even if you feel that artificial intelligence or AI can do much of this repetitive tasks, definitely required decision makers who is trying to implement the decision governance in the organization. So person who is having valid experience in industry, solid experience in industry, they will be helpful in 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 keeping your supply chain and keep that excellent condition. That's the one part. Second thing is that definitely AI will help taking your accuracy to the next level. So implement sophisticated models or algorithms, but at the same time try to personalize that. Just simply get the numbers is not of any use. Try to ensure that whatever numbers they are getting or generating, in basically I'm talking about the supply chain context, simply on the forecasting context, try to personalize those numbers. Otherwise, you will not able to achieve your ultimate business outcome. Let's say I have given out that your demand is very robust and your forecasting was very strong and it is giving very good accuracy. But if your supply is not able to fulfill that demand, then what will help that forecast accuracy will be for the organization. Ultimately, you should fulfill that demand, then only you will get that business numbers, right? So that is also second thing very important. Materialize that. And third thing is implement certain things, but whenever you digital S&OP, digital transformation, and ensure that it is match. Many of the cases, the kind of what I can say. So try to enforce in whatever way. I'm talking. I'm not in a regulated way. I'm telling. Try to implement it so that try to enforce it so that adoption rate will increase. The more people will adopt technology, the more it will help and it will take the organization to the next level.
Fantastic. Mhm. Great insights, Subrata ji. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed your session. And if any questions from audience, yeah, we have a time issue. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, please post in the YouTube or even in the LinkedIn also. It will be popped up here. If you would like to reach out Subrata ji for clarifying your questions, please feel free to coordinate with us, and we will make sure that Subrata ji is available for you to answer the questions. Okay, offline. Okay. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much for a wonderful session. And it is really very simple, very straightforward, and without confusion, you clarified the things very well. So thank you very much. Thank you, Subrata ji. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Thanks everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Subrata ji. A wonderful session. And then, if there is any question, please post it to answer. Now we will take up our next guest speaker, Naveen Samala. Welcome, Naveen. Thank you very much for joining the session again. Nice to see you. Hope all is well.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yes, all well. I hope you're able to hear me well, right?
Yeah, we can. I can hear you very nicely. Nice to see you
Okay,
again.
excellent.
Smiling.
So you will have a little bit of noise here because I came to a different venue
okay.
here. I'm not at my home. Okay, so bear with me if there is some noise. Okay, but I'll try to be as loud as possible so that
no problem. Let
noise
me
around me not as dominating. Okay.
It's okay. Let me give an introduction to the participants.
Sure.
Naveen is talking today on implementing lean on optimizing supply chain processes. Naveen Samala is a seasoned IT leader with a diverse skill set encompassing business transfer development, application development, IT services delivery, product process, and program management. He's also into a lot of other things, which maybe you can speak on it. He's a fantastic speaker, and also he has a channel which is very popular. You can give brief about that, Naveen, and then
Sure.
you can. Yeah.
All right. So thank you so much. So I work as a global lean leader for a connected commerce company. That's my day job. And apart from that, I'm really passionate about sharing my knowledge and wisdom with the world. And with that intent, I started my own podcast called The Guiding Voice way back in 2020. It is a pandemic baby. However, it is no longer a baby. It has become a major platform now, spanning into six languages overall. So apart from English, we are available in Telugu, Hindi, Kannada, Marathi, and Gujarati. So I'm on a mission to shape the careers and lives of millions across the globe. So I'm passionate about developing people. That is one of the reasons why I started the Guiding Voice. And apart from that, I have authored three books also, out of which my latest book, 69 Naked Truths, has become an international bestseller because I've projected my real life experience out of last 40 years of life and highlighted nuances of personal relations, relationship with money, professional relationships, so on and so forth. So you can do check it out, 69 Naked Truths, and you can connect with me on LinkedIn just by searching for Naveen Samala. So with that, without further ado, I will get started. Before I bring up my presentation and all, I wanted to check the pulse of the room. Just in case, have you guys heard about lean already? And if so, are you implementing lean within your organization? And in case if you haven't heard about lean, I just wanted to understand the competency or the current understanding level so that I can tune my session accordingly. Of course, I do have slides, but instead of slides, if at all you have questions, probably I'll take a couple of them first before we get into that formal presentation. So, do you have any questions as such?
Yeah, please post questions because I know it is there is so many people attending. It's they have to post it in LinkedIn, sorry, YouTube. So YouTube
Yeah.
conversation channel is not something user friendly like any other
Okay. No
platform.
worries.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
they,
While we wait for while we wait for responses and all, I have
Mhm.
a simple question. Like we place orders on Amazon and then Flipkart or any other e-commerce platforms, right? And they commit to us anywhere between 1 to 2 day delivery or 2 to 4 day delivery, or in some cases 6 to 8 day delivery. Why? Why and how do you think they are able to commit to that delivery? And in majority cases, especially if you look at Amazon or Flipkart, they meet the lead time, right? And they deliver as per the commitment, and sometimes they deliver ahead of their time, ahead of the promised time, right? So lean plays a critical role in terms of coming up with the expected shipping time, right? And likewise, though we are not aware, many organizations, even like Amazon, Flipkart, everybody is implementing lean. They may be expressing it, they may not be expressing it, but right now if you look at some of the lean principles and concepts, they're already imbibed into our day-to-day life. And that's why once I start talking about different concepts, of course I'm going to touch scratch the surface of the entire lean implementation within the supply chain organization. However, you will start realizing, saying that yes, it is true, saying that yes, I have come across this kind of thing, right? So that is about the context setting part. And in fact, organizations that embrace lean methodology and also instill lean culture within the organizations, within their company, amongst their employees and all, right, they go a long way. Because any organization that is embracing lean philosophy or management framework, whatever you want to call it, then it is going to create that sense of customer experience amongst the employees. So employees will be obsessed about customer experience and all. And if some of you might recollect what is the tagline of Amazon, right? Or what is their mission statement? They wanted to be the Earth's most customer-centric organization, and Amazon displays that particular attitude in many ways. For example, if you have ordered a product which is returnable, they simply take the product back without any questions, right? And if you look at the way they have optimized and the way they have enhanced their supply chain, right? It is top notch, and in fact, a lot of automation is also implemented. And likewise, of course, these companies are very popular, and we get to know more about them. But behind the scenes, many organizations are already implementing lean, especially within supply chain. And why do you think lean is very important in supply chain organization? Because today time is more than money, and there is fierce competition, immense competition among different companies, organizations, because they want customers, and customers have more options to choose from. In case if I am a company and there is a customer and I'm not meeting my customer expectations, customer will simply go away, customer will be ruthless. However, the same customer, if you are giving him or her great experience, they are going to bring us more customers, right? So that's why embracing lean is very, very important, especially in supply chain, because supply chain is going to hit the customer directly or indirectly, most cases directly. Think about Amazon delivering a product at the doorstep, right? The moment we place the order and they commit, say, 1 to 2 day delivery or 2 to 3 day delivery, and we receive the product at the doorstep. Imagine if the product is damaged. Don't you feel frustrated? Absolutely. Imagine the product got delayed. Maybe let's assume you are traveling to a foreign country and you have ordered a sweater, because sweaters are very expensive in, say, airports or in the foreign country that you are visiting. And tomorrow is your flight, and you are expecting a product today evening, and suddenly that product did not arrive. Don't you think you will be frustrated? Absolutely, you will be frustrated, right? So here, why I'm referring to this particular scenario, because it is one of the examples which is closely related to supply chain. And when I say supply chain, there are many facets of supply chain, right? From procurement or sourcing the raw material, manufacturing, and once the end product is manufactured and it has to be delivered to the customer's doorstep through delivery partners or channel partners, and likewise. So in this entire process, customer is somebody who is getting impacted. And if customer delight is missing, or if customer expectation is missing, then companies are going to pay a huge penalty. Do you agree with that? Like, can you relate to what I am referring to? And in fact, it is applicable to some food delivery apps like Zomato or Swiggy or any other apps that we are using. So, which means somebody is expected to deliver a product on time. Let's assume I'm extremely hungry and I ordered food from a particular restaurant, and, and the app was, and the platform was showing as 30 to 45 minutes ETA. But however, after 10 minutes, I got a notification saying that due to some unavoidable situations, your order is getting delayed by another 30 minutes. Do you have an option to get refund there? No. However, you have to bear with that. But do you think customer will be happy with that kind of scenario? Customer will excuse us once or twice, but not more than that. In case if it is repeating as a pattern, then simply customer goes to social media and posts about that particular incident, because bad always spreads faster than good. Because in fact, I'm a very good customer, I'm a loyal customer to certain companies like Samsung, Apple, and at the same time, I may not have had great experience with other companies. Once upon a time, I had a very bad experience with an internet service provider. And the moment I got that bad experience, I simply went on and I tried to reach their customer service and get the issue addressed. However, they were not able to address the issue on time. So I waited patiently for about 6 months, and still the issue is not resolved. You know what I did? I became now the good customer has become an irate customer, and I went on to Twitter. Now it is called as X, and I tagged that company and also Consumer Forum, saying that the XYZ company is harassing me, okay, with all the marketing calls and all. Though I have disconnected their services and all, please act on it. Within 2 days I got response. So companies never ever want to get into that kind of situations, if at all they are embracing lean. So now let me start sharing my screen, and I'll talk a few nuances about how lean can be implemented within the supply chain scope. Okay, and I'll talk about some real time examples as well. And in case Abdul sir, if anybody has any questions, feel free to interrupt me. And I hope you are able to see my screen.
Yes, yes, yes.
Can I get an? Okay. All right. So, why you want to implement lean, right? And one disclaimer I will tell you. In fact, it is a very good disclaimer. Lean is not something which is applicable to a particular domain or a particular industry. Lean is a transferable skill, because if you talk about my own lean journey, I started my corporate journey with a General Electric, and I was part of industrial sales B2B, and I earned my black belt certification there. After that, after spending 11 years in that organization, I moved to a different company called CDK Global, which is into automotive retail dealer solutions and also digital marketing. There I started implementing lean, and at the same time that company has sponsored me for my master black belt certification in lean six sigma from Indian Statistical Institute. So I implemented lean there as well, and after that I joined another organization which is CDK's erstwhile parent company ADP, which is into payroll, and there also I implemented lean, and now I am working for a connected commerce company. Here also I am implementing lean. So the summary is simple. Lean is a philosophy which changes our mindset in becoming more customer centric, and most importantly, it will help us in enhancing the efficiency by reducing waste anywhere. Of course, today, since we are in the supply chain summit, I'm going to talk about the lean implementation. How do we optimize the supply chain processes and how it is going to yield us benefits in logistics. However, please note that it can be applied in any function, in any domain, in any industry. It is a very good skill to have, and in fact, to be honest, these days we are not finding many certified professionals. So, and if you look at technology, okay, the reason why people ask me, like, why did you choose lean though you are from IT, why did you shift into business side and all, which which doesn't mean that I'm not fascinated about technology. I am fascinated about contemporary technologies. I experiment with it. However, I'm super curious about process improvement because it directly touches the customer experience part. We can easily see that particular differences, and moreover, if you're part of a lean organization or a lean team within your company, you will get exposed to so many projects which otherwise you will not have exposure to. That is another reason. And other thing which I wanted to tell you is technology changes every now and then, right? However, this lean philosophy and all, right, it is going to get upgraded. However, the underlying principles will be same, and it is one thing which you can keep it with you forever as an arsenal. And there is huge demand now, and at the same time you can expect same demand in future also, especially nowadays industry is having scarcity of certified lean professionals and all. So if somebody is really interested, I would strongly recommend you to pursue that path. Okay, so on that note, let's move forward and talk about what is the purpose of this lean implementation in supply chain. You know, if you look at any organization, especially some enterprises which were established say 50 years ago, 100 years ago, or if they have a legacy of 150 years, 200 years, 250 years and all, they might be having hundreds of thousands of employees across say hundreds of countries, say 180 countries across 200 countries, so on and so forth. One problem with those kind of enterprises, in case if they are not continuously checking, if they are not continuously driving lean implementation, there is a high probability wherein waste is getting accumulated in the organization. Maybe due to bureaucracy, maybe because of frequent organization changes, or maybe nobody is really performing any scrutiny, so on and so forth. But however, it is not just restricted to large organizations. It is also applicable to small and medium scale organizations as well. So by embracing lean, what we will do is we will be able to eliminate the waste. Now my question is, what is a waste? In general, if we are in India, like if somebody is in Hyderabad, we know this GHMC has distributed those blue and green dustbins, right? So green dustbin is for dry waste, and blue dustbin is for the wet waste kind of thing, and wherein every household is expected to segregate that waste and give it to the trash collector in the morning. How many of us are doing that diligently? I'll be honest, we don't use those two separate bins separately, and our maid uses only one bin and everything is put, and she dumps it at the drum, okay, which is placed near the within the ground floor of our apartment, and that person comes and picks it up. So whatever we are putting in the trash, right, that is waste. What is waste? Something which you don't need. Similarly, in the organization context also, there will be some waste, and that waste could be any of the 8 types, okay, which I'm going to discuss in the upcoming slides. However, specific with regard to supply chain, there are three of them predominantly. One is overproduction, waiting, and the other one is defect. What is overproduction? If you are producing more than required, or if you are producing before time, right, that is overproduction. In simple terms, okay, I ordered, okay, for example, I was expecting somebody to deliver a presentation, okay, every month an employee is expected to deliver a presentation, and maybe within my mind I thought, okay, this presentation is no longer required from next month onward. But this person, without checking with me, has already delivered that presentation by spending say 20 hours or 30 hours. This is a day-to-day example that happens in the organizations, wherein you are sending some information which is not required by somebody. In simple terms, you are producing a product which nobody is going to buy. There is no customer, right? In that case, it is a overproduction. Next is waiting. All of us wait. All of us hate to wait, right? And nowadays, time is more than money. That's why these apps like Zeptos and Instamart, all of them, right, and Blinkit have become so hit, because we don't want to wait for the product to arrive. And similarly, if you have dependency with some XYZ team, or say another team member, and if that team member is not sending you the information, what happens to us as a consumer of that information? We get frustrated, right? And similarly, let's assume you ordered a product from XYZ company, and that product is not delivered. It is resulting in waiting. Similarly, in the supply chain context, you have ordered raw materials from your supplier, and supplier has got delayed. However, you already have production order, and you are able to manufacture certain units and supposed to deliver it to the customer. Again, you are waiting, and since you are waiting for the raw material, the entire production line might stop, and overall it is hindering your customers experience, right? And the next one is defect. I ordered a product on Amazon, okay, and say some shoes of size 7, but I received them size of 8. Then what happens? Simply, I will return that product, okay, for refund or replacement. Imagine one thing: if I'm replacing, if I'm returning that particular item, don't you think it is a loss to Amazon? Definitely it is a loss. Why? Because whatever the cost that they have incurred in terms of shipping it and taking it back, right, that is something is a loss. And another example, let's assume you are manufacturing a pen. Due to some defect, this ink is leaking. Can you sell it to the customer? No, because it is a defect. So likewise, the defects are also very costly, and these kind of overproduction, waiting, and defects, right, they are going to hinder the efficiency of supply chain. That's why by embracing lean, you can eliminate the waste. And apart from that, in lean organization, similar to agile, in fact, I would say most of the agile principles that are used in the market today, like Kanban, right, and then daily stand up, and all those retrospection, right, those are available in lean also. So which means in lean, more more focus or emphasis is given to collaboration of the team members. For example, in our organization, we drive Kaizen event every month. And that is not, when I say Kaizen event, it's not a small event. It's a 5-day event, which is outcome focused event, wherein beforehand, like 2 to 3 months prior to that particular Kaizen boot camp itself, all the preparation happens, wherein the business leaders will come across our supply chain. They come and they share some problem statements, and we'll work with the teams to refine those problem statements and come up with the project charters. And during this entire process, we are establishing that particular camaraderie amongst the team members. And once we have the project charters ready, then a schedule is prepared wherein all the stakeholders, okay, whoever is part of that particular upstream and downstream systems and whoever has a stake, they're all called together and put up in a physical location, a single physical location, and they start brainstorming, okay, in terms of how the process is working today, and without questioning or without blaming anybody. And after that, collectively they create the process map in terms of the as is functionality, and afterwards they are going to question each and every step, whether it is required, not required, whether it is value added, not value added. And in this entire process, everybody feels as an owner, because we tend to create that culture of, hey, let us work together as a team and enhance the customer experience. It is not about blame game wherein, okay, upstream system is doing well, downstream system is not doing well. No, lean absolutely recommends cross functional collaboration, and to be able to enhance that particular communication, and most importantly, decision making also has to happen then and there itself, so that during that particular 5-day event, even the senior leaders are also available, and their intervention is also requested as and when required. For example, in one of the events we found that there are certain safety hazards, and to implement that safety requirements in place, it costs about 2 lakh rupees. And since it is in Bangalore, I'm referring to something which happened recently in Bangalore. And what happened is the plant head immediately spoke to the management. In fact, the managing director, the owner of the company, was there, and he immediately approved the budget, and within next day they were able to procure the items, right? So faster response is also something which is possible by by embracing lean. And most importantly, in lean world, we believe in continuous improvement culture. It is not like, okay, you are coming and doing some activity, reducing 30% waste or reducing cycle time, reducing defects and all. No, we are not done and dusted there. We are going to come again after 3 months or after 6 months. And since we are fostering this CI mindset amongst the employees, employees are continuously challenging themselves in terms of, how can I be better, how can I do something great to the organization. That is the beauty of continuous improvement culture. And another important aspect is the agility and competitiveness. As I told earlier, today we are in a fiercely competitive world, and companies can rarely take the risk of pissing off with the customer experience. In case if that happens, they are going to lose the customers. So lean will enhance the agility, means quickness, like nimble, like you are always focusing on, can I reduce the lead time, can I reduce the cycle time, can I make sure that I am performing on par, I am doing very well, so that I can be certain, right, I can deal with uncertainty, right? So these are the factors which will enhance the importance of lean in supply chain. So I'll take a quick pause to see if there are any questions, or if you're okay with my pace, or if you have any feedback, or else I can move forward.
Yeah. Please move forward. I think its a pace is very nice. Yeah. I'm watching. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So if at all you are planning to implement lean within your supply chain organization, right? What are some diagnostic questions that you need to focus on, right? You need to map the value stream. What is a value stream? Value stream is nothing but end to end process map in a way, but process map simply articulates the number of steps. However, in case of value stream, you will also get to know the wait time or cycle time related to that particular step. So if you're creating this value stream right from supplier, input, process, output, and customer, means say what are the raw materials that you are picking up from the customer, from your supplier, and how are you going to use those raw materials to be able to transform those raw materials into your products, and how are you shipping it. So entire process is captured along with the timelines, be it cycle time, what is the wait time, how much of inventory is there, then that will become your value stream. So once you create this value stream, then the advantage is that we will get to know, okay, what is the step which is a culprit, which is having so much of lead time or so much of wait time? Then we will first fix in terms of reducing the wait time, or maybe combining 2 or 3 steps so that you can reduce this particular combined cycle time. Or you might never know, there is so much of inventory, and one problem with inventory is going to hide the other types of waste. In supply chain world, inventory is one of the, again, worst types of waste. First worst type of waste is overproduction, because you have spent all your money, effort, time, everything, and your product got unsold. And defect is another type of waste. In coming to the inventory, let's assume you have bought some raw material and you have put up the stock. That is nothing but your inventory, and suddenly the raw material cost has come down. Don't you think you are going to incur financial losses? That is one thing. Second aspect, don't you think there is a space, okay, which is being used by that particular inventory, that is occupied? And think about how much square feet of space is occupied, and think about, if at all the raw material has an expiry date, and if it is not consumed or if it is not utilized on time. Likewise, there are so many side effects of inventory, and one other thing about inventories, it is going to hide all the waste beneath it, right? So that's why we have to implement Kanban or Convip kind of thing, which I'm going to talk in a while if time permits. But those are something which will help us in terms of maintaining optimal inventory levels. And next aspect is root cause analysis. Like, you can use tools like 5 eyes or fishbone diagrams. For example, I'll give you one simple hypothetical example. Okay, I've ordered a product on some XYZ company, some e-commerce portal, and they delivered the product 24 hours late. Then I'll ask the question, why did you deliver the product 24 hours late? Then they will say, the order information was captured incorrectly. Why did you incorrectly capture the order information? Then they will say, the validation of the address is not properly implemented in the system. Then I'll ask again, why the validation was not put up properly in the in that put implement or implemented properly in the system. Then they will say, requirements were not defined properly. So which means, here, during the requirement gathering itself, right, emphasis was not given in terms of understanding the customer requirements and making sure that the address needs to be perfect, right? Likewise, this is 5 eyes is a simple technique wherein you are repeatedly asking questions. Like, for example, I'll take another example of an employee who is expected to attend the meeting on time at 8 o'clock, and that person got delayed and he came at 9 o'clock. I'll ask, hey, why did you come late to office? He says, I got stuck in office. I got stuck in traffic. Why did you get stuck in traffic? Because I started at the peak time. Why did you start at the peak time? Because I slept late in the night. Why did you sleep late at night? Because I partied hard. Why did you party hard? Because it was my friend's birthday. Now, friend's birthday is the root cause, and we are not telling that this person not to celebrate birthday. He could have planned in such a way that he could have spent little bit of time there instead of spending whole midnight, or he could have convinced his friend to celebrate the party over a weekend or something. Likewise, will be more and more workarounds which will come, but overall, by repeatedly questioning, you'll get to know the root cause and the why, and the reason why it is called as 5 eye. Because scientifically, in 90% or over 90% of the cases, the root cause will be arrived by the fifth why. But you never know, sometimes you might get to know the root cause at third why only, sometimes fourth why only, and sometimes it may go beyond 5 whys also. But when you are questioning, we need to make sure that you are asking the right question. That is very, very important, because if you are not asking the right question, then there is a chance wherein you are fanning out instead of fanning in, right? And another beautiful root cause analysis technique is fishbone diagram. It is also called as Ishikawa diagram. And what is the purpose of fishbone diagram? For example, again, going back to product is delivered late to the customer is the problem statement. Now I wanted to understand the root cause, and that root cause can be across 6 M's. Like, it could be, one of them will be man, one of them is machine, material, mother nature, method, and measurement. So these are the major bones. And I'll ask, what could go wrong with man? Is the person who is supposed to deliver the order, okay, that person, okay, is sober, maybe he's not having good time, and he has mistakenly she mistakenly allotted that particular product to a wrong pin code. Gone. Example. Or method. It could be the shipping process which is used. Maybe instead of using it by air, they have selected by rail or by bus. Likewise, this fishbone diagram will help you understand or brainstorm with the team in terms of finding out what are the potential reasons why this particular product got delayed, right? So using 5 eyes and fishbone analysis, you can uncover why inefficiencies are existing in processes. And today we are referring to corporate sustainability reporting directive. In fact, in my last presentation during this summit, I spoke about corporate sustainability reporting directive in terms of how companies are focusing more in terms of procuring raw materials from sustainable vendors and making sure that the entire process is sustainable, so on and so forth. So here, in the lean perspective, sustainability is not just limited to eco-friendliness, but sustainability is more about if you are implementing some new process, how are you making it sustain? How are you making sure that it is used as planned forever until it gets changed, right? So that is the sustainability in terms of, okay, I have created a new process, I'm implementing a standard practice, and then I'll come up with visual management, and then I will train the employees, and then there will be cultural shift. Okay, excellent. But how do you ensure people are not going back to the old process, or how do you ensure this process is continued forever? Right, for that also, control is a something, okay, which is one of the critical phases in the DMIC. Of course, this define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. And however, out of all of them, in my opinion, apart from improve, control is the most important thing. Because if you have devised the new process, and if you are not ensuring that new process is followed, then whatever the effort that you have put in terms of building the new process will go in vain. That's why you need to have strong controls in place, right? So these are the diagnostic questions. And now let us talk about some specific types of waste within the supply chain operations perspective. So there are traditionally 7 skills. However, 8th skill got added. That's why I said 7 traditional waste, and the 8th waste is the skill. What is a skill? Nothing but employee talent. You hired somebody, okay, who is really really good, okay, in say programming, but you gave them data entry job. Do you think they will be happy? They will not be happy, and they will do the job for the sake of it until they find another job. So likewise, if you are not recognizing the right talent in your organization and not assigning them the right job, that is the 8th waste, which is the skills. Now, what are the other ways, like overproduction, waiting, transportation, over processing, inventory, motion, and defects? So I know these words are jumbled. That's why what I'll do is I'm going to switch to the next slide, which
Input, huh?
has a easy definition. Okay, to remember. Abdulji,
Yeah.
can you see my screen?
Yeah. I can see.
Okay, all right. Okay, so easy way to remember 8 types of waste, right? Tim Woods. T for transportation, I for inventory, M for motion, W for waiting, overproduction, overprocessing, defect, and skills. We have already seen defect, and we have seen skills. So we'll come in the reverse order. Skills means not utilizing the people's talent. Somebody who is really good at programming, you are using them for data entry, which is a strict no-no. Because people, there is a saying, right? If you take good care of your employees, they'll take care of your customers. That is really very very important, because once you treat your employees well, right, they'll become loyal, and the longer the tenure of employees within an organization, the better for the organization, right? And next one is the defect, something which is not conforming to the standard, right? Maybe I asked you to send a simple report, but you applied a wrong filter and you sent me the report. That report is useless to me. That is a defect. Next is over processing. I'll take the same example of sending the report. You sent me a report, okay, and I told you to extract 1,000 records, okay, last 1,000 records or 1,000 orders, and when you downloaded that 1,000 records, after that you beautified it. You added some nice graphics and all that, fancy colors, fonts, and everything. For me, I want that record, that particular report to be uploaded to a database, and the database doesn't care whether I am using Whether I'm using Arial font or Roboto font or Aptos font or which color, which format, all those things, it doesn't care. So anything that you are doing, okay, which is not going to, which is more than what customer requires, right? That is your over processing, right? Any extra step, any feature, any approval, any kind of polishing that you are doing, right? That is all over processing. Overproduction, we have already seen something producing more than needed, or if you are producing earlier than needed, right? So that is the biggest driver. That is the worst type of waste. Next is waiting. We have already discussed this also. Idle time, for example, you know, in some cases, people wait for the server to start. Have you seen that? Or they don't restart their laptops and computers on frequent basis, and suddenly on Monday morning there is a presentation and this person is trying to bring up the PowerPoint, and PowerPoint is not working because there is so much of cache which got utilized, and because of junk files and all, and now it requires a forced restart. That is also wait. Or the time required to start a server is also wait, or time that is required wherein the machine is not maintained properly, and every time there is a breakdown, some operator has to come and fix it. Again, there is a wait, right? Or in simple terms, you have waiting for the truck to deliver your shipment to the customer. That is a wait, right? Next is motion. Motion means, in agile world we refer to co-located teams, co-located teams, co-located teams. Where did it come from? The reason is very simple. If the project team is working in the same office, but people are sitting in different floors or different bays and all, let's assume, okay, I am working with a person named Santosh. Okay, Santosh is from database team and I am from, hypothetically, and I am from Java team. And Santosh status is showing green on Teams. However, the moment I ping him, he is not responding. I get into a frustration saying that this fellow is not responding. And I call his cell, he is not attending. Okay, instead, if I have the same Santosh sitting next to me as a project team, I don't have to move, or I don't have to get into that particular frustration. That's why in Agile world, they focus on co-locating teams so that if at all team members require help from others, they can tap their shoulder. They don't have to rely on technology, or they don't have to walk down the stairs and all. So any unnecessary movement by people, okay, in terms of searching for information or reaching the information or walking or anything that doesn't add value is your motion. And in supply chain world, let's assume, right, especially on the manufacturing plant or assembly plant, you have so much of raw material and some components, okay, and those components have to be placed near the operator so that operator need not walk again back to the supermarket and come back. When I say supermarket, I'm not referring to Ratnadeep supermarket or DMart, but the supermarket which is available in the factory premises, which actually is fulfilling your component replenishment or something of that sort. That's why my strong recommendation is, if you have not been to any of the manufacturing plant, okay, go and visit the manufacturing plant so that you will see these kind of things in action. For example, I've been to GE's healthcare plant way back in 2013 time frame, when I was pursuing my black belt certification, and then I have seen Kanban in action. What happens there is, the person who is responsible for assembling certain things, right, all the raw material, all the components that are required for this person to assemble that particular major component, have everything in his place, so that he doesn't have to walk around the corner of that particular warehouse which is 100 or 200 meters away. Instead, everything is available here, and there is a Kanban card placed, which will give an indication in terms of how many items are left and how many he needs more, so that a person keeps on visiting the every assembly station to see how many people need raw materials, and he is the one who will supply the raw materials, so that I don't have to walk from my desk to that particular warehouse, right? So this is the motion, which is nothing but avoiding unnecessary movement, right? So in the IT world, I refer to co-located teams. That is a good example. Likewise, and in our manufacturing facility, what we have recently done is, some of the components which are frequently used, right, we have brought them front in the front aisle, so that it will be easy for the operator or the person who is actually helping us with picking and putting it at the assembly point. So these are some small nuances which we overlook, right? But however, if implemented properly, they are going to give you wonderful results, right? So this is about your motion. And next one is inventory. Any excess raw material, work in progress, or finished goods, which tie up cash and which is going to hide problems. As I told earlier, like you have sourced a lot of raw material. Suddenly, raw material price has gone down, or raw material has become obsolete. It is a waste, right? And then transportation, unnecessary movement of products. We refer to motion. The way you have to remember, M is man, movement of man, whereas transportation, here transportation is of goods or materials or some information between those processes. Right now, once you embrace these concepts, if you can clearly understand what is value added, what is non value added, what is business value added, and if you can find and identify any of these Tim Woods in your organization, and if you can fix them, you'll start creating wonders in terms of improving the cycle time, reducing the waste, so on and so forth. So, any questions on Tim Woods concept?
Fantastic. I think the way you explained how to apply lean for IT solutions, that makes a big sense.
Sure.
Yeah, in manufacturing, lean is very prevalent. We all
Yeah,
understand, and in the
and there
services,
is always a misconception.
and
Yeah,
yes, I totally agree with you that lean is not only for manufacturing. Lean can be applied everywhere.
correct.
You rightly
Yeah,
said,
and
and
I'm
it
the
is
living
important.
example.
Yeah,
I'm the living example. I've been part of different organizations, different teams, and I've been implementing it, right?
fantastic. Great insights, Naveen. Yeah.
Okay. So moving ahead now with regard to the tools that are required, right? You don't need fancy software or something. Majority of the lean tools you can Google and you will find it. For example, value stream mapping template, process mapping template, or lead time calculator, or Kanban cards. All of them are available, or 5i template, fishbone diagram. All of them are available. And in fact, there are some companies which have created like lean. I think I'm trying to recall. Um, what is the Benchmark Six Sigma is one of the premier training organizations, and apart from that, Six Sigma made easy, and there are a few other sites.
There are
And
many.
in fact, one thing, yeah, there are many sites, okay, which will offer all the templates along with examples for free. And I want to, before I miss this, I want to also highlight you, right? Lean is not restricted to enterprises. Come in the country like United States, the governments of Minnesota, government of Ohio, they formally have a lean department. Even North Dakota, so those states already have a formal lean organization, and in fact, they run lean trainings and they certify people, and they have implemented lean principles in their citizen services also. Because once you know the beauty of lean, the the miracles that it can do, right? You can really do miracles. That's why I became an evangelist of that, right? So, and then value stream mapping, it is going to give you clear and visual information flow along with material flow. And the purpose of this value stream mapping is it will help you identify the bottleneck in your process, and if there are any inefficiencies within your supply chain organization. When I say organization, all the underlying processes, direct procurement, indirect procurement, logistics, all different sourcing, different departments, and how the handshake is happening. Once you create the value stream, right, then you will start getting to know how bad our problem is. Majority of the companies, where they fail it, not questioning the status quo, especially all the age old organizations. They think, okay, gaadi chal raha hai, things are going on, and unless and until they come across problem, they don't question. But if you are a leader and if you are picking up a new department ownership or something, my strong recommendation is next time when you are shifting an organization or shifting it to a different department laterally or internally, question the status quo. Ask them, hey, you're saying this process is created, but tell me who are the consumers. What happens if I don't send that particular thing to my consumer? Is it going to lead to any revenue loss? If you start questioning in that way, but again, you have to be very careful. Don't question as if you are the superstar. You have to question out of curiosity to genuinely understand the intent of a particular step or intent of a particular process. Then you will get to know if people have visibility, no visibility, and in majority cases, one standard answer that we will get: my predecessor told me to do that, I am doing it, and now I am done. I am telling you, you also do it. If that is the case, then there is a room for improvement wherein you have to call for a Kaizen event kind of thing, or at least have a brainstorming discussion to get visibility to the entire end-to-end process. And in that case also there will be many surprises. I've seen that in across different organizations. None of them will have end-to-end visibility, and they work in silos. And if they're working in silos, what happens? They're having myopic view of a process, and they always are thinking about, I should do everything right, and I don't care if others are not doing well, whatever it is. Only thing is I have to get the information straight and I have to be productive. No. Once you stop thinking about your own benefit, your own team benefit, and once you start thinking about organizational benefit, then things will start changing. One thing what I keep telling in my workshops internally and externally is, if you are calling for a brainstorming meeting, have equal composition of people. Okay, entry level to the senior, right from equal composition. Possible, try to bring a person who is not at all related to that particular process. And in the brainstorming session, you first give the junior most employee the chance to speak. Let them speak and you go up the hierarchy. Then you will start seeing some wonderful explanations, wonderful ideas. And most importantly, calling somebody who is totally new to your process, that fellow will come up with a brilliant questions which will blow your mind. And most importantly, when you are doing this exercise, keep your business card titles outside the conference and tell them, hey guys, we are here working in the best interest of the organization, in the interest of the customer. Now let us work together as a team. Then you will start seeing the difference. This is my strong recommendation. If at all you don't have visibility to the end-to-end process mapping, do that. And if possible, do value stream mapping, because the main difference between process map and value stream map is, in value stream map, you will get to know not only the culprit, but how bad the culprit is, right? That will take you a long way. Okay. And then 5S. This is again one of the simplest tools. 5S is nothing but sort, set in order, and then shine, standardize, and sustain. In simple terms, the best example of 5S is, go to a mechanic shop or a car service center. You'll find the toolbox, right? The shadow board out there. All the spanners are arranged in particular order, which means there is a place for everything and everything in place. And similarly, in the same service center, if you go, the place where the cars that are coming for service are put up in one place, and after that work in progress in one place, and after that ready for delivery in one place. So this is a 5S implementation. So similarly, in your, say, in your factory premises, okay, when you are about to ship your products, think about how efficiently you can organize so that it will be easy for somebody to pick up the item directly visually, and also to make sure that the place is standardized so that they can blindly go and pick up and put it for shipping. And another good example which I can tell you where 5S is implemented efficiently is your drugstores, the pharmacy, the medical stores. Every medical store will maintain some thousands of different drugs, different tablets, different medicines. But the moment you give a prescription, they'll be able to serve you in less than a minute. Why? Because they are implementing 5S. So 5S is already there. And when 5S is implemented there, why can't we implement it within our supply chain organization? Think, how can we make things visual, right? And then you have this Kaizen and continuous improvement, which is again not a one-time activity. It is something, a mindset, in my opinion. And last but not the least, Kanban and JIT principle. JIT is nothing but just in time. For those of you who are from IT world, you can relate to Java is known for just in time compilation, just in time interpretation. And the reason Java achieves high performances as and when a program line of code is interpreted, it is compiled and executed. And that's why it achieves so much of faster performance. And in the supply chain world, in simple terms, you need some raw material. If the raw material is being dumped from your supplier, okay, without you signaling, then what happens? You will end up building inventory. Instead, what I will tell is, hey, last time I incurred losses in terms of maintaining so much of inventory. From now on, I'm going to signal you 2 days in advance, saying that I need raw material, then only you ship it. This is in a nutshell what just in time means, right? It will minimize the inventory, and overall it will also promote the smooth demand supply flow. So actually I have a lot to cover, but due to time constraints I have to stop here. And one thing what I can offer is I have a free course called Becoming a Productivity Monk, wherein all the lean concepts and in terms of how you can become a better individual are already available on my personal YouTube channel. Just search for Naveen Samala, and every Monday I'm posting one small snippet related to lean implementation, small 2 to 3 minute video on LinkedIn. Okay, if you subscribe to my YouTube channel, you'll get it, or else you can follow me on LinkedIn. You'll get there. But yeah, I'll have to stop here, and maybe we can take questions for 2 or 3 minutes
Yeah.
in the interest of time.
So very interesting, and please share the details to Praveen. Maybe he will post it
Yeah.
on behalf of you. Okay, and yeah, it's very
Yep.
interesting. You made it very interesting topic. Okay, so very rarely I hear lean on non-manufacturing segment. It's very interesting. Actually, I
Yeah.
thought, okay, maybe I was let us see what you bring to the table. I know each time we talk to you, you will surprise Naveen. Okay, so very much. Thank you very much, Naveen. Really very
All right.
interesting. Okay, so thank you,
Sure. Sure.
ladies and gentlemen. Give a big round of applause to Naveen. And I know you have questions.
All
I
right.
know asking questions in YouTube is not something easy. Please make sure that you post questions in whatever format you can, and we make sure that those questions are get answered by Naveen Samala. And if you would like to, I strongly recommend to connect to him and then hear very interesting insights he keeps sharing. Thank you, Naveen. Thank you very much, and really a wonderful session. I
All right.
enjoyed.
Thank you for the opportunity, and thanks everyone for your time and attention. And
Thank you, Naveen.
look
Thank
forward
you, and good
to
time
meet
and
you all
good luck.
soon. Thank you. Bye
Thank
bye.
you. Good luck. Thank you very much. Fantastic session so far. I would like to thank all the participants, speakers, and organizers. So thank you very much. So good evening, Pattabhi ji. Welcome back again. Nice to see you, sir.
Good evening. Hope you're doing fine.
Yeah.
I was
Uh,
watching some of the program. In fact, I have connected throughout the day, but I was not watching entire thing. But first few program and the last one I was watching, it was wonderful. It looks like you are watching like a mini AI summit. Okay, more than a more than supply chain summit, it has become a AI summit because now that is the
it is.
market trend. Everybody
It is
wants
the
to.
trend. But anyways, yeah, AI is they are trying to apply AI everywhere. Yeah, why not? Okay, why not? So great. Thank you, Pattabhi ji. Let me give you a quick round of introduction. Mr. Pattabhi Raman, he is talking about computer vision for supply chain. I'm eagerly waiting for this, Pattabhi ji. Pattabhi Raman is a seasoned supply chain, logistics and sourcing and analytics professional. He's a fantastic trainer and consultant with nearly 3 decades of hands-on experience across large multinational organizations. Okay. Pattabhi ji, welcome to the show. Please, I know you train a lot. You have a fantastic way to teach supply chain to all the individuals. I would like to start your session, and maybe if I miss something in introduction, please make yourself
No
comfortable.
issue. I don't need the introduction. Maybe thanks for giving me this opportunity. This is the first time I'm attending this forum. A very good knowledge sharing forum which you are offering for free. But I don't know how you can pull more candidates to watch such a program. It would be really beneficial if
Yeah.
you are able to reach to more people because all who are guests were telling they have a very good knowledge they were able to do. As you know, now AI is taking over many things. We know what is happening with Anthropic or what Elon Musk is talking about robots. Sometimes it is worrying, and I can give an incident. One of my client in Middle East approached me yesterday. In fact, he is using all this AI tool, including ChatGPT, for all the thing. Maybe I saw the Anita was presenting what you can do with the inventory optimization, load optimization, or forecasting. Just upload the tools into ChatGPT, for example, you get the similar result. For
Correct.
him, whatever available in your site,
Correct.
he was
Correct.
showing me
Yeah.
everything I can do, but still he had a problem. That's why he reached out to me. I am able to find a solution, very good solution offered by this chat GPT. In fact, it is also explaining all the things, how to implement things. It's all fine. I have been using for last 6 months, but still I have a problem. I am not getting the result when I to implement in the shop floor. Okay, I am in the manufacturing supply chain. For me, manufacturing is important. Then I did some analysis what he is doing. Maybe he was talking very good about inventory analysis or everything. So when I checked some of the factors, he was not aware about even basic inventory management techniques like ABC analysis or FSN analysis or safety stock. Because when I see the data, it is not having the required details to give the required answer. Okay, so one is assuming that everything AI will solve without any domain knowledge. That's not going to help. If people are thinking doctor can work in supply chain or supply chain can work in medical as a doctor, it's not going to work. The
That's
second thing
more
is
dangerous.
AI creates hallucination. Okay, if you are not providing data, it assumes data
Yeah.
without you giving any detail. For example, this guy was showing me some details about how he wanted to optimize inventory. He has given some limited data, but it has assumed certain things. For example, if you want to calculate safety stock, you should know demand variation, supply variation, and the customer service level. And except these three details, he has dumped all the data. And AI has not told him that you are not given required data, and it has assumed, it
Assume.
has a lot of data from lot of industry. So it has assumed, he has told he is working in a FMCG, it has pulled the data and it's given the answer to him. So how he can implement in his organization by using somebody else?
Correct. Correct.
It's not going to work because I am also training on such topics like inventory optimization, routing optimization, loading optimization, forecasting. But unless you have the
Understood.
grip of the topic, you cannot exploit this AI. See, we say AI as a assistant. AI is an intelligent assistant, but many of the people they are taking over the head and making them as a boss. In such case, it's not going to work. I think we are going to have a maturity shortly. Maybe it is going to crash in another 6 months or 1 year. But before that, huge damage would have happened to the society and other thing. It might have happened. Anyhow, let me go to the presentation. Hope you are able to see the screen.
Yes, yes. Yeah, please go.
Okay, we were seeing about the execution system. Maybe your executives were explaining about various software elements. Now, when you want make things to be working perfectly, apart from your software execution system, you need appropriate hardware systems. Without hardware system, it's not going to work. Possibly, when we talk about Anthropic or OpenAI, they are talking more about software. Maybe possible Elon Musk and Amazon, they are talking about hardware, creating robotics and other things. That's where we can see much progress, because only software is not going to work. And I feel this computer vision may be one of the important critical aspect of AI in supply chain, because it makes things to see the things. Okay, how a autonomous vehicle can drive, or for that matter, we can use this kind of computer system in warehouse or incoming receiving. Okay, also we have been using this kind of system for some time, maybe last 5 years, 10 years. If we take an example of a mobile phone, you can log in by showing your face, meaning that it is able to recognize your face. Okay, so there are so many application, possibly mass surveillance and other things are there in the market. But when focused to supply chain, we have a lot of application, including recognizing a part component, or in the quality inspection, and so many other things. They are even talking human-less warehouse, where a system can detect how much stock is available in the warehouse, and it can trigger a replenishment order without any manual intervention. Can you imagine a situation now? People are moving towards such a automation, where you don't even need any ERP system. Everything can be manually managed. One side it looks better, but other side it looks a bit dangerous. This is where I am seeing that there will be an end for that. The bust is going to happen. So why Vision AI? Vision AI enables machine to interpret visual data with high precision. It transforms industry reliant on monitoring, inspection, and recognition. Advances in deep learning and sensors make large-scale visual intelligence possible. Enhances accuracy, safety, operational efficiency across sector. Example, logistic firm use Vision AI to detect damaged packing before shipping. So the application, to some extent, we were already using it, especially in the quality or incoming, even when we were not like Amazon type of organization, but we were using it to some extent, like a non-contact measurement system or laser measurement system, which can identify or count the item. So here you can see quality control and detection, detects defects and misalignment behind human capability, because maybe it's very minute. We will not be able to observe the error, maybe a painting defect or micro scratch, which is not acceptable in many of the manufacturing. Then enables real-time quality check on assembly lines, reduces waste and ensure compliance, strengthens automated inspection using cameras. See, you can apply this AI to where it is really required. You cannot fully automate and make the factory as dark factory. That is where I think we may be moving towards a dangerous situation. In a factory, you should know where are the application areas, possibly where you need a higher response time, higher accuracy, or when handling hazardous goods. Such areas may be likely candidate, but I feel in this year you may see a lot of application. They are simply applying in a mad way, which is not good. Here, example is automotive plant detect faint defects instantly. Okay, and how do this camera recognize anything is based on pixels. Possibly, if you know any cameras, for that matter, mobile camera, they talk about 10 MP camera means 10 megapixels. So it is able to identify in form of a smallest dot or a pot. Okay, maybe if we identify colors by using RGB colors. You tell RGB, you put any colors, you will get a different combination. So it identifies by a pixel, and if you have more number of pixel, you get a more clarity there. Digital images or pixel matrices across RGB channels. Each pixel carries intensity information forming patterns. As you know, AI works on a pattern identification for anything. AI extracts the shapes, edges, and texture. Pre-processing ensures consistent model input. Example, high resolution images used for inspection. Now, features and object of recognition. Early model used handcrafted visual features. Deep learning extracts hierarchical feature layers. CNN, convolutional neural network, identify object through progressive abstraction. Feature maps reveal AI perception. Example, cameras recognize vehicle using a learned pattern. Once again, everywhere you have a repository of a pattern available. So it's going to compare with whatever it is captured with the available database. So here you see a computer vision pipeline. One is a camera which does the image capture. It does some pre-processing like filters and normalization. Then you have a AI model, pattern recognition, and finally, it provides output in the form of analytics. Inside it doesn't only capture the photo, but as I said in a human-less warehouse, it can trigger replenishment of inventory. Okay, this is where it is an extended version of what we were doing earlier. Filters extract key pattern from raw data. Insights trigger alert or automation. Combines camera input with analytics. Retail uses Vision AI for footfall tripping or heat maps kind of a thing. Then it can also be used for classification, detection, and segmentation. You can see whole image label assigns a single class to the entire image. Then bounding boxes locates object within a regular region. Pixel mask, precise object boundaries at pixel level. Vision task overview here. Classification identifies the main object. Detection locates multiple objects within the box. Segmentation outlines objects pixel by pixel. These form the core vision task. Example, traffic system detect and classify the vehicle, whether it's a car or a bus or a truck. Because this is a real important application area we can do. But in supply chain, very few organization are using it as of now. But you may expect that to grow in the coming years. Of course, in the healthcare imaging and diagnostic, it was there for a long time. It enhances interpretation of X-rays and scan, enables early disease detection, supports clinicians without replacing expert, identifies subtle anomalies in visuals. Example, AI detects lung nodules with eye accuracy. Of course, these are all beneficial area where AI can be implemented to a large extent and not where it is required. Then possibly security and retail application. AI camera analyze behavior in real time. Retail tracks inventory and customer movement. Security detects anomalies and intrusions, improves operational efficiency. Example, it can auto flag empty shelves. I have seen some videos where it can identify where the stock is more, where it is less, or in the supermarket, people take some item from here and keep it elsewhere. It can recognize such kind of a mis placement and alert the human being. There is something wrong in a location, something like that. Satellite and aerial vision analyzes drone and satellite imagery, detects crop health and land changes, supports sustainability and risk detection, enhances precision agriculture, Example, farmers assess nitrogen stress visually. For farming, nitrogen is one of the important factor, and possibly using this vision technology, you can find out. And next one, which we started with for the autonomous vehicle, this becomes very important. For example, a driverless car, they should be able to analyze what is happening, what is going in front. Is it a two-wheeler, four-wheeler, truck? What speed it is going? When to take what kind of action? Okay. So in future, possibly this technology is very really useful in logistic. Vision AI enables environment understanding, combines SLAM, depth sensing and tracking. SLAM means simultaneous location, localization and mapping in robotics is a crucial process where a robot builds a map of unknown environment while simultaneously figuring out its own location within that map, all in real time, enabling autonomous navigation, path planning, and obstacle evidence essential for self-driving cars or autonomous vehicles. Okay, including drones. Critical for robots, drones, and autonomous vehicle, which is very much a part of supply chain and logistic, but we are not using in Asia to a large extent as of now. Still, we feel human labor is much cheaper, but in future it may change. Example, forklift to navigate using visual maps. Of course, the craze for such kind of automation is more in US and Europe than in Asia and Middle East. Synthetic imagery and deepfakes. GAN means generative adversarial network, generate realistic synthetic images. If you know, recently, last 1 month back or so, Grok was having a problem. Grok is from Elon Musk, where you can upload any image, it can alter it to suit your requirement, including dirty things like you are uploading a photo of an actress and ask it to undress, it was doing it. Now then, governments had intervened and they have told these things should not happen. Possibly they have come out with the changes in their thing so that you cannot do any modification to image. But on the other hand, you can see the advertisement media earlier. If you take, even if they want to generate a video for a 30 seconds advertisement, they used to take 1 week. Possibly they have to arrange a location, actor, actress, camera, set, everything, multiple round of filming, then music, everything. Now, all this can be done in less than 1 hour. So there is a big job loss in such areas. The leaders are telling you, don't worry about the job, it only assists, but reality is totally different. The same people are throwing out people in every domain. It's not only developing developers. If you take Amazon, they have simply removed 30,000, 40,000 people only by introducing RPA, robotic process automation. Okay, so we should also, some of your speakers were talking about governance. Governance is also important. Used in design, simulation, and augmentation, deep fakes create ethical risk. AI improves visual prototyping. Example, synthetic product images for marketing is one example. Of course, everything needs a data requirement. Vision AI needs large labeled data set. Augmentation improves robustness. Annotation and synthetic data add diversity. Data quality drives accuracy. Example, 100,000 images used to classify cuisine. You need to have a database of images. For example, all this are trained with the images. Maybe you have to tell this is a dog, this is a cat, this is a building. So it doesn't happen by posting one image. Even if you take an example of a cat, millions of images taken in different lighting condition, different varieties, different colors, different heights, so that when you put a new image, it is able to identify that. So huge amount of data may be required. Okay, and possibly one of the option Google Lens, which may be available in your mobile phone. When you scan any item, it is able to identify. Even you can show a popular building, it is able to identify and tell what is that building. But you need the quality data for training. Then performance evaluation is there, like forecasting. We use root mean squared error or MOPE mean absolute percentage error. Maybe here we use something called confusion matrix. Okay, uses accuracy, precision, recall. Confusion matrices show strength and weaknesses, ensure real world model reliability, models tuned for balanced prediction. And this evaluation part, I see nobody is much focusing. They assume whatever results given is perfect and start using. This is where the problem starts. For this, as a human, we keep calling as a human intervention is required in everything. If you want to intervene, you should know what is happening, how to measure a forecast accuracy or any of this model. How do you evaluate? Unless you don't know, you cannot evaluate. And people are keeping this aside in, and then believing whatever AI telling is fine. Sometime I have seen some of the model is 100% accurate, which is not the case in reality. Example, traffic model, reduce false alarm. Then privacy consent in vision system. Visual data may include personal information. Regulation may require secure handling. Anonymization protects identities. Access control ensure compliance. Example, smart cities blur faces in the footages. Maybe it's due to regulation. A country like India, we don't have such regulation. CCTV camera, you can see everything, but in some countries, it's only a thermal image allowed to be seen. So, what are the challenges and limitation? Technical challenge like environmental variation. Models struggle with varying lighting, weather, and unfamiliar background. Then occlusion handling, performance degrades when the objects are partially blocked from the view. Domain adaptation, model trained on one data set often fail on different visual domain. Same like any other data set for different industry, you need a different data set. You cannot generalize about what is suitable in agriculture field may not be suitable in a manufacturing field. There are also ethical challenge where you have a demographic bias, privacy concern, transparency. Then operational challenges may include deployment complexity, computer resources, maintenance. So vision AI accuracy depends heavily on context and data quality. Lighting occlusion bias affects fairness and reliability. Compute cost limits real-time use. Privacy and transparency concern exist. Example, recognition accuracy varies by lighting. This is where human and AI collaboration must be required. Human in the loop, we tell, but unfortunately, the human supposed to know what it is doing. If you don't know what it is doing, then there is no purpose of having this human in the loop. Like example I have given in the starting, where if the people who are using it doesn't know how it is doing, then you cannot interpret or even make any meaningful intervention in case of a problem. Okay, so AI augments human expertise. You should be an expert in the field, whether you use it in agriculture or manufacturing or logistics. You should know the field, then apply the AI. Otherwise, it's not going to be helpful. Humans validate AI insights, improves decision speed responsibly, ensure oversight and accountability. Example, radiologists confirm AI detection. If they don't know about their business, they cannot validate what it is doing. Future of Vision AI, Edge AI enables on-device intelligence. Edge AI means you have a control system within the unit. Earlier we were talking about cloud computing means the devices has to send the information to the cloud and it cloud processes and then gets back to the device. Maybe there is a time lag, even if it is a seconds, millisecond, there is a time lag. but it cannot be afford in a autonomous vehicle. For example, it has to make a decision to change the direction or apply the braking. So nowadays, maybe in future you may see every such device will have its own processing unit or a engine. Multimodal AI merges vision and language. So it's not only vision, it can comply with language. Adaptive system learn from new environment. Automation becomes more contextual. Drones, example, drones adjust flight using visual feedback. So I'm quickly running through because our time allotted to me was very less. This topic we used to discuss more than 1 hour, but it's fine. Possibly in future session we can do much longer. You can apply key domains: manufacturing, healthcare, agriculture, security, retail, of course, supply chain. Yeah, then core techniques could be classification, object detection, segmentation, deep learning. Accuracy, efficiency, safety, innovation are the important thing. So visual AI enables mission visual understanding, transforms manufacturing, healthcare, agriculture, and retail, requires ethics, data quality, human oversight. Future integrates vision with language and reasoning, delivers accuracy, efficiency, and innovation.
Wonderful session. So I really enjoyed the session when you rightly said that software is something, yes, it's very important. But going forward, software plus hardware is something which is going to be very impactful. Okay, that's true because it's as software can be applied everywhere, and then if you combine this with hardware, then you solve a real problem where human intervention is not required majority of times. But at the same time, as you said, the subject matter expertise should be there. Otherwise, all your AI and machines, whatever you are working, whether they are giving a correct output or not, nobody knows. Okay, then you cannot invest or you cannot do business with that. So the domain expertise, a deep domain expertise is always required. There is no question of it. Yeah. Mhm. So that's fantastic session, Pattabhi Garu. So what is a key recommendation now in this conflicting, confusing state? So what is your advice to the top CEOs, especially I'm talking about mid-tier companies, the CEOs, and then what is your advice for the professionals in supply chain?
I recommend people to have a domain knowledge. Otherwise, you are not going to contribute. Possibly, you have to use where it is required. You cannot apply AI everywhere. Like people are talking about a dark factory, you simply apply digital supply chain everywhere. It doesn't work. Why you want to automate? Now we have to also take care of a society. When you have thousands of people waiting for a job in the gate, why do you need automation? You have to bring a balance. Of course, this is where my recommendation: apply where it is necessary. For example, where you need faster response time, or you want to scale up doing things quickly for a large number, because manually if you do, it takes time. But doing a forecast is not a big deal. Why you want to automate that too? In a country like India, we have large skilled manpower. You don't need them. Okay, when you maybe like application hazardous material where handling requires problem, or storing, transportation, you apply the healthcare sectors. People are struggling with cancer. They don't detect even today in US. They don't know how they people go to third or fourth stage about to die. Only they are able to detect. You apply that area where people society can benefit. Here the problem is we have a lot of unemployment. Don't apply everywhere it is required. Maybe you can keep us a second consultant. When we go to doctor, if we tell something, we always take a second opinion. So my thinking is keep it as a second opinion. I am doing a lot of program on advanced supply chain, digital supply chain. But I tell you must be first a supply chain professional. Know your own things. By sitting in a room and understanding, yeah, I can apply here, I can apply here. It's like watching a YouTube video. You have to work in a field, you have to have burns in your thing, which I do in automobile field, where just in time really works. If material is not there, line stops, that's all. It's roles. But people keep talking, I can apply lean just in time everywhere. But it doesn't work like that. You should have a clear understanding of how it can be done. This is where I feel the AI concept itself will bust maybe in 6 to months to 1 year.
Yeah, it will
Possibly,
stabilize.
if no anthropic AI fight with the Pentagon. Pentagon is armed to string cloud AI to give a uncontrolled access of AI platform, meaning that they want to use for autonomous weapon launch. Can you imagine autonomous weapon launch? But this fellow, Cloud AI, was a gentleman. He has refused at a cost of $500 million, because Pentagon has $200 million and they have blacklisted him. Now the war is going on, so they have given a timeline Friday 5 o'clock in US timing. Before that, he was supposed to do. He is a very honest person. He told, "I cannot take that risk. It can destroy everything." But OpenAI, ChatGPT boss, now he has aligned with US system. Governments are supposed to bring governance. They are asking these companies to break the governance.
It's highly
So
political, and also, yeah, what they speak and what they do, maybe both are not same. So we have to wait and see
I
what
am going. I am seeing really a bust. Possibly 1 year is maximum. My only worry is it can do innumerable damage
damage than benefit.
before people it can recover. We don't have any governance system. People lack awareness there, and everywhere, even training program, I see people simply talk about AI. And that idiot Elon Musk is saying, you don't study in future, you don't work anything in future, everything money will automatically come to you. This is what he is telling. I don't know how things will work. Are we going to go back to stone ages
Yeah, I
when we
think too much knowledge will make knowledge irrelevant. Okay, so I don't know. Maybe that could be the possible worst thing humankind will do for humankind itself.
yes, declared next to 20 years job will be optional. So what does it mean? Should we go back to our stone ages, do hunting? And he says even hunting can be done by robots. So you sit and relax.
But,
Then
but
whom to tease, where to do war. This is what we will be doing. Like if you go
yeah,
back
definitely.
centuries.
Wars,
Okay,
wars.
I am
War
taking
is a
more of
big
your
business.
time. I am taking more
War,
of your time. Possibly next guest is waiting.
next big business is war. Okay. Okay, sir. So thank you very much, Mr. Pattabi. Very nice session, and nice talking to you. Always insightful, and your wisdom always speaks. Thank you. Thank you very much for wonderful
Have a
session.
nice day. Bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Mr. Pattabhi Raman. Always nice talking to him. He is very intelligent and very, very nice trainer on supply chain. If somebody is interested, you can reach him. Okay. So we will be concluding the session. The next speaker, Alexander Borg. We miss you. Alex, you're there, right? Good, good afternoon. How are you?
Sound.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. How are you?
Yeah, all
Sorry,
good. Nice to see you
sorry.
again. You stuck in
Thank
traffic?
you. Sorry, I couldn't join before because I'm working today in the office, so I couldn't make it. But I made a point that I will join you later. Thank you.
No problem. You can share your insights very quickly. Okay. So let me introduce to the participants. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Alexander Borg. He is talking about re-engineering supply chain strategy in a disrupted world. Alexander Borg is a chartered logistics and supply chain advisor with 30 plus years of global experience, managing partner of support and supply chain management group, and a managing director of MENA at Institute of Supply Chain Management based in UK. With a distinguished track record in building institutions and developing supply chain capability across Middle East, he's a Mr. Alexander Borg is a very successful supply chain expert. Thank you very much, sir, and over to you.
Good morning. I'm trying to share the screen. I can't know how I can do that.
Yeah, you have in the bottom. You can see that you have 4 buttons there. The third one
Share
is the share
screen,
screen.
right? Share screen.
Yeah, click on it. Go to the right side after select the entire screen, and then you click on the window. Then share it.
1 second. Share screen, right?
Yeah, you go to the entire screen, and then you click on the window so that your screen share will be activated.
Yes, but then it's telling me choose what to share with studio restream. What I have entire screen.
Yeah, entire screen, the last one. Click on that black window. Yeah, click on that window.
Share.
Yeah, then share.
1 second. No, it's not coming. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. It is shared now. Yeah, you can put your presentation. No, that's just hide it.
No. Too much screens are coming. No,
wait. No, wait. It's okay. Now it is showing your screen. Just go to the PowerPoint in the bottom.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's opening.
Yes, it's there. You can just hide that pop-up window so that you can.
You can see it.
Yeah. I can see it. No problem. Yes.
Okay.
Perfect. You can hide that pop-up window. Just.
Can you see the presentation or not?
I can see the presentation and you all together. Yes.
Okay. Can I go ahead now?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for your support. Yes. Good afternoon to everyone. It's great to be back, and thank you for the opportunity to join this distinguished guests and speakers talking about all the presentations they are doing about AI inventory distribution. I have been following the last 2 speakers because, as I told you this morning, I'm working on a training program, so I had to go out and share with you these few slides. My name is Alex Borg. I'm coming from Europe, and I've been working in many different countries in the last 30 years, especially South Europe and the Middle East countries. I have been in the Dubai and all the UAE and Middle East for the last 21 years. First working as a regional director for CILT, and now I'm working for the Institute of Supply Chain Management for the last 6 years, which is based in Newcastle. My responsibility is the Middle East. Okay. My topic for today is the re-engineering supply chain strategy in a disruption world. Unfortunately, yes, I believe this is the right presentation. Why? Because just this morning, a few hours ago, without going into politics about it, unfortunately, we had some disruption going on in the Middle East. In the Gulf region, and this is going to make it very difficult now about the route plannings, both in air, IATA and IMO shipping, especially with IATA in the air, because something is always going on. You know what I'm talking about. So supply chain logistics and supply chain managers nowadays, they cannot just relax and go home and even if you work 8 to 10 hours on the job, your mind have to keep on going 24/7. because too much is going on. Since pandemic have created too much problem for supply chain, even if pandemic have been gone in certain extent, but then we had so many things are happening, Ukraine and Russia, Middle East and blah 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 blah. So it's keep on going, unfortunately, and supply chain managers have to find ways and means to go around how to solve problems. Okay, so as I said, introduction, global supply chains are under sustained pressure, yes, as I said, from geopolitical, environment, and technological forces, especially now on geopolitical. Disruption is now systematic, not in episodic. Reengineering is essential to build real supply and compliance. Yeah, I think one of the overcomes to re-engineering your supply chain, a supply chain manager must. I think there are two levels of discussion. One, sitting with his own people at all levels, from operational level, supervision level, managerial level, director level, to understand what is going on in the company, discuss the disruptions that are going on around outside the company in the outbound, and try to take the feedback, because this is not something which, although the supply chain or logistics manager is responsible for, but it's not something which, it has to be a group effort, group effort to come up with solutions, if there are any, to move on with the business. It's not something which one man or two men can do. It has to be a group at all levels. So the feedback has to come from bottom up, top down, side to side, and take the feedback from everyone. It's essential, okay, all the time, because many ideas comes in the mind of many people. When you see this trouble that is going on in especially today, they started in the Middle East, everyone starts to be worried about, and it's something which worries everyone. It's not the supply chain manager or logistics manager, but worries everyone. So we need to rethinking, and then after we rethinking, we reapproach and we re-engineer this the supply chain going. The second point is the working with your suppliers, because if you have a problem, they have a problem as well. If you have a challenge, they have a challenge, and together you need to come up. All the trading partners have to come up with a possible solution to re-engineer the supply chain. How we can do it? It's not easy. It's not easy. But we need to come up with a solution. We need to think outside the box, and we see how we can, from past experience, you have to consider everything: option 1, option 2, option 3, option 4, and keep going, etc., etc. So, what are the global disruptions in 2006? Yeah, I've just mentioned this morning the Israel tension, disruption of oil flows and shipping lanes, tariffs and trade wars, US and China, Asia and UAE and Asia, frictions, climate extremes, Panama Canal, Canadian wildfires, Asian floods, cyber and labor unrest. So there are so many things that are happening, and this all will disrupt the supply chain, all of them. If it's not one thing, it's the other. If it's not the other, it's the other one. So as I said, supply chain guys, logistics guys cannot rest. They have to think, rethink, and come up with ideas, and see how we can move things around from point to another with all these challenges that are happening around us. I said it many times. After the pandemic, we're not going to rest. We're not going to rest. It has to be going on. This is not because I want to be pessimistic or less positive, but it's reality. It's reality. And so many things are happening. So many things. You know? And even if there is no war happening, there could be other things which will affect the disruption in the supply chain. What is that? We have major players, could be either in politics, could be either in the business world, okay, where they have so much power in their hands that their decision, okay, as soon they take one decision, they will have effect on everything. We saw it from Trump with the tariffs, okay? We have so many companies, for example, which are taking over so many ports. With all due respect, I have no problem with that, but affect everything. So, because I don't want to mention names, okay? So, even if we don't have problems across the countries with wars, still there is always something is going to happen in the decision making. Okay, so even if you switch the TV or your mobile and you try to follow Al Jazeera, CNN, BBC, and say, okay, inshallah, nothing is happening, no wars, but there is always someone, a top decision maker, either in political or business, that their decision can affect the supply chain. So bottom line, okay, you can never rest as a supply chain manager. You have always to follow. It's not what you are doing, but what is happening around you. Okay, what is happening around you, and you have to be alert all the time to move on. Okay. Global supply chains are we saw this. So what are the supply chain vulnerabilities exposed? Over-reliance single source suppliers, fragile just-in-time inventory. I think previous speakers have spoke about inventory, limited visibility beyond Tenequida scenario planning. This is another issue. Now we're going into the proper supply chain operation, where we have over-reliance from single source suppliers. This is another risk when you work with single source. Okay, many companies started to work with to minimize the risk of cash flow, because some companies might work in a very tight cash flow, especially small and medium companies. So their inventory is very fragile, and this is where we need to be careful at. And some speakers spoke around before me about the visibility of supply chain. This is crucial, to have total visibility and track and traceability of your stock, of your inventory, of your supply chain. It's crucial. Strategic re-engineering priorities. Relevance over efficiency. This is very important. Okay, multi-sourcing and inventory buffers. Nearshoring, friend-shoring, and scenario modeling, risk adjusting planning. Relevance over efficiency. Yes, we need a relevance supply chain. It's important to make sure that whatever is happening, we are in a position to take decisions, and those decisions can be understood by everyone and can be followed by everyone. I always say when I teach supply chain and logistics that you need a strong supply chain, but it has to be a bit agile as well in the same time, because for various reasons. One is the customer expectations. With the social media, customers change their mind all the time. Social media have a lot of influence on customers, and the decision making of the customers can change from one point to another. and that decision making or that change in decision making of end user, of customers, of user, can have impact on our supply chain. Okay, so therefore we need an agile and we need an agile supply chain. Number two is the different sourcing from. Not, you can't rely on one single source on supplier. You need different sources, if possible, from different suppliers. It's important. You have to speak to your production planning. You have to speak to your sales and marketing. Depends what your company organizations is oriented for. If it's a production plant or it's a import and distribution, no matter where you are, in which type of organization, you need to speak to your colleagues and discuss with them. Not Try not to rely on one single source because there is so much risk. And also the other one is the inventory. There are so many pressure now from management to try to minimize the inventory on inventory operational level. It's not easy. It's not easy because it depends on many other aspects, not on us. It depends on customer demands, depends on supply chain risk, supply chain distribution, supply chain risk. So many. So you need to find ways and means on the inventory. Okay. Near shoring and friendly shoring. Yeah, this is another thing that you need to work on. And the last one is the modeling, that supply chain. Yeah, there isn't one model that you can. I remember in my early days, I always repeat this. I remember in my early days when I was studying in UK, and I met one of our previous gurus in supply chain, Professor Martin Christopher in UK from Cranfield University. And I asked him this simple question: is there any supply chain model which you can adopt and will give you zero risk? He looked at me. At that time, I was attending a conference at the Chartered Institute of Purchasing and Supply, and he was there as a speaker. And I met him during coffee break, and we were talking about it. And he looked at me and he smiled, and he said to me, "Young fellow, listen. If you have a model which is giving you the results, just keep evolving it. There is no one model which can fit for purpose." So basically, your supply chain model, which is working today, keep evolving it. And as long as it's giving you the results, just keep moving. Okay? Don't try to make things difficult for yourself and for everyone. Make things easy and keep use language which everyone can understand and speak in the supply chain, and keep moving, keep evolving. Plus, it's not only evolving, keep moving and evolving. You have things are evolving in the outside as well, in the outbound of your organization. So there are improvements which you have to do from the inbound, okay, as things move on, because life is so fast, and with technology coming in, such as AI is changing everything in the way we are now performing. But also there are changes which are happening outside the company, which will have effect also on the inbound. So you have to adjust the planning, adjust your modeling, and move on. Technology is a catalyst. Yeah, just the speaker before me spoke about it, so I don't want to repeat. AI is changing a lot of things, and the AI is already with us, and we will see more and more in the coming weeks, months, and years to come. So predictive demand and risk sensing, Internet of Things, real-time asset tracking, it's important. Blockchain equals transparency and compliance. It's important. The digital twins, virtual stress testing, and robotics and automation. I think so many things are happening. But above all, from these five levels, I think AI is the most everyone's talking about in terms of predictive demand and risk. This is really AI is a very important tool in predicting demand and risk, because I believe it will reduce the risk of many things. We're going to have a situation where AI is going to give us more accurate data, fast and more accurate data, etc. Climate and sustainability imperatives. Yeah, zero logistics and curriculum models, net. It's true. There are so many now emphasize on climate change and green logistics. Compliance with CSRD, secure deforestation law, climate risk embedded on sourcing decisions. Yes, this is all. I believe all of you are aware with these topics, so nothing new. So even nowadays, when you take, for example, a contract from the government with logistics or services, they emphasize that you are compliant with green logistics, carbon, etc. So it's a must nowadays that your company have to come up with these. Your company requires to reorganize itself with this kind of situations in terms of carbonization, green logistics, etc., etc. Consumer behavior shifts. Yeah, number one is the inflation. Oh, this is something which have been effective, have affect many people in many countries with the cost inflation around the world. Okay, and so people are always looking for different costings, different prices, different patterns, and this will affect their behavior, the way they behave in terms of cost planning, cost spending, etc. The other one is younger buyers in emerging markets are trading up. It's true. It's true. We have seen the last 10 years, especially after COVID, that more people are doing a lot of e-trading online because the pandemic have effectively affect people in their jobs, in their minds, and some people they don't want to risk again in terms of so they might have a job and they might have a e-trading platforms, especially with the cryptocurrency and other commodities. Okay, the last one is the aging populations are spending more on experience. On experience. هلا البيت وراك البيت وراك ما فيهم بشو لا للبيب فيكتور يا اونلاين. Hello, sorry for that.
No worries, no worries.
All right, I have training going on. Sorry about that. I told you. So I was talking about the aging populations are spending more experience. This is the opposite of young generation. This is the opposite of young generation, where young buyers are more looking for emerging markets and trading online. Okay, and the aging populations are more careful and they are more tradition and spend more money on experiences. Okay, so you see the difference between one gap of young generation, and then we see the other gap of the aging population. We see a huge, strategic roadmap. What is the strategic roadmap? On the short term, we have to do digital audits supplier diversification. Yeah. So yeah, we are seeing a lot of digital audits and supplier diversification. On the medium term, we have seen network redesign and AI integration. So on the long term, relations by design culture. So I will emphasize on the first one. Digital audits, it means that we are looking at, yeah, there are so many audits that are happening with suppliers, okay? And we have to look also on, because on the challenges that we have around us, we have to look for diversification of the situation as part of our rethinking, replanning, and reengineering. On the medium term, we have to look at our network redesign and about AI integration. We can't keep these on the side. We have to work on them. On the long term, we have to be renaissance by design culture, and this will affect everyone, both inbound and outbound. So when you look at it as this at these three parameters, okay, one would say that you have to come up with meetings, ongoing meetings, ongoing meetings. You can't stop because there are so many things that are happening around us that if I am working, let me take my case. Let me talk about me. If I am a supply chain manager, logistics manager, okay, of a third-party logistics or a manufacturer or an import and distribution of anything, first of all, I keep my staff updated with information, with training, with culture change, with motivation, with suggestions. I need feedback from them. I keep them updated and I need feedback from them every day, every week, every month. Ongoing discussions are important. Okay, that's number one. It's important. And discussion and communication, as I spoke earlier, has to be all around the company, all around, all around. You can't stop. You need that kind of environment right now. It's important more than ever, more than ever. Okay? And also, who is in charge? For example, if I'm a supply chain manager, I have to attend conferences, seminars like this, online seminars like this, online conferences like this are very important because you listen from the speakers, you listen from the experts, you listen from people who are hands-on like us, and you will evaluate what you are doing and how you can do it better. It's important to take feedback. So events like this, which you are organizing, are essential for everyone at all levels. On the medium term, you need to consider to redesign your network, working it with your people and with your suppliers. And also, you need to start to reconsider the implementation of AI, plus redesign the AI continuously, the evolvement. Okay. And the last one is the culture of the organization. The culture of the organization is important. No model can stay forever the same. Nothing is the same forever. It's an ongoing process of changing. So you need a culture change all the time. It's important. You can't have people who are afraid of culture change or anyone in the organization. They must be ready all the time. Now it's part of our environment. It's part of our environment. Okay, I'm not saying that you have to change everything. Okay, as my previous speaker has spoke about me, I'm not saying that you have to change everything, but being positive, being motivated, rethinker, and you say how I'm doing it today, how I'm going to go tomorrow there, how I'm going. Okay, how do I go about it? It's important, and take the feedback all the time. Summary before I close. So I think disruption It's permanent. Allow me to say, as I said, um, everyone thought that the pandemic was something colossal for everyone, because people who are maybe 50, 45, 50 plus, even younger, we have never seen something like that on the pandemic. And when the pandemic has gone to a certain extent, everyone thought, okay, it's gone now. We can restart, and we will not experience again something like that. Oh, that's wrong, my friend. I will tell you, you're totally wrong, because after the pandemic, we had so many things, so many things. If sometimes it happens that even the Suez Canal can have is they close the Suez Canal for different political reasons or for other reasons, and it will again disrupt the supply chain. For example, it happens many times. My father was on the he spent 30 years in the RFA, in the merchant shipping, British merchant shipping, and he used to tell me, he used to tell me, because he was working in the indirect logistics. So he used to tell me about it. The other part is relevance is not a cost, it's a capability. It's not a cost, it's a capability. So you have to work on it. The other topic is leadership must not be proactive, but leadership must be proactive and not reactive. As I said, you have to lead by example, and directors, management, they all have to come together and be proactive and positive to these changes that are happening around us. The other one, let's not just survive disruption, let's lead through it. Oh, this is important, this is very important. I think this can be a logo, a mission statement for everyone. Let me repeat, let's not just survive disruption, let's lead through it. This could be a really good mission statement for everyone. And the last one is relevance is a strategic. Okay, it's important. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. Wonderful lecture, as usual. So sorry to trouble you at the end of the day.
No, it's always my pleasure. It's always my pleasure.
Fantastic. Yeah. So, what is your key advice for the organizations, just to as a key takeaways for now next, because of all these technology revolutions, global disturbances. So, what is it like? Two, three key takeaways. What you advise to the business leaders?
As I said, this disruption, which is happening, it's an ongoing process. I believe you are leading the seminar today, right? You are leading it with the
Mhm.
speakers, but on the back of your mind, or maybe on other monitor, you are following what is happening in the Middle East right now, right?
Correct, correct,
You
correct,
know
correct.
that things,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
are aware that things are happening right now in the Middle East, right?
Mhm. Correct, correct.
So I think if these disruptions are happening, as I said earlier in one of my topics, let's lead through it. You have to be proactive through leadership, okay, through strategic leadership, through good communication, agility, resilience, everything. Let's lead through it, because it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop. I mean, I can ask you, Mr. Kader, I can ask you a question. Allow me to ask you a question. Do you agree with me that after pandemic, we didn't stop opening the news and have so many problems around us?
Correct, correct.
Did we?
I totally agree. Yeah, I agree with you.
We didn't, and it's not going to stop. For example, let me tell you something. In Europe, let me share this with you. I am based in Malta, in a small island of Malta. Okay? And last week, I have attended a seminar. I deal with many freight forward and I deal with a lot of freight forwarders in my day to day, because I do a lot of training for their staff. I deal a lot with them. I deal a lot all the time. all years, all the year. And right now, for example, Europe have put some um, costings, cost. They call it ETS, environment, transshipment, blah blah. They call it ETS, which is going to affect one container, one trailer, with 734 euro of because they want to reduce the emissions from traveling. Now, small islands like Malta, for example, there is Malta, there is Ireland, and Cyprus. Small islands are disadvantaged compared with mainland Europe because we need a model, we need a multi, we need a. It's I mean many of the mainland companies they shift the goods by trucking, from one country to another. We have to use different modes of transport. I mean land, sea, and land. You know,
Correct.
there is a bit of disadvantage in the way Europe are treating uh, countries, the small ones and the big ones. So that is only one thing out, out of many, out of many. Okay, but in a small countries like Cyprus, Malta, and Ireland, they're going to face a huge issue, which again that cost will affect the end user because at the end of the day, if you have to pay so much cost on trading on trailers, and that cost have to be observed at the end of the day by the end consumer. So the local associations are doing anything, discussing with Europe to find the solutions about it. This is only one thing which affects small countries, but there are so many things which are disrupting the supply chain. So basically, it's an ongoing process. It's an ongoing process that, as I said, supply chain and logistics manager have to be aware of everything that is happening in the shipping and the trade trailers, so many things, cross borders, so many things, so many things. So if as you said, the three topics, definitely strategic leadership, open-minded strategic leadership, so they can lead by example through the whole flow of staff of management, either vertical or horizontal. Uh, People needs to be ready for change across the board. And the other thing is renaissance. They need to be agile because if you're in it, you have to be ready and you have to go through it. That's it. No other option. So you have to be open-minded and ready for this culture changes.
Fantastic. Great insights, Alex. Thank you very much, and have a great weekend. Okay, so
You too.
wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All
Give a
right.
big round
Thank
of
you.
applause to Alex. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much,
Thank you
sir.
very
Thank
much.
you very much for your session. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us conclude the session today successfully. We had wonderful sessions, around 10 sessions today, if I remember. So, right from the risk in the S&OP, IBP, and to supply chain strategies, we had around 10 sessions. Just to summarize, the key topics what we covered today is we talk about sales and operations planning risk. We talk about AI adoption in everywhere in the supply chain. We talk about planning solutions, and also we talk about technology like computer vision, how they will be helping organizations going forward. So there are many things what we have discussed. So the main objective of this conference, Global Supply Chain Excellence Summit, is to connect experts to the individual organizations, and they can easily accessible to experts. They can speak, they can collaborate, they can interact. And this session, we are very proud sponsor of this event, and it's free and it's virtual. All the assets, the videos will be posted in the YouTube channel. They can access it, learn, interact, and if there is something which we can add value to you, we will be happy to do that. And we take a tremendous pride as an organizer, on behalf of organizers, that we take tremendous pride to and deep respect for all the speakers and also and also the participants, because sharing is the way we grow. Okay, so I thank you on one and all, for a wonderful opportunity for us to conduct one more summit, and look forward for another one in the coming month. So thank you very much and stay tuned. Thank you very much.